This is London with Bitcoin Spike. Let's go through the details today. We're going to cover hot moving coins. We're going to cover technical analysis. We're going to cover Bitcoin. Let's go through the details first of all in terms of, yes, we are a long support, you guys. We'll talk about the details. You understand we have a trade group, VIP's #1 in terms of the trade group. I want to shout out to Angel Matos on top, invested in Bitcoin at $7.79. $7, man. Hey, Angel, exciting to have you here in 2022, my friend. Hope everything is going well. Looking at the charts, we have a few really ideal patterns. Some have been, I'd say, a little bit more difficult to work with. We're looking at SHIB, of course. Okay, we're looking at SHIB to see if we can get a breakout. We're looking at NEAR. I just put on to replace. I was just having a quick look actually at NEAR, but I need to note that that's going to be replaced right now by Dogecoin. We're going to be looking at Dogecoin tonight. A lot of the VIP are trading Doge heavily, just so you guys know, trading Dogecoin. We're going to be looking at that descending wedge that we essentially have right now on Doge. So we will keep that on the map in terms of Dogecoin. Really a battle right now on Doge with an ascending and a descending wedge at the same time. We'll cover that in addition to the Bitcoin. We'll also cover into the Bitcoin chart. FXS is, as you'll see this, framed in all ways, guys. This looks best on a big screen TV. I want to shout out to the VIP guys. Let me know in the chat that you're here and smash the like button. Would appreciate that, so I know that you're not robots. That's what I always tell people, so I know you're not a robot. Otherwise, I really don't know. It's possible we've been hijacked. Literally, guys, I could have just been hijacked. So let me know that you're human beings. I appreciate that. Hope you guys are doing well. FXS, nice move to the upside, downward slipping channel. You see this on the top right, not extreme right, that's SHIB. On the top extreme right, you see SHIB. We're potentially battling a descending triangle formation, not what we wanted to battle. A little bit of a contraindication. We'll discuss that as well. But FXS is right next to SHIB. FXS with an interesting macro bull flag notion that we're seeing repeated on a few different coins. So we're going to be paying attention to FXS. On the bottom right, let's go from FXS down to BAM, BAM. And guys, what I tell you is I've looked at these projects. I know what these projects are. I'm not crazy about all the projects. They're not my favorite projects in the world. I'm not sold out on projects, okay? We love trading Bitcoin heavily. That's kind of in our DNA. You guys know that Dogecoin, we kind of grew up with it all last year, guys. Big time returns for VIP. SHIB, huge returns for VIP last year. In terms of pattern dynamics, we, as you look at the screen, even into USDT.D that I'm going to expand right now, even into this chart that we discussed last night. Why did I have USDT.D? Right? Tether dominance. That's not very much fun. Why would I have that on my screen as an entire label? We can't trade that. No one wants to trade it. No one likes Tether dominance, guys. That is the reverse correlative, right? The negative correlative of the market. Remember, we were there on the prior resistance, the Tether dominance, the percentage by which people essentially of the dominance, as measured by the dominance of the market cap, the people are fleeing to that safe haven of Tether. Right? Kind of the cash equivalent in crypto. So, yes, I denoted this on the 4-hourly. You guys know that last night. Bam, resistance into, boom, support. That specific hit that we got on the Tether, bam, that was the drop in the market, right? So that's exactly what we're looking at is relevant information. Is it a relevant pattern that could be traded? I've tried to choose and I've spent time, guys, looking at the best patterns that will register with you on the bottom left. GMT, right? GMT looks like a nice, as we look at this, a nice bull pennant move to the upside, symmetrical triangulation, okay? Not that all of these are going to trade, that they're going to be winners, guys. That's not the idea. Any pattern can fail. Every pattern has defects, okay, even the most perfect ones. But what I say is that my goal is to bring you guys the best patterns that we can choose from, even to discuss the ones that we wouldn't trade and why. Okay, as we look at expanding and enhancing our trade game in 2022, is just crucial, guys. That's just on the map. That's what we want to do. So what we're going to do when you guys see different coins that you're not familiar with, I encourage you guys just to get that part of your emotion and kind of your adherence to one coin, because I tell you guys, I love trading Bitcoin. I just do. When I used to hear, or I used to, listen to a Dogecoin station, and then I would be like, well, he's not talking about Doge, I'm leaving. What part of me didn't want to participate in a potential trade that day for 20 to 50%? If I could have booked a 20 to 50% trade on something else, what part of me just wouldn't let it go? No, I had to stick with just Doge, or I had to stick with just BTC. You guys understand. A lot of you are trading multiple coins, but I just want to encourage you to kind of open your mindset, okay? As you like to talk about the psychology of the market, are you trapped in a corner, focusing and staring at one coin? Are you having bad luck with that coin? I got to bring this up too, guys. Are some of you having any bad luck with maybe a coin on this map or not on this coin? Is it something just not kind of right with the trade game? Our whole endeavor, you guys know this is a group, and we're just kicking it in the back, guys. Having a great time. Want to shout out to all the VIP. And guys, our back room is just full of good stuff. Have to let you guys know, VIP's never been stronger. For instance, in terms of the overall dynamic of what I'm bringing to the VIP, what they're bringing all day long. Look at Pathfinder in the house. Look at this, just literally the Doge breakout with the targets in the back. It's the right group, guys. It's never been stronger. VIP. We're really excited about that in 2022. I'm going to shout out to the VIP in the chat. VIP, how is it going? Put that in there and see if we get any response what you guys are doing. If let me dig into the charts. I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. We started a little bit late today. We had started earlier yesterday, and then we went late. And to the extent that that's a sustainable pattern, we're getting up early, etc. As you guys have to even get up early or not, I don't know. I do sometimes, even when I stay up late. So I just crashed for a few hours after reset to see if I could reboot the system just a minute. So looking at let's go through Doge real quickly, and then we'll go into maybe some micro time frames after these macro time frames. For hourly, Doge had a line of support essentially that's been capitulated there under. We have let's go on the 1 hourly. I think you guys will see this better in terms of a generalized line of support. There we go. And now we are formulating a falling wedge. Okay, we are on the precipice of breaching this top line resistance very nicely. It's looking very nice, guys. And in terms of this wedge formation, just understand that would typically be a bearish pattern. Not that we cannot operate above this specific line of resistance. Understand this specific break, we would anticipate this break happening, okay, to some degree, guys, to up and over this line of resistance as it's a bullish framework. This would be a continuation pattern, a bullish continuation pattern, right? We're going to the upside. We formulate a downward wedge that we would expect, boom, this to break to the upside. We're paying attention. Okay, is this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Looks like it is going to be up and out, guys. But don't ever be overexposed in terms of essentially counting your entire framework on the fact that we must break out here. This is it, guys. Don't be overexposed. Always ready to double down or compound down at lower levels or in future trades. You guys know that if you were to draw your Fibonacci's here, right, you'll just see that we've been on a hit that we've discussed, guys. We've discussed this hit on the golden pocket, right? Multiple times for multiple days. We've discussed this hit on the golden pocket. If you hit that golden pocket, guys, congratulations, you're up. You're up 7% right now on the hit from the golden pocket. That's beautiful. Nice trade. Okay, so we have the complication that we're breaking out of a bullish pattern with somewhat of a bearish pattern. Okay, so understand that. This rising wedge feature here with the ascending line of resistance, the ascending and constricting therewith line of support, that's technically a bearish pattern. Okay, so we're going to discuss the details of that to the extent that you guys know the complications. We could operate up and above the resistance. I say that because we're breaking out of a bullish pattern, the falling wedge, breaking out of that. Technically, we're right in the process of breaking out on the hourly. I'll state on the hourly, right? We would go into the different time frames to look at the different implications of those time frames. Let's say, for instance, like even on the 30-minute, let's go into maybe the 5-minute. Let's see if the 5-minute has any variety in this area. Candle wicks a touch higher. We may want to respect that, but the market looks like it's respecting the hourly right now. If Doge can succeed on this, I'm going to say congratulations to those who entered at the golden pocket. Way to go. Good job, guys. Way to trade. I know that the VIP are steeped in the specific targets, without a doubt. Hugely important. In terms of Bitcoin, why don't we look at the Bitcoin chart? Let's look at SHIB real quickly and just take a note of what SHIB is doing. We don't want to see SHIB have these issues. Let's talk about this in terms of preceding. Let's just define this in terms of it as consistently as we can in this preceding area, this specific, as we had 3 hits, guys, originating from this 78.6. And guys, the color on the screen is the RSI visualized. Okay, so the RSI underneath, that's going to be 30 on the RSI. So we're going to be able to scope in and see the hits that we had into oversold territory. That's 30 on the RSI, so you don't have to see a separate indicator along the bottom, so that you don't have to go through and distract your eyes with taking your eye off price. Right, so we can look at the separate indicator and completely remove completely remove our eyes from the price line and look down, etc. We don't need to do that. We have the RSI on the screen. So this is oversold. This is literally price coming in contact with and the technical achievement of 30 or oversold on the RSI. Above, I have a different shade, which will show 70 or overbought on the RSI. That is going to adjust on the time frames, of course. And as I just explained that to you, I wanted to, if you happen to be new to Bitcoin Spike, to this group or this program this evening, then I'll say you'll do well knowing that. Okay. Important. The 786 was a pickup on the Fibonacci. Guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I just encourage you to continue to listen. Focus, relax, continue to listen, and it will make sense. Maybe rewatch some previous streams. You'll get there. Okay, we talk about buying at support, selling at resistance, trading your patterns, right? And also hitting your targets. For instance, here in the preceding zone in this move up from the 786, about an 85% move for SHIB. Thereabouts, guys. Thereabouts. I can measure it on the screen right now, but we have to go back to the daily, etc., to really get the accurate information here. Let's say from the 786 or from the maximized potential of the move, that was a 91 overall. If you picked it up right at the 786, about that third level down on the Fibonacci, just so that you guys know, we have the 23. You guys know the 23, 30. 38, the 50, the golden pocket there at the 65th, and the 78. That is on the macro. The macro is right here. When I say macro, just to understand, just to rewind, when I ever say macro Fibonacci, right, macro Fibonacci means on the entirety of the whole. Bam. There we go. The macro Fibonacci. You guys got that. So looking at that framework, we can see that yes, we were at the 786 from the low to the high. Measure from ground zero on this to the high, right? This area right in here is what we've been focusing on. That's the 786. You guys see that? It's easy, easy stuff. You guys, if you're catching up on Fibonacci's or other technical issues, no worries. We'll get there. I'm certain of that. So just be patient with the process. Without a doubt, just be patient. And if you're struggling with that, hit me up at the back when you guys join VIP, etc. Just let me know that. We'll deal with it. We'll get it taken care of. So potentially, I'm going to talk about the preceding after that run up, 80 to 90% plus, etc. And again, to get that back, exactly what would I go to? I would go to the daily. I would go to the daily and start to measure exactly from the specified. I may want to know within units of days or from the specified precise 786 or the entirety of the move, right? There's some different ways that I may want to calculate this. As we want our money to move quickly, I may be more interested in what she did in a period of time of 4 days. That's it. Just within that 4 day, just within that trade opportunity that we have presented, or from the 786, which would be a curtailment of the entire price action, right? So there's some different ways to talk about the price action. We could talk about the entirety of the amplitude, for instance, of this triangulation as being a measurement as well. A lot of different ways to discuss how big was the move, right? It's like, well, over the past 5 years, maximized could have been, etc., guys. So looking at the pattern dynamics right now, the reason I'm bringing this up in terms of pattern dynamics, along with a bit of discussion, just so we can kind of break in the stream, just kind of talk into some different, catch-up time. Looking at the descending line of resistance, this flat bottom was established with this hit here, and I remember bringing this to everybody. Was not excited about this hit here. You guys remember in and around this area as well, the higher level here, which did recover, right? This level in here as well established a flat bottom with a descension here. We tried to play out up and above this descending triangle with a big fake out up and through. Very uncomfortable to establish another on SHIB, guys. Descending line of resistance, a flat bottom here. That was a descending triangle. This area in here as well, depending on time frames. It's been indicated on a specific time frame. You may have had to hunt through, but the time frames that have demonstrated, say on this middle portion here with a flat bottom resistance, absolutely a warning sign. Anytime we see flat bottom support, just said resistance, a flat bottom, support, always, guys, in terms of that, looking through the chats, if you guys have got any comments, would love to see that. And I don't know, what are you guys doing tonight? Hope all is well. But descending triangle, descending triangle, descending triangle. That's the point. In terms of this flat support, okay, support, resistance. Don't get onto the short team. We've been, I was discussing shorts earlier on with, I'm sorry about that, in terms of Sean in the back. We were talking about shorts or longs, etc. I did not ask if you got into a long or a short on
L Bank in terms of your position on your 10x. We'll talk about that tonight. When you start to short, things become a resistance versus a long or a support. And this is why I'm time out. I'm a little distracted. I have to say hello to Angel. Bam. There we go. Now this will clear up what I'm doing here. I have to try to do 2 or 3 things at once while I'm talking about the technical. So I'll say, Angel, my man, how are you, brother? There we go. Now we will get in sync full time here and get bam. There we go. Now we are in the mojo. Angel is the number 1, guys, in terms of VIP, and just have to sync up the chat with what's going on in terms of the technicals, etc. So discussing very specifically Sheeb, the opportunity to trade right now from this huge triangulation. Let's just go. Angel, nice to see you in the chats, and I'll make sure that this is perfect for you, brother. Let's do this perfectly for you. In terms of this triangulation for Sheeb, guys, trillion Sheeb, yes, 1 trillion Sheeb. That would be Angel Matos. Big, huge position. And Angel, nice to have you here. Always, no torque. What's up, No Torque VIP in the house? Wanted to let you know, Angel, that No Torque upgraded to VIP. So very exciting that No Torque has upgraded to VIP. He's been around a long time. He used to be a VIP, and he's back in the back. So I want to let you guys know that. Very exciting. And Angel, we want to hear about your trades. We want to hear about what's going on with you, my man. In terms of these descending triangles, potential descending triangle, the market is watching this like a hawk, guys. Absolutely just hammered, guys, into this this Sheeb trade. We just got listed on Robinhood. It's a big potential move. You guys understand the momentum, and we're gonna. It's just we got to get up and out of this line of resistance across the top. We streamed this live, and you guys know that literally we were up at like 8 o'clock in the morning. My hours depend. Okay, sometimes I may be a little bit foggy here and there because I may have just gotten the sleep for the day at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon for 2 hours. I want to let you guys know in terms of the resistance across the top. We were streaming this live. It was right after we got the news on Sheeb goes to Robinhood, right, is offered by Robinhood. The troublesome features right now, to encapsulate this without getting into the details, now that I've got the chat up and running, appreciate you guys, is the following, guys. We have a descending triangle tendency for Sheeb that goes back a long time, guys. It's literally within the DNA. So the people who are looking at this right now in terms of the traders, we're not real excited about a descending triangle in the same sentence as Sheeb. We're just not, guys. On the overall all-time high, it was indicated within a level of variation along this level of support. You guys remember that, right? We brought that to your attention. Didn't want to, kind of had to. On the preceding move up, Sheeb, in terms of its structuring, if we looked at that preceding move on different time frames, even the preceding move prior to that all-time high, most recent run-up in 2021, I'll just tell you, that preceding move also had a configuration of a descending triangle, a little bit of variation. So the Sheeb traders and holders know descending triangles like nobody's business, guys. When they pick up on it, it's an automatic kind of, it's a reflex by now in terms of kind of the level of attention that it brings to the trader. So in that context, from the all-time high descending triangle to these descending triangles, with a bit of variation, bit of variability, we're very focused on this pattern right here. We have, guys, I've been bullish on it. I've wanted it to go, and I say I've wanted to go. I'm always bullish on Sheeb. I really like the coin. I really like and I don't want my own emotions to get in the way of it. I just we've been with it since the beginning. Since I'll say since early. We've caught all the major moves. So it's one of those things I want to see it complete for you guys. Some of you guys are heavy traders in Sheeb. It's produced millions and millions and millions of dollars, guys. Millions and millions of dollars for VIP. It's just been huge. It's been a big deal. And let's see what Angel says. When I trade, I need to get the pulse of the market. Yeah, big time. Without a doubt, brother. Let me put this in, and that's I put some bulls in there for Angel, because that's it. And when we do that, we're just structured towards like bulls charge in. Bulls want to crank through this. And when you hear a little bit, I try and divorce myself from that in terms of being being hammered into the technicals. We have to put the technicals in front of that sometimes. But still, there are only so many guys who are going to hit the button and push through this line of resistance. It has to be done in the market. So there have to be a number, the required number of those guys to want to do even a technical, as we would look at a technical formation right now, which could have two interpretations. Let's look at this right now. We could have let's say instead of a descending triangle. Now, what's worrisome on SHIB right now is the following: is that we may have a downward sloping channel. That would be fantastic. That would be phenomenal. That's what we want. We want to move to the upside, downward sloping channel. Right now, there's going to be an interpretation by some of the buyers, some of the traders, that, well, that is a bull flag. Bam, that's exactly what we want. Move to the upside, downward sloping channel. We're golden. We're good. Right. The problem is buyers picked up nearly exactly in line with this preceding level of support. Right. Bam. That's hugely problematic for SHIB. Right. Even the strongest bulls on this one, as Angel, you say you need to measure the pulse of the market. I would absolutely agree. And you have explained to me that you are the demand of the market. So that is and I put that in the chat for you, brother, just to remind you, that was a great statement. You said, at one point, we are the demand. And I remember you saying that to me one time, that we are the demand. And I'm going to put that in the chat as well, because at some point that's true. The technicals, to the extent that you see a surprise technical, maybe a good time to discuss this, a surprise in terms of the technicals. Well, when does a descending triangle get beaten, right, on SHIB or otherwise? When does that occur? Well, that is the notion, as Angel would talk about, that, and he told me this in 2021, I really liked it. We are the demand in the market. Literally, we are the ones buying. We are the ones pushing. To the extent that, and this is an interesting discussion, as we've been talking about futures, talking about guys leverage, talking about going into long and short, etc. What an interesting component framework to put these into. Let's look at SHIB. Very interesting. If you guys have looked at BTC, if you've looked at the volume, extremely interesting discussion right now. This is top notch, guys, in terms of the discussion ongoing. The volume. You guys remember volume discussions. We were in a very light volume run up, okay, compared, if you guys will remember this secondary feature in here. And let me make sure that this is, let me see if I can raise this up a bit. Let's look at the volume feature in here. We'll just keep this up on this middle portion here. Do you remember how light the run up was on the second major feature of Bitcoin? Do you remember how there was no volume? Everybody's like, what is going on? Right? If we look at the volume feature here on this chart in this portion, looking at this, there was barely any volume, guys. It was absolutely just dried up in this area. You guys remember this? Features to the upside. Let me do this real quick. Let me get into the daily. Let me go to the daily. Make sure that we're just honed in on this. Look at the empty cavity of volume. Do you guys see this? It's completely empty. It's up on no volume. Right? Look at the preceding zone here was different, right? The run up in 2020 to 21. Boom, 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 boom. You see the volume in here. You see the participation of the market. Whereas here, it's just literally a takeoff with nothing. Literally just nothing, right? So we got used to a different volume profile in 2000, I say the second part of 2021 with Bitcoin, when it became a phenomenon we needed to kind of address, guys, as ETFs came out and those started hitting Wall Street, etc. We didn't have to buy the coin to trade, right? That didn't need to occur anymore. As Wall Street wanted to trade Bitcoin, or the overall traders, etc., those became increasingly popular. They were buying ETF, right? They were buying on leverage. They weren't owning the coin. The demand for the coin, yes, it's in the residual market, right? It is with the El Salvador's, MicroStrategies, the Tesla, SpaceX, etc., the holders, etc., the financial, from the personal financial to the kind of executive, mainstream, or governmental, right? But we saw that volume dry up. So when I talk about that on SHIB, it's an interesting discussion, because when I say, VIP, we are the demand. Well, VIP are traders, okay? Traders, guys, big time traders. And that demand, family time always comes first. What do you think? This is good. What do you think you're going to miss? Will you make and then some? because you're refreshed. That's an excellent point. I appreciate that. Thanks for the shout out on the TA as well. A little bit foggy. I just woke up from power nap, so I'm back. I'm here. I just wanted to get a little bit of rest. I just had to because I woke up really early, hit the gym, did all the good stuff, and I'm like, man, if I go for another 6 hours streaming like last night or 6 or 7 hours, like this is gonna be tough. So I had to get out of that fog real quickly. But I like the discussion very much. And Angel, as we talk about, I'll put thank you for the compliment, Angel. I take that to heart. Boom. I take that to heart without a doubt. I want to let you know that I definitely do. Boom. And we did say Torque. Hey, we've been talking about Torque. Sean, what's going on? And let's see what we got. Oh, and let's see. Sean saying hello to Angel. I missed that. I don't know if Angel missed that as well. Angel, Sean, new VIP. Y'all might have been chatting in the earlier part there, but Angel, Sean's such a good guy. You're really going to enjoy getting to know him. I'm really excited to be able to kind of introduce you guys. It's a good group. You're both good guys. And Luke is in the house saying hello. Nice to see you there, Luke. What's up, my man? So we're talking about tonight as I guess I don't know the issue being as we are the demand in the market, right? We are the demand. We are the buyers. We are the bulls. We're the ones that charge in. We're the ones that like to make the difference in terms of a top line formation. Even this, guys, and you know this, right? Even a top line formation. Well, it's, it is a descending triangle. We're having trouble, but who's going to hit it on this is where we get into who's going to hit it on the actual Fibonacci's. Boom, hitting into scheduling in the specific levels below, whether or not it's pushing up and beating a bearish pattern, or bam, hitting into these levels of the Fibonacci. That's what we're known for, right? And to the extent that things have changed a touch, while our attitude has not changed, let me say this. While our attitude has not changed in terms of the aggressiveness, a lot of the instruments that we used to trade, right? Some of the features in terms of the futures, some of the leverage coins, it seems like it's just started off as a little snowball at the top of the mountain, and it literally has just grown to where it's almost as big as the valley, and that's just like it's going to make its way, it's going to grow up in terms of the just the way that the exchanges have facilitated things. It's become increasingly easy not to own the coin. It just has. And now long-term holdings, etc. I know Angel is knows this for a fact. It's like long-term holdings are crucial. $7.79 in Bitcoin. Everyone is impressed, my man. But when we look at that, what would be the issue with like futures? Well, they expire, right? And I say this precedingly so that you guys understand. I've repeated this a few times. Options expire, right? Or futures expire, and holders retire, right? That's it. In crypto, options expire and holders retire. That's just it. If you're holding, even if it's SHIB, if it's BTC, whatever it may be, even just low level, you just say even low level Doge. I don't mean it like low level Doge. I mean Doge at an extremely low price, right? So it's not insulting at all to Doge. It's like, as we say that, let me see what we got. Excellent point. ETFs are simply put contracts. You got it. It's just a contract. You do not own the coin. Absolutely. London says, London, there are so many people who do not know that. That's value among the TA. Thank you, Angel. It's just the truth. And we discuss this kind of stuff all the time. The framework that we look into, because we like to be the bulls. As I'm looking at this, and if I show you guys a pattern, it's almost funny. I can almost tell what VIP trade or don't trade. So, guys, sometimes, a lot of the time, by whether or not on a specific coin, if the bulls are there, right? And this was more in 2021. I'll admit with that, when everybody was grouped together and we would look at something. But that market dynamic, you talk about the snowball to the rolling down the hill to kind of the avalanche, just small and into kind of that dynamic that is in play. What I'll say is that please understand that first and foremost. Let me reinforce what Angel just said that he thought was very highly on point, is that you don't own the coin. Period. You do not own the coin. As you look at a future, and it's just a perfect reinforcement, Angel. I really appreciate that. You don't own that coin at all. Period. When you buy into a future, you lock into. Now, it's a little different with a 3L or 3S or a 5L or 5S coin. Now, you may not know what that is. Let's go over that real quickly. What is a 3L coin? Well, if I type in 3L, let's do SHIB 3L. SHIB 3L right here is a specific finding. Let's say on Gate Exchange or on or on Bitfinex, or let's say some additional sources. But it is a coin they allow you to trade that is not SHIB. Okay, still not SHIB, but it gives you 3 times the returns to the upside, 3 times the returns to the downside. One thing about SHIB 3L is you can hold that. They recommend not holding it for a long time. There's some disclaimers, etc., but it's backed up by options so that it does hold more like a traditional coin. It's still not SHIB, right? It's SHIB 3L. So as you look at the futures, as you look at the futures component here, and let's just reframe around USDT real quickly. That move to the upside. You guys, I'm really excited that we covered this last night in terms of just this resistance, right? We were right on that support, right? Tether goes up, boom, right? What happened to the market? Bam, it went down. Very structurally sound technical move to see as we would experience that in terms of the dynamics that the market may not have known about getting surprised. You guys knew what to look at, right? If you were up late enough or early enough, you saw this occurring. This shot to the upside from this level of prior resistance to support. Measuring the USDT.D is always, guys, first and foremost, if we find a nice pattern or level of prior resistance to support, we're going to pay attention. Without a doubt, we're going to pay attention. So looking at the framework, again, reinforcing you don't own the coin. You guys know that. And options expire. You guys know that. In terms of if it's every Friday, if it's the last Friday of the month, etc. We'll go through details on maybe that in the future. I don't want to bore people who are still just like trading on spot. It's like, I didn't sign up for options class. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to go to options class. It's a dynamic of the market. As we look at something like SHIB, you have to keep it in mind, and that's how the discussion came up, because there's amongst some big time money makers. I'm just going to tell you guys, big time money makers in the market. You have to appreciate this fact that a lot of people made a ton of cash here, bam, on this move. A lot of people. VIP made millions on this move. I'm telling you guys, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. Big time money across the board. In terms of that specific move, those same people right now are sitting here ready to make a big move to the upside. And let's just put this in some sort of a realistic framework. If it's a 50 to 60% move to the upside, everyone's ready to make a multiple of what potentially they just made in this zone, period. Now, if they weren't smart enough, I'm going to tell you, whoever it may have been in our group or otherwise, if someone wasn't keen enough on the market to realize how to multiply their returns in this area of SHIB, they're structurally into it now. They have figured it out with the multiple guys. Many millionaires were made. Okay, in SHIB, I'll just say that very easy. Many millionaires were made in SHIB. Okay, so to the extent that they've become a little bit more sound in terms of the operation of, well, now we'd like to multiply. If they weren't already multiplying then, they're looking at multiplying now. That's going to be on a derivative product. It's going to be on a 3 or 5L. It's going to be on a 10X. It's going to be on something. All right, so we're excited about that, but guys, it's just to the extent that that's limiting it all. I don't want to state that. I don't want to, it's just there when we need the volume, when we need the demand to pick up, and we're excited about it. We're ready to hammer to the market. It's almost like we're talking about the residual of the market needing to pick up instead of our own demand to pick up. And that's a different discussion necessarily to have. We don't always talk about, well, the residual market demand needs to pick up so that our derivative positions can succeed, so that we can it's externalizing the market condition which needs to occur. You guys, you get that? It is separating us to some extent. Now, some of you have large SHIB positions. I won't from a trading aspect, that becomes almost a necessary component in terms of discussing the external factors of the market that need to occur aside from us. And it's just a little bit different because normally we're excited, we're pushing, we're doing. We still do that, but it's with the understanding, at least the framework around the products that we're trading. What gives you that 5X or that 10X? What is that you own? And we need to go through those issues. We need to discuss that, especially for new VIP. We need to discuss it. We need to talk about it. It's a futures contract. It's literally a piece of paper, right? People don't understand that, but when you said that, Angel, that connected with me. It's a piece of paper. It's a contract. That's what you're buying. You're buying a contract. That's it. You're not buying the coin, okay? Now you have the right to close the contract, right? You generally, before the expiration there, you will have the right to settle and close the contract. You'll have the right to hit the button, make the money on it. It's just a different discussion. So I want you framed. And Angel, just to let you know, let me see what we got. Personally speaking, I don't do options, futures, not financial advice, but I do dabble in 3L, 5L. It may sound contradictory, but that's me personally speaking, NFA. Gotcha, without a doubt. And yeah, I'm going to put, and that's encouraging, to tell you the truth. And I'm going to put that because, Angel, I have to say, that's encouraging, to tell you the truth. What do I say that? Because the one thing, guys, there's one intoxicating factor, and please listen to me about this. When you guys like to trade and you like to hit big trades, right? You love that feeling of trading. There is, and I told this to the VIP today, and let's just cut through it. I said exactly this to the VIP today, that when you, and not everyone wants this dynamic, but when you deal with the futures, when you watch a future contract walk in, and you deal with a 20x coin, right? Or not a 20x coin, but a 20x leverage play on a coin. It's literally, futures are the hottest chick that walks in the club. And I'm serious, guys. She's the hottest, or she might be the most beautiful woman you've ever seen walk into church when you're single. It's that dynamic, guys. It's literally, it's Friday night, it's Saturday night, everybody's excited about the market, everything else, and the hottest chick, period, walks into the club. For those of you who are married, I fully understand it. For the women who may be listening, it would be the most handsome gentleman who would walk into the establishment you were visiting that night. Just, absolute, the most handsome gentleman. I would say this for both, okay? If your wife is listening, anything else like that. But that's what it is. So we can frame our mind around it. And when you hit a future like that, and when you have, I just say, guys, we have, it is that opportunity, because that 3L, the 5L, like the long position, multiplying by 3, multiplying by 5, to the extent that you can increase that multiplicity, and I'll say this, either to reduce your capital requirement, right? That's one of the advantages, is you're scaling back, or you're reducing your capital requirements. Okay? Now, with the understanding that increased precision is required, okay? Increased attention to detail is required. Just hear me out on this, guys. You must focus more if you have a higher degree of leverage, without a doubt. If you are in a 10x position on SHIB, you cannot have, or NEAR or BTC, you cannot have the price move against you 10%, guys. You just can't. So, to the extent that the additional level of precision is required, okay, that's, I'd say, the first and foremost. Absolutely, and you got that, brother. Boom. The level of attention to detail, your trade game, everything goes to like sector 9, absolute, full throttle, overdrive with the supercharger on standby. Literally, in terms of intensity and in terms of that precision and the application of the fundamentals of technical analysis, guys, it's got to be precise. Okay, and that's one of the nice challenging things about it, is that when you get into a futures contract, when you get into entering into a let's say a 10x position or a 20x position. Now, one of the benefits, again, aside from the challenge that it is to the trader, okay, because the challenge that it is to you is that you have to be right. You have to be right. There's an increase. I'd say risk in not being right. You're upping your game. That's an attractive scenario for people who can trade. Okay. The other component is, like I said recently, just a few minutes ago, was the reduced capital requirements. Right. The notion that you could function with half of the amount of capital. If you were to look at this, have a 5L position, like a 5L coin, right? Really easy. It's going to pay you about 5L. And this would be the other issue. Would the 5L pay you 5L, right? Maybe the 5L is going to pay you between 3 and 4. Maybe it's going to pay you 5. You don't know, but maybe it's more like a 3 or a 4. So to the extent that you even wanted to achieve a full 5L position, right? You could, or a 5-time your position, you could enter into a 5x futures contract, which would give you that return. Let me see. There we go. Yeah, personally speaking, hot chick, bam. You know this, right? I have to bring up that specific, as we would look at this, let me go, bam. You know that but I bring that example up because people really they get it. It's like, okay, that chick, because you've been in the club when you're younger, and maybe that was your wife. Every time she walked in, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Just let everybody knew it, right? Easily. That's contemplatable in this group. You guys you all do well, or maybe that was your ex-girlfriend, or maybe you guys, this is VIP, seriously. So you guys have done well, you do well. But that's that dynamic that you get into. It is in its to some extent as well. Because sometimes you're in the club and you see the chick and it's like, Joe, whoa, whoa, whoa. All the guys do everything else. Like, come on, man. Come on. I just came out of my mouth. I don't know why I said that. But when she walks in, it's, I didn't even mean to say that. I apologize for that. Almost not in this crowd. I wouldn't. But I would never apologize for that in this crowd. You guys get it. But that's how you are. It's just like, whoa, that's a big deal. That just came out of my mouth. I have no idea why or how quickly. Just to come home. But what is, to the hottest chick in the club as well, you have to understand, it seems like everybody wants to get that chick. Everybody wants to, and it turns into this thing, well, no. Just, you make up some excuse, too. You wind up, you don't want to be the guy making up the excuse as to why you didn't go talk to the hottest chick in the club, right? That ain't gonna happen. That's not what it is. But they are that attractive in terms of the potential for the returns, futures, 10x, right? On a standard spot position, you could use a tenth of the money to achieve the same result, right? You could have a $5 million position actually entered into with let's say $500,000 in futures out of 10x, right? So you could keep the 5 on the books, the 5 million on the books, and you could have the $500,000 working in and up and down and boom, 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 right? With your extraordinarily precise technicals, with a lesser degree of margin of error, right? Big deal when you start realizing that. So I could keep 4.5 on the books, and I could have the $500,000 to work with. Okay, maybe I like that. So explain to me how I keep the 4.5 on the books. Okay. That's that's the discussion. That's the framework of the reduction in capital requirement that we talk about when we deal with futures and options. Beautiful, right? Because then and the thing is, you've got with the $500,000, you've got the 5 million, right? Which is the 5 million at the 10x is something that's getting into an attractive level to discuss in terms of ability to trade. The technicals need to be precise, and you also have to have the platform to be able to achieve that level of a trade. So, given the fact that 2022 is about building, what I'm going to say this now, if 5 million and 500,000 is way out there, I want to let you guys know. It's 2022. Let's evolve into that. As Angel would say, it's time for us to evolve, right? In 2022, let's get into that framework where maybe that kind of talk could be good. I talked to a few VIP. I want to let you guys know. One guy in particular, I'm going to let you guys know who it is at some point, but he let me know he's interested in the $1 million challenge. I'm like, there you go. Somebody telling me they're interested in the $1 million challenge. That's going to work, right? That's exciting. That'll work. I'm excited to hear that, by the way. And I will definitely I will follow up on that, and I won't let you guys know who that is. But I'm excited about the potential for someone being excited about the $1 million challenge. Big deal. So we will discuss futures. We will continue to discuss that, okay, on an ongoing basis, without a doubt. I want you to I don't want there to be something in the market at the end of this year, guys, or as we develop and go into it. And Sean, I appreciate you earlier tonight letting me know that you gotten into a near position, okay, on futures. That's exciting for me to know that. Without a doubt, that's a good step in the right direction. It's huge as you would look at getting into a 10x position. The stream tonight, what we're kind of discussing is, and Angel knows this because Angel is 5L King. I have to put this. Angel is 5L King. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys that he is 5L King. Period. And that is just that's the truth. You guys don't know. He will hammer into 5L. Let me say what I put that right before you hit the button. You say, when entering a 3L or 5L, you need to do your due diligence. The exchange provides you with exactly numbers. Example, 3L paying 2.33 or 5L paying 5.06. Personally speaking, NFA. Yeah, you got that right. And there you go. Sean saying you would be excited about that too. Absolutely. And the let me reread this on Angel. When entering a 3L or 5L, you need to do your due diligence. Yes, the exchange provides you with exact numbers. Yes, example: 3L paying 2.33 or 5L paying 5.06. Personally speaking, NFA, absolutely. And you don't want to be surprised in the midst of a trade. You want to take your trading seriously enough to where you can pre-calculate your moves. Sean, I'm excited about the fact that and let's say hello to Sean. Let's see what we got. Sean, boom. Let me see if I can bring him up. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Sean, shout out in the house. Shout out. What's up, my man? Looking forward to catching up more soon. I appreciate the message. I did get that, and we'll to discuss the details. Understand that the rules don't change. As much as literally you might be hitting different buttons with a different meaning to them on your technology, if it's 3L, 5L, if it's an options contract or a futures contract, okay, you're literally under a different tab in your application. This is what boils down to, and we need to make sure that we understand the applications. We need to understand the technology that's offered to us. We need to understand if I'm sure that I can go get let's say a wake up tomorrow morning that there's a level, let's say that there's a level of, if there were a level of probability of 9 out of 10 or 90, let's say 99 out of 100. If we were to want to capitalize on that move, I don't want this group to have one tab in their trading program, not one single element of an option under, and I'm just saying it's a setting or an option or any advantage that this group could have in 2022. I don't want there to be anything that we cannot take advantage of. Not one single thing, guys. Now, that's a challenge in a space that's developing. From a framework of trading, it can also be a bit of a challenge in terms of wrapping our mind around some of the elements. For instance, ETFs in, if you even get over to like micro Bitcoin futures, right? And this is all non-securitized talk, guys. I'm talking about non-securities, period. So we're talking about crypto. So NFA, all that stuff, it doesn't even apply. And I had that discussion with the control board just to query it, like should we say not financial advice? Should I have to? No, they're like, no, you couldn't if you tried. It's not a security. Financial advice doesn't even really apply to it, so you can't. So I disclaimer that many times, irrespective of that fact, but I do let you guys know that as well. And I'll probably zoom into Bitcoin here to take a look at what she's doing on the 5-minute, and a little bit of a there we go, a little bit of a rising wedge. Okay, on the 5-minute there. So, possibility of operating over the top line resistance, you guys know that. Showing some pattern dynamics in the primary coins as well, from Doge, BTC, FXS, SHIB, along the top. That's those named along the top. GMT 30X this year, near. Nice project, and somewhat of a bull pennant formation. And getting a USDT.D down in this level, an OGN origin protocol, and a real extended bull flag. So, and there we go. What's up? Nice to see that. Sean, you got Angel shouting out to you in the chat. Very nice. Next time I check. Okay, so yeah, see, Sean was in. Now, this is interesting because Sean entered into an option, a futures, right? Now, he was up 8%, then down 20% next time he checked. Very quick moving, isn't it? I was excited about that too. Good. Now, understand these, when I talk about this, and you'll get a different framework when these things can expire. Literally, when they can just go away. When you hear me talk about, and you've heard me talk about this for a long time, it needs to literally be like a dud match. Literally like a dud match, guys. When you're learning, you need to be trading a future with literally enough, just so that you know when it expires. And to frame this conversation again, I don't want there to be anything that goes on in the market that you guys don't know about. Nothing in the market that we can't take advantage of in 2022. It's going to take some understanding from the entirety of the group. You're going to have to understand, well, we spent a whole month talking about futures. I don't even trade futures. This is, this is not me. I'm not a futures trader. I don't do derivatives. Whoever that may be in the group, understand this, that if it can complete your trade game, the bottom line is we're still dealing with the same principles. what do the futures do with me in terms of discussing them? If you don't trade futures, appreciate this aspect, please. The futures, they drive me into two categories. One, extraordinarily focused on the technicals. I mean, down to the lowest time frames, 100% into the TA, just like the razor's edge, as I've discussed it beforehand, right? On that edge, guys, literally just on a razor's edge, okay? Precise technicals. Zero room for error, right? If I'm on a 50X, zero room for error. You understand that? And now it drives into that zone. Now that's extreme, guys. Don't go to 50X. You don't need to do that. I'm just saying the challenge presented, where I go technically, just so you understand what's happening here. Not that you need to be a part of that. Well, that's a little bit extreme. That is extreme. 50X is very extreme. But the flip side of that, guys, is that if you were to get into, let's say, a $20,000, $200,000, or $2 million spot position, please pay attention to this. If you were to get into a $20,000, $200,000, or a $2 million, or a $20 million spot position and use 10 times the amount of money on your trade, consider this. 10 times the amount of money on your trade with leverage instead of the, let's say either 2,000 or 20,000 or 200,000 or 2 million. What if you were just literally using, today I'm just going to use 200. Literally, instead of the 2,000 on your trade. Today I'm just going to use 200. Do you understand? Right? And it needs to be an amount. And I'm telling you, if it's 200, or if instead of 20,000 a trade, or 200,000 a trade, whatever it may be, maybe you say, okay, instead of 20,000 a trade, I'm just going to deal with maybe your figure. I'm going to tell you this with futures. Maybe your figure is still like $500. I'm not kidding, guys. Maybe it's still $500. Maybe it's for someone who trades $20,000 positions on spot, meaning an order book, a regular order, regular trade. Okay, maybe you're okay with $500 if you're regularly pushing in and out 20 grand. And the trick is, guys, it needs to be like a book of matches. I say this, and I've said this for years, guys, for a long time, to you since 2021, right? It needs to be able to just disappear. And I'm telling you guys, and just like that, no big deal. No big deal, no problem. But what you'll do is you'll see when you're dealing with, when you're dealing with something on multiplicity, you will see how when you can trade, and this is the challenge to you guys, when you can trade, when you can book a trade, and I mean in 10 minutes or 10 seconds, when you can book a trade and you have the right platform and you book a trade, you can make cash, guys. You can do extremely well. And I want you all to have that feeling. I want you to know that you can do that. This is part of this as well. It's not a push for commissions. I promise. If they had a better deal, that'd be fantastic. I'd love that. I'll sign you guys up to it. You go sign up other people. We'll start a big, we'll buy a boat. Let's do that. That's not the point, guys. I want you to know what the feeling is to have the extraordinarily precise TA. To also be able at some point, I want you to have this ability to conquer the market in a different way. And listen to me, guys, like you've never listened to me, please. I don't say that like you've never listened to me. Listen to me. I want you to know what it is like to be able to beat the market in a way that it doesn't matter if you missed yesterday's move of 25% on Apple stock. Oh my gosh! Oh my Apple stock went up 25%. There's a buyout, offer from such and such. Like Twitter today at 5%, whatever it was. Or, oh man, I missed the bottom of such and such crypto and it went up 40%. What am I going to do? I want you to walk into a different framework of mind where you could care less. Okay? And I want you to be good enough in the market to know that you could go sit down for 2 hours. And on your time of your choosing, okay? Literally, I want you to be good enough. With the time of your choosing, I want you to walk around and know you can beat the market as, oh, did everyone just, that's good. Everyone just made 40%. Oh, I guess that's good. And zero sweat, zero FOMO, zero regret for not having participated. I want you to know you can go to your trade station sit down, and in 2 hours, you can book a trade for 40%. Bam. And walk away, push the laptop over, close it, and you just beat the market. I want you to be able to experience that. That is my goal for you in 2022 because that level of operation exists. And you guys are plugged into the technicals. You have all the requirements to be able to do it, guys. You just do. In terms of the technicals, if we look at the technicals on the screen, guys, it sounds like it sounds like a fairy tale, doesn't it? What do you get? Do you honestly think you could get the opportunity to not? And I will say this with Asia operation, et cetera, the markets, the timing, et cetera, there may be some better times for volatility. You need volatility, but you also need the pattern, right? You also need the pattern. So to the extent that you find the patterns you like, right? All you need is a few patterns. All you need is a coin that's moving. Like if you're into a coin, this is the best thing about it. And please take this to heart when I say listen like you've never listened before. And I want you, and my goal, Angel, is so that each and every one of you can know what it is like to really beat the market any day that you choose. No matter what happened yesterday in terms of the gains, right? That, well, the market got this on this coin, I didn't get it. Because that's a sinking feeling. That's a sinking feeling, right? How do you get that off you? It's like, like when you've been working out, like, I got to take a shower, man. I just got to take a shower. It's like I worked out, went to the gym and I went outside and worked in the yard. It's like, I got to take a shower, It's just like, this thing is just inevitable. It's like at some point it's all over you, right? But with the market, you can gut through it, right? You can gut through it. It's, but you're still going to think about, well, the entirety of the market just went up, 10x, or the market went up such and such, whatnot, right? I want you guys to get in 2022. My goal is to watch you guys. And Angel, you got to give it up, brother. 2021 was $1 million challenge. Boom, 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 right? Big time deals, right? Good stuff. And so my goal this year is to have some minds kind of reframed around what's capable in terms of beating the market. And I know that we can do that. And I just want, it's not a selfish thing that I want people around me, or I want to know you guys. Like if I'm talking to Sean, Luke, or Angel, or we're talking to anyone else, Torque, my man, VIP, what's up? Anyone else who's VIP or who used to be VIP. What I'll say this is for our group, I can't wait for you guys to experience that, okay? I can't wait for you to know that you can go to your computer and book 5 trades, or let's say 3 to 5 trades, or 1 trade in a day and smoke the market. That you just need to find your level of support, resistance, or you need to find your pattern, most likely your pattern, or you need to find your target, and as soon as one of those engages, you're ready at any point in time to sit down any time of day and on your schedule, not where the market governs you, not where the market owns you 24/7. But that's one of the biggest components to me of beating the market, particularly as we look back on crypto. It's just it's an all-encompassing deal. So that is my goal for you guys in 2022. And I know this is the good thing, guys. And I promise you guys, I know that some of you will get there. I know that. I know for a fact. I'm not just saying this, guys. I know it. I know that some of you will get there. I know that some of you literally will be able to sit there and bam, 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 boom. There you go. Oh, the market got 20% yesterday. Oh, well, that's cool. We just got 20% in what, 35, 40 minutes. Seriously, no matter missing the liftoff, no matter missing the this and that, the big news break, the should have bought this, could have bought this. No, and I want you, what's exciting, because I know that some of you will get there, period. Okay, to where you're consistently booking, okay, trades. And the thing about it is, then you're going to know you could beat the market, because that's a completely different component. As we would look at BTC, right, over the preceding year, okay, as we would look at, well, dang it, I missed the move. I missed the launch, or London told me to buy here, and dang it, I didn't. Right? What are you gonna do, right? Well, you're gonna crank a trade, a small trade in here, right? You're gonna make up for it with a small trade. If we look at this preceding zone, because I remember with Freddie, big shout out to Freddie, and we were at a level of support down in this area. You guys know, and I told everybody, it's like, just buy it. Just go ahead and buy it. Sometimes I just do that stuff, right? Just go ahead and buy it, right? In this area here. You guys remember that. Target was on the low side on BTC, the low on the 4-hour thing. And as we look at this, somebody was like, everyone should buy it. I want the VIP to buy, get a position, and bam, it went up. So it's it could be financial advice if I want it to be, guys. It's just not. It's not a security. All right, it's just not based on the local state control board. That's the answer I got. But we were at a support, and I told people, you sell at support if you want to. You let me know how that works out. Right. So looking at this move, well, that's a 22% move over 4 days. Over 4 days, it's a 22% move. I want you guys in this group to know that you can sit down at any given time, and not just in terms of framing yourself for 2022 while we're looking at building. I want you guys to know that you can sit down not in 4 days to make 22%. I want you to literally know, like if you box and you can throw a right hook, or you play whatever it may be. If you could dunk a basketball, I could dunk, or you could shoot some craps. Oh, hey, he can shoot some craps. Whatever it is, I want you to know that you can sit down and you can book a trade, not in 4 days for 22%. I want you to know that you can sit down and book that any morning of the week. Any morning of the week, period. And when you get to that level, it's going to be a lot of fun for this group. It's going to be a lot of fun for me. It's going to be a lot of fun for you. And I can't wait for that to happen in 2022 for you guys. Okay? So that's it. That's the goal. That's where we're headed. I don't want to just beat the market. I want you guys to lay waste to the residual of people who think that they can kind of trade this year. They're going to do good. 2022, we're going to build up. I want you guys to literally just be able to absolutely demolish the market. Okay? When you have that level of confidence, the biggest thing is when you have that level of confidence, it changes the way you feel. It changes the dynamic of your day. You're not a slave to the market. Okay? It's a different ball game, guys. And that's going to be fun for 2022 for me to watch all of that occur. So again, no setting on any application, no type of trade that could occur, this and that's hidden, or that we don't know about, or that, well, maybe I'll learn that next year. Maybe I'm going to put that off till next month. Or 6 months from now, we're going to do that. Or, I just don't feel comfortable with that. If you don't understand something, you're going to feel uncomfortable with it. Make sure that this year we get done what we want to get done. And I know that we will, guys. I know that we will. It's going to be an exciting year. And when I say I know, I just trust me. Right now, I know. Okay? I just know this for a fact in terms of how you guys are going to develop and how the group's going to develop. And Angel's saying, excellent point about the market. Please wrap your head around this, personally speaking. If you miss the move up because you're doing something that makes you feel great, that makes you feel great. Well, and that's the point. When you work into the maneuverability, and what's so difficult, Angel's saying, that's first and foremost. If you can't afford a miss up, you definitely can't afford a miss down. Hey, that's a good one. That one makes the back. That's in my, that goes on my wall. I got a wall for Angel. He doesn't know that. That goes on my wall for Angel. It's a digital wall, but could be a real wall, but that's good. I like that a lot. Angel's saying if you can't afford a miss up, you definitely can't afford a miss down. Ba-boom. Right? Beautifully well done. Beautifully stated. And it's so that is the goal, because there's so little time to really focus. If we're on 24 hours, guys, with the market, you guys know, right? We wait through this. We're up early. We're up real early, right? If you stay up too late and you miss it. It's inevitable that you'll spend enough time in front of your computer with the market that at some point you'll miss the move. You're waiting for the price action. It seems to be scheduled around your not being in front of the computer. True or false? For some reason, it seems like that dynamic, you can't catch the action. As we talk about this consolidation, boom. This is very, very typical of Bitcoin, isn't it? As we would look at it, very typical of Bitcoin. The last thing I went over last night with the VIP in the back was the notion of the fan, right? As we started to see, and what is the fan? It's a reversal procedure, right? And in terms of this, we began to discuss, and it got difficult as we look at that notion that we're seeing on a lot of different coins right now. Notion of an extended portion on a bull flag. But look at the levels of resistance engaging. Bam. Look how many times, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, really 5, 6, 7 levels of resistance engaging. Just really an amazing pattern to look at. But within the dynamic of the fan, even out through here, guys, you see the extension of the fan that we had started in. And this is the deal. I didn't, you guys know, I let you know, I booked 50X, bam, in this area. And I think I let Angel know as well. Just, that was it. I was done with the long. That was it. I was done with the long. It was long. And then, but we're dealing with the fan element. Now, to the extent that you can stay up, and to the extent, I'll say this, to the extent that you have to catch this move, bam. That's a big daddy move, guys. That's a big move. That's quite a trade, right? On BTC. You may choose to trade BTC. Its moves are not that great of a percentage, okay? But there's some people who do well. They trade 50x, 100x, 20x, etc., just on some leverage to make these moves possible, right? And I'm used to positions being maximized like that and haven't really had the framework in terms of like LBank. Just let you guys know, I have not had a screen like LBank. I have been looking for some of these screens and thinking, well, crypto should be caught up in the natural volatility of the coin, right? No, it's not caught up in the natural volatility of the coin. It can present as that sometimes in terms of the profits. Could be, no need for that. We've got, let's say, Luna on the way up. Luna could, crank through 10, 15, 20% when it's rolling in a day, right? 20, 25%, when it's really, really hot, right? But even those coins grind to a halt. Even those coins need you need some paprika with your curry, right? You need to spice it up, guys, right? So when we look at this, I'm just excited to be in on LBank, period. And I mean that like with you guys, when I say yesterday I streamed, I said, I want your screen to turn green. Okay? I said that last night so many times. I want your screen to turn green. You guys don't know what that, if you don't trade on LBank, you don't know what that means. I want your screen to turn green. I'm serious, guys, and I mean it. I'm going to hit it right here. I'm going to put 50x. I just want you to see 50x, 20x. I'm going to put 100x. I'm going to put 125x here, and I'm going to put this in for the chat, and this is it. If you guys, and I'll do this, I prefer to have data. That's great. If you want to test me out, I'll tell you the following. You can do this. You don't have to sign up with my link, okay? You don't have to sign up with my link at all, okay? Deal? Go fish a different link. Go to the main website, look it up. But you tell me one thing. You go get onto this exchange, you download the mobile application, and you trade some futures at 20x or 50x, and I want your screen to turn green. And when your screen turns green, you're going to know what I'm talking about in terms of your ability to make cash in the market if you know how to trade, period. And you are going to say, this, of course, is why London wanted me to do this. This is nice. And I'm serious, this is nice. And I don't, you want to use my link? Great. You don't want to use my link from me to you guys? Go get your own link. Go do your own thing. Go investigate it yourself. Okay? I'm not going to say I could care less because I build that into accuracy of technicals, and I'll just say, guys, it helps me to know what you guys are trading, period. It's not, retirement party was a long time ago for me, guys. You guys get that? Retirement party for me was a long time ago. Okay? It ain't about that. So in terms of, Yeah, London 50x, huge. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 50x, boom. It's but and the way to structure it, the way to trade, the way to get into your positions, and understand you cannot afford a big move against you if you're long in a big position. I tell you guys, and some of this stuff that I've been saying, you'll see how I've been geared as a trader outside the context of I just say in the residual of my life, not in necessarily crypto, but with some of the things I've been saying, you'll understand it when you say like, oh, okay, so the position expired, the position's gone, the position's closed, it got liquidated. What did that mean? It's like a book of matches. It's literally like a match, no problem. You got a whole bowl in the kitchen and back up in the garage and everything else, a book of matches. That ain't no big deal. So I'm not concerned about you guys trading heavily at all. That's nowhere on the book, guys. I'm just kind of looking at BTC, work its slow magic with the market, right? And we'll look at NEAR for a second. I want you guys to experience your screen turning green. And I mean, I want you to get down as well. What's exciting about it is you'll start to get down the technicals. You'll start to focus in on your trade game at the 15 second. You'll start to look at something that's going to move, let's say here, and you'll start to see the appropriate patterns that give you, well, that's a percent right there, okay? That's a percent on, this is a percentage move on NEAR in an hour and 32 minutes. Okay, so NEAR's got some volatility to it. Let's measure that with BTC, okay? Let's measure that with BTC in 5 hours has gone 1%, okay? 5 hours has gone 1%. NEAR has gone what? NEAR has gone, you know, in an hour and a half has gone a percent and over a percent, let's say 1.5%, right? So 2% in 2 hours. Just follow me here. 2% in 2 hours, or 1.3% in 8 hours. Okay, 2% in 2 hours, or here we go, 8%. I'm sorry, no, 1.3%. Pardon me, in 8 hours. So it's either 2% in 2 hours, or gosh, 8 hours, and you're just at 1%, right? So looking at, I can't flip that wrong way. Let me look at the let me check this in the back. I want to check something for you guys real quickly. Let me look at this. Let me see what I got. I had a weird day, guys. I don't know. I just a strange day. I can't explain the entirety of it, guys. But I'm maybe a little bit off today, if not completely off all the time, and trying to refocus the majority of my life on positive things, right? Like I don't know, guys. Where I grew up, I had a great life. Everything's good. There's no whiskey in the coffee late at night, nothing like that. I just just a weird day. I can't say it. One of those weird days. I can't explain it. Let me look at the back real quickly. Let me pull this up for you guys. I want to see this now. If I go to NEAR on LBank, I can trade NEAR at 50x. Okay? I can literally trade NEAR at 50x on LBank. So looking at this, that's a big potential gain. 50 times 2, that's 100% in 2 hours. Now, that's showing the volatility of the coin. But that's 100% move potential in 2 hours, right? And we would look for the moments where NEAR is trapped up, where it's either at a level of support, resistance, or it's formulating an ascending triangle, right? Some solid feature of the price action that we might expect. There's a high probability for the trade. And maybe we don't want the 100%. Maybe we're fine if we get a nice, really highly consistent trade, and we're looking at flowing something that goes 1% at a 50x or a 20x. You see, and now we're sitting down. Now we're in that paradigm. We're talking about sitting down for 2 hours and beating whatever you missed yesterday. Okay? Now, the risk componentry is there. I just want you guys to have that dynamic. I want you to be able to enter into that dynamic. Okay, 2022. Okay, so, and that would be an option that you would look at NEAR. So was it 8 hours? It went 8 hours. BTC went, let's talk about this. It went, what was that, 1.3%, something along those lines? 1.3%. Now on BTC BTC is a little different because on BTC, I can get 50x on near. Like, who trades near? I mean, what is near, right? It's 50x. Like, okay, you can trade coins like near on leverage, 50x. Okay, interesting, right? You balance against that Bitcoin. Now on BTC, we can trade BTC up to 125% on leverage, 125x, 125x. So that's a natural component of L Bank's application. All right. So a 125x. Now the deal is this, and if you guys do use my link, what's cool is I'll know you're at least on the journey, which is cool, and I will get data. I'm a big data hound. You guys know this for 2021, 22. Let me see what I got here. London, most will get nauseated if they miss and start with 2 cups of coffee, but they received a check for the cost of 100 cups of coffee. Most will get nauseated if they miss and started with 2 cups of coffee, but they received a check for the cost of 100 cups of coffee. Personally speaking, great. There we go. If you have no problem paying the bill for 100 cups of coffee without question the bill, then no problem. If you have no problem paying for the bill, 100 cups of coffee, you're a 100 cup of coffee kind of guy. But this is the deal because we talk about coffee trades. We do. And this is perfect. Angel, this is perfect, man. This is perfect, my man. You guys listen to this. Perfect, Angel. This is the idea, okay? What we talk about in VIP, and I'm so glad you brought this up, is coffee trade. And I'm talking about this, and it's nice to plug in with the super trend components, the actual chart of coffee, etc. We learned a lot from the coffee chart. You guys know that with the Prechter book and Elliott Wave International. But we as a group, we talk about a cup of coffee, okay? We talk about a cup of coffee. Like you want to throw some money into a new coin, cool, no problem. Just about maybe the price of a cup of coffee. You want to pepper into something. Just and I said that in 2021. Just throw in a cup of coffee. Okay, so that's common language around here in VIP. It's been a while since we discussed that. Thank you, Angel. When I'm talking about a trade for 125x on BTC, throw a cup of coffee in. Throw the price of a cup of coffee in. Maybe you want to throw in, and Angel's bringing this up. It's perfect. And thank you, Angel. Just brother to brother. Thank you, man. Looking at it, and he's talking about maybe 100 cups of coffee. What's a cup of coffee? $4, $5 these days. It costs you maybe $200 to fill up a different car. I don't know these days. In some places it may, huh? So looking at the way that we've restructured things, coffee's expensive. But if you look at that, throw a cup of coffee into it. I say that about specific new startups last year that may just go to zero, right? And so when we talk about, sometimes I'll say, well, maybe, throw a nice, 5-course meal into this one. It looks good. So we would talk about that so that we catch you up. I want to catch you guys up. And Angel, I think, is doing that as well. It's very nice. Thank you, Angel. I really appreciate that. As we talk about that, that's just been our vernacular. That's been one of the things we've continued to focus on is, the price of a cup of coffee. So it applies here as well. I'm going to tell you guys, in terms of something that's going to be just ultimately it's just going to be thrown away. You're going to enjoy it for a minute, it's going to be thrown away, right? Now, the potential for you guys to book trades, I'll say this, if you guys can already book trades, you're going to learn, I'm going to say you're going to learn your threshold limit, okay? You're going to learn your limit on futures, okay? But keep that cup of coffee mentality. Keep the 100 cups of coffee mentality. That means it's a $300-$400 trade. Believe it or not, you may not need more than $300-$400, guys, to learn. Can you book positive trades with $300, $400, maybe $500? Can you book a trade with $500 at 10x? Can you? Can you have the discipline to maybe do it on, over a period of time on something that's moving, right? But not moving too quickly in a pattern that the general direction on a line of support, right? That's reinforced, and which lines of support are reinforceable within a degree, right? That you find acceptable, right? If you can start to do that a bit, and really, guys, and I want to just talk a little bit about the technology, right? In terms of with L Bank, the easiest way, the best way I have found to do are 2 screens, one side screen L Bank interface, one screen trading view, And then the application is nice. The phone application, hit the button, is nice, okay? You have to watch extreme volatility. I'm going to tell you, you have to watch the extreme volatility. You just have to. But you'll like the application, the mobile application. Sean, I know you've already gotten involved a little bit with it. And when you see the screen turn green, you saw the screen turn green on your near trade, right? It's a good thing. If you buy at support, I'm going to tell you guys, the guys who continually buy at levels of support, they generally do well, right? They just generally do real well. Guys who are buying at levels of support, guys who are trading their patterns, right? And we like the dynamic of, just so that you know, we really like the dynamic of the ascending triangle. You guys know that. We really like the dynamic of an ascending triangle. It's nice. And just as we look at, like right now, as the discussions with, we discuss the framework of 2022, the one thing that we're focused on right now, irrespective of futures or otherwise, is that I want you guys to book positive trades. And when you guys get into futures, Angel, I know you're 5L, 3L, King, etc. And hey, you can trade those heavier than a 10, 20, 100 ton dump truck, my guy, full of concrete. You can. I know you can. And you're good at it. You're really good at it. When you get into the framework of futures, okay, when you get into that, and you'll see why I'm talking about and have been speaking, and why a lot will connect about me in terms of, I want you to go book a positive trade. You'll start to, it'll just like you bring back to me a cup of coffee, this and that. You'll see. This is why London is book a positive trade, because you'll be in a pattern. You'll be at a line of support. You'll be at a line of resistance. You'll be at a breakout of a pattern or return to resistance, and it will start to really synchronize quite well. I'm just telling you guys, book a positive trade, okay? And I've been discussing that in more of an immediate fashion, right? You guys know that, right? We've been discussing that in a very, very almost just an immediate fashion that we've been discussing that in, right? Over the course here of, like 2021, that was really important to me. Go book a positive trade. And when you look at the crypto market, some things move so slowly. It's like, I can't go book a positive trade right now. You'll start to see how that mentality is achievable. Okay? I'm just telling you guys, you'll start to see how that mentality is achievable. That you can go and book a positive trade in a short period of time. Okay? Very important for me to know that you guys can do that. And when you start to do that, you will see. Okay? You will see a lot more of, I'd say you'll understand a lot more of how I've been talking to you. I'm excited about the fact that you guys are going to have that screen turn green. Okay? And cup of coffee mentality. It's no big deal. It's just a small, for right now, just dabble into it. Dabble in futures. Just dabble in it, guys. And I'm talking about nothing that's going to, I do not want to ruin movie night for any family. You guys get this? There ain't going to be a movie night, a Friday movie night. Well, I wasted the money in futures. Guys, that is not VIP. You guys understand that? That's just, that's absurd, right? The notion that, like, family night at the movies could be spoiled on Friday night because, Johnny, here's Johnny. He lost his, he spoiled his, he got liquidated in the futures market. He can't take his wife and kids out to the movie on Friday. That ain't happening, guys. I'm sitting here talking about the hottest chick in the club, the futures. Yeah, come on, guys, come on. You got it. You ain't gonna use the movie night money for Friday on futures. It's more of like it's more of the your personal development fund, okay, that you would want to train into and learn how to master, learn how to really start booking positive trades. I'm just excited because you guys are going to get some. You're gonna realize what works, what doesn't work. You're gonna realize you can sit down, and when you get here, I'm gonna be so excited. I know you're gonna get here. I know some guys here are gonna get here. That you're going to be able to beat the market in a different way. I can't wait. I am so excited about this, guys. And I'm serious, guys. I am serious. Yes, and Angel, yes. Yes, boom. It's L Bank. And bam. Absolutely. And I would not bring it to you if it were not a way to get your screen to turn green, Angel. And I hope you know that. I'm going to put this in the chat, and I hope you take that to heart. I think you're going to have fun, Angel. You're going to love it. You're going to have a good time. I'm telling you, you're going to love this. I'm really excited because it's a platform that can be used. Oh, man, I don't want to talk about some other platforms and issues of you can do this, then you can't do this, then you can do this, and you can't do this. Then, I'm like, do what? So we've had some issues and some difficulties. But, yeah, you're going to just I'm so excited, Angel. You're going to have fun. You're going to have fun. I'm excited because I'm talking to Sean about it. He's new to VIP, and he's already in the mix. He knows. It's like, no, this very quickly returns get generated. Now, the flip side, very quickly, returns can get eliminated completely, right? Or your position can get eliminated. But when you know how to trade, when you can work with a probability, man, do you want to take a 75%? I'm going to say this. Would you take a 75% win rate to Vegas? I'm just curious. Would you? Would you take a 75% win rate to Las Vegas? Well, you couldn't because they wouldn't let you in a single casino, right? They would not. They would find out who you are. They'd see you at the table. You're out of here. You're gone. Literally, they would get to the point they wouldn't let you in the casinos, guys. Okay, so there is no comparison between trading and gambling. Period. There is none. We make some sometimes, but I don't. I'm gonna tell you, the big guys make them sometimes. The big guys who trade a lot and teach trading. I won't mention or tell on New York Institute of Finance. I won't say what I've heard from New York Institute of Finance off the record. There are no comparisons, gambling versus trading. The risk component does carry over. But in terms of that, Vegas wouldn't let you in Vegas with a 75% win rate, guys. They wouldn't. Maybe in the beginning, but that's it. Now, if you can go book 75% of your trades, and I'm not talking about necessarily over I've had this trade for 4 months. I've had this trade for 6 months. It's going to be positive next month, right? This one's 8 months or 9 months or 10 months old. It's about to be positive. I'm talking about sitting down and booking a trade. I'm talking about with the price action before you in an hour or 2 hours, bam, 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 booking a trade. And you know that's possible because you have traders trading at institutional levels at desks, right? Institutional framework desk, heavy money's hitting the market, working on ETFs, bam, bam, in and out, doing some more complicated institutional style, frameworks, right? It's on the map. It can be done in a shorter amount of time. You guys know it also because you've had some trades that have gone 20%. And I sat down, I made 20%, bam, on one coin. We talked about it yesterday, perfect. A lot of times we'll talk about a coin, it'll go 20% the next day, and you're not at your computer, etc. It's difficult to match up your timing, all the different sequences with. You have a life, you have a family, you have kids, you have a good time. I mean, you have friends, you want to shoot hoops, you want to go golf or casino, you want to go live, right? Go out to eat. You can't be in front of the computer all the time. So I'm going to watch. This is going to be gold. It's going to be really golden. And I'm going to put, Freddie's in the house. Like the green. I'm going to put, I know that you like the green. A big guy. Boom. And did I miss Freddie? I got to look at this real quickly. I've had my application open on the side. Let me see, what do we have? Now, this is interesting. Sean, you should have left, yeah, an Angel saying you'll take a 75% win on anything. I would put money on the fact that at the end of the year, Angel, I'm going to tell you this. At the end of the year, you're going to be able to sit down and you're going to be able to, in a period of a few hours a day, I'm going to say almost completely at your own schedule, period, almost completely at your own schedule, you're going to be able to absolutely hammer the market booking trades. That is, I would put money on that fact right now. Now, that's, I don't say that about, guys, and it's not like, guys, the only people who really fall into that category, like I've known some of the best, if not the best trader from Wall Street, guys, okay, like the number one, period, right? He worked at my hedge fund. He's a cool guy. He was overseeing the X, Y, or Z, period. That's it. That's it. Now, he could do that. I put money on the fact that he was number one, guys. And I put money on the fact that a lot of his technology, a lot of his this is the one thing you don't get. It's like, well, he has the capability. He was trained that way. Well, he was this and that. I just think the number one trader was he had the accommodation. He had the technical understanding. He knew how to apply it to the computational framework, you can have the talent if you don't have the means to achieve it, right? If you don't have the technology in front of you to be able to express your talents, you can't. It's worthless, right? So, but it's still potential. But excuse me. Let me look at the chat real quickly. Just 1 second. So, Angel, I would put money on the fact that by the end of the year, you're going to have the clear ability to, at any day in time, hit your 75%, and bam, have more of the lifestyle. And I know you have got a lifestyle, big time on the lifestyle, my man. Maserati, etc. You got whatever lifestyle you want, okay? But it's I just give it till December is all I'm gonna say. Give this little March till December and watch you start booking trades and watch your screen turn green. Period. Watch your screen turn green, and you're gonna like this a lot. Coffee money. Work with coffee money up front. Work with nothing else than like a coffee trade. I'm just gonna put in a cup of coffee, maybe 100 cups of coffee. Maybe you gotta have enough to to feel the sting and also and make it green, right? You gotta make the green. You gotta feel the sting a little bit in there. You gotta enough of a corrective force if it does liquidate that you actually are interested in the trade, right? And that you learn something from it if it goes wrong, but nothing that you'll really miss. Nothing that's not allotted for already in a loss category, essentially, right? Just okay. This is an experimental portion here, and maybe give yourself an experimental portion here. That's it. Bam. I'm going to work with this amount of money. I'm going to divide my experimental fund up into, if you want to call it literally almost experimental, right? I call it training, but if it's self-training, it becomes a little experimental. We'll talk about it. But as we talk about the yeah, that is nice. That is nice, brother. And I love that. And talking about lifestyle, it's just it's beautiful stuff. It's just so funny, Angel. The floors are nice, man. I mean, I got a picture to show from Angel in a bit. The issue that you look at is, guys, when you're working with futures, and Freddie, I'm glad you're here, my man. Good evening to you, and I hope everything's going great. It's nice to have you here. You've never done futures, but you're so open to understanding and learning. Freddie, you're in a perfect position. I'm talking with Angel now about, we started off the conversation with 3L, 5L, 3S, 5S, how to jump and escalate from that on up into a futures, what's required, and just the way to approach it, just out of the box. And a lot of it in terms of like the L Bank, I put the link up there, and I did go ahead. I went ahead and said, okay, fine. If you think I'm doing it because of a commission, go do it on your own time. Okay? My commission, I don't even know. I get some rebate of a portion of probably nothing. I do get data. I'm going to tell you guys that. I'm a data hound. That's it. I'm not prying into your secret remote control on your Mercedes, driver lock door side. So in the stealth of the night, I mean, guys, that ain't the data I'm after. I promise, on your computer or anything else. I promise. Okay, it ain't your remote security signal on your floppy drive from your Mercedes key. I don't care, guys. That's not the point on your data. I like to know what you guys are trading, and believe it or not, that can help me help you. Like it's important. And I know I say that, but also accuracy of information comes into play. It's a big deal, guys. It's just a big deal. Pertinent, relevant information. So I say that on Gate last year we had over 20 countries. I could see at some point when everybody in and around was trading, what they were trading, what was coming in the door is important for me. Now, I've been impressed with L Bank. Freddie, you're going to like it. Angel, you're going to love it, my man. It's going to be one of those situations, I'm going to tell you, Angel, once you start to do L Bank, and I should say this maybe, but what I'll say is you're going to be like, I just can envision at some point getting a phone call from you and being like, London, you got to come over. No, you're coming over right now. This is it. No, this is trading. This is what I've been looking for. This explains everything. Something along those lines, Angel. Honestly, just give us some time. Get into it. When you download, I start to do that now, and then some London. Always, brother. Cups of coffee. Boom. Love the pick. I'm gonna show it in 1 second. But Angel, when you get into this, I can hear it out of your mouth right now. Just London, you got to come over. You got to come see this, because with the setup, I just tell you. And what I do, guys, just to share the information. This is a private VIP stream. You guys know, essentially, right? It's exclusive information. But L Bank is the platform I was looking for in 2021. Now, Gate was fine. There were some deficits in their mobile application that made it a little sticky. They made up for it in the technicals on their desktop version. If you were plugged into the desktop, boom, beautiful technicals, right? L Bank is more interesting because you have an onslaught of some real weird coins up front, some trashy this and that, everything else. But then you have, guys, when you get into futures, no trash there, guys. No this and that, anything. Now, in terms of like a new coin of this crap or that crap, whatever it may be, we ain't talking about crap coins. We're talking about their futures interface. And you're going to buy it and sell it the same way that you hit the buy and sell button regularly, and all you're going to do is scale up and scale down a slide scale saying 10x, 20x, 50x. On Bitcoin, you do 125x. Real easy, okay? But you have to understand that the position can go to zero. Literally just there's no more position. It's gone. So when you talk about, like Angel talks about a cup of coffee, it's a cup of coffee. Try trading it with a cup of coffee, maybe 10 cups of coffee. Just book 5 trades. Book 5 trades in a row. Then add a zero to your position. Okay? Book a $50 trade. I'm going to book a 50, just so I understand the technology. I want to book a $50 trade. 50. That's it. Okay. Hey, London, I booked 5 trades. Cool. You got book you a $500 trade. Book 5 of those. Hey, London, I booked 5 trades. You see? But make yourself go through the steps in the framework. You think that sounds like a big process. Guys, what if that's 5 days? What if it's just 5 days? When your screen turns green, you guys will see what I mean. You'll be on the future screen on your mobile. You'll have your mobile application downloaded. You'll be on the future screen, and bam, you'll just be hitting the button. It's easy stuff. Your screen will turn green. Boom, I want to book that trade. Bam. Working with your lines of support, your lines of resistance, it's going to be difficult for you not to book a positive trade. If you buy at support and sell at resistance, it's going to be difficult for you not to book a positive trade on leverage. I'm telling you, if you trade your patterns, it's going to be difficult for you not to book a positive trade on leverage. It's going to be difficult, guys. I'm telling you. And that's just the truth. And you guys know this because you see things move within expectations. You do all the time, but you don't know how to take advantage of it. And I'm excited to bring you guys L Bank on the link. Honestly, genuinely, it's part of 2000. God is my witness, literally. I'm excited to bring you guys L Bank. The link is above. Freddie, I know you're signed up, and Sean, I'm glad you're going to look into it, Angel. I'm just excited about how much you're going to enjoy it, my man. Yes, you're going to enjoy it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Yeah, and Freddie, 50X, does stop loss play into futures or just yes? You can do stop loss. And that's a whole lot of X. It sure is. But it's a different world, guys, because we're sitting around so much waiting for price to move. Waiting for price to change. We're stuck. So much of the time we're stuck. Well, I'm going to get you guys unstuck. I'm going to get you guys where you don't even need. I'm going to tell you guys this. Some of you, this will happen. I'm going to get some of you to the point where you don't have to sit and gut through a trade for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days all the time. And that wrenching need to wake up, I got to check the price. I want you to close it down. At the end of the day, I'd love you guys just to close it down. Bam. No problem. Time to go chill. Go. I'm going to a movie now. I'm going to go work out. I'll book a few trades later. That's what I want you guys to get. It doesn't matter about price. It doesn't matter where the residual of the market took advantage of a huge gain. Man, Bitcoin went up. I missed it. You didn't miss anything. I want you to know and be able to operate in the market well enough to where you didn't miss anything. I don't want you. I want you to be good enough, and I know I can. You guys can get there. I'm gonna say that together we can get the group there. I'm gonna tell you guys this. We can get you there to where it's gonna be. You're gonna outperform the market to such a degree that you couldn't miss anything, guys. Looking at near chart real quickly, but you literally, it's that statement doesn't apply to you guys. You missed something? No, you just chose to trade at a later time, and you can sit down and make 20% anytime you want to. You sit down and hit 50% anytime you want to. Anytime you want to sit down and hit 50% anytime you want to. What is near? I talked about this with Sean, okay, earlier, and Sean and I appreciate the message, Sean. Very nice. Let's go through it in terms of the level here that we got into. Variable line of resistance. We go to a much lower time frame, but I want to show you guys what the conversation that we just had. Okay, that I just had with Sean. Looking at the dynamics here, let's just look at what is this? 2.75%. Now, he told me earlier on, he's like, well, London, I got into a 10x. I went ahead and I did it. I got into a 10x. Guys, in 2 hours and 37 minutes, it's gone up 2.75%. That'd be 20% right now, 27.5% in 2 hours. That's sweet. That's nice. His screen, okay, I think turned green, then turned red, but yeah, look, I mean, it's up over the last 2 hours, 2.75%. He jumped in at a 10x. So I don't know where you went with the trade, per se. I'm not privy to that right now, but we can go through, we'll definitely go through the details on it. Like, did you trade your pattern? What were you looking at in terms of the framework of your trade? I'm not a real big believer in borrowing this preceding zone in here. Luke and I have had this discussion quite a bit. Okay? So probably would have had a downward sloping channel. This is along the line of support. Just in talking about near, guys, we talk about, you want to trade DOT? You guys want to trade polka dot? I mean, it's a slow mover, but I don't care. I mean, we in terms of what we trade, Sean, you're plugged in. I have a couple cups of coffee. You will make that up. Mindset. Bam. Let me see what we got in. Sean saying, if I hadn't closed, you'd be even. Okay. Ugh. Ready to, I have 3L position on near. Okay, Freddie. Freddie. Interesting. You have a 3L. You could have a 10x. You could have a 10x. You got to refine your technicals, right? You have to make your entries more precise. You could have you could have a 5x, a 7x, an 8, 9, 10x. It's a sliding scale on an application. It's the interface you guys want to use. It's nice. It's VIP. 2022. It's exciting. Just carving this up again, since people are trading near. Okay, we have a little bit of differential on it. But when I say you want to trade DOT, I say that because Angel knows with Polkadot, she's a slow moving beast, you know? And that's good to an extent. You guys know that to an extent that's nice. Because the abrupt changes aren't necessarily, you have time to relax just a minute here and there, right? Sometimes you do. Sometimes you have an opportunity to just kind of relax for a minute because you're going to watch you trade, but she's not going anywhere right now. You know, it's like she may move 40% at any one point in time. Like she's not going to necessarily do that like on DOT, but on leverage and this is just me in 2022. Huh? Let me see what we got. Sean, Angel saying to Sean, you're plugged in. I have a couple cups of coffee. You will make that up. Mindset. Absolutely. You got to understand that, Sean. Like, when we say cups of coffee, it's like, what is it? What'd you lose? It's a cup of coffee, man. It's not a big deal. 10 cups of coffee is work on booking those positive trades. I want that screen to turn green. Now, if you don't take when the screen turns green, this is the other thing. If you're not taking when the screen turns green, don't blame. Guys, you're on leverage, okay? You're on leverage. You want volatility. You want your screen to turn green. You just get, when you get into this, you guys are going to see. It's like he means under my position option there on your trade. It's like, yes, my screen turns green. Yeah, it's nice. Your position goes from red, usually be like lightly red and whatnot. I mean, lightly, not heavy in the red. But then it'll turn to green. And when it turns green with cash, and then some of these you're going to hit with cash, you're like, whoa, like I'm definitely taking that. Watch, guys, watch. I'm going to tell you guys, some of you are going to be like, whoa, no, because you guys get to the threshold sometimes, a threshold in your trade, and we look at the near technicals, and you'd be like, no, I mean, it got to the point I had to take it. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? It got to the point I just had to take it. I mean, I had to take that, right? Now, you're going to get there a lot quicker on a leverage trade. You're going to like it. You're going to just like the fact that, well, I mean, it got to the point I had to hit the button. But if you're not hitting the button, understand, if you don't hit the button, that's you. I mean, you're going to blame yourself for that, and I'm not going to excuse it. Deal? You're going to blame yourself for that, not anybody else other than you. And I'm not going to excuse it. I'm not going to spend time, why you didn't hit the button when the screen turns green. Guys, you'll get to the point and be like, I mean, I had to hit the button. I had a 50, 60, 70, 80% return. The thing within, bam, you get those. It's exciting. You're going to like it, okay? In terms of this, let's look at this. This on the specific here. Let's go through. Pardon me. One second. All right, looking at the framework of near on the 30-minute, digging into the 5 minutes touch, we're in the process of this level of support across the bottom. Let's just focus on this time frame so we can understand. And it's a difficult level right now. So not a perfect hit at quote unquote technical support. It's a little bit frustrated. So to the extent that you decided to let go here, these happen, Sean. I would tell you these happen, and they're no fun when they do. Isn't that right? Angel, you see these. Freddie, you see these. And the question you're going to have to ask yourself anytime here is, with a pour out function like this, we went over this last night, essentially. Are you looking for a double or a triple bottom? Buyers are being attracted to, and it's always going to be a risk when you're down in this level. You know this. We know this when we trade, guys. You're always going to be risked, into releasing, especially after you get the confirmation. I'm not sure you had how you had your trade set up with a stop loss, etc. But one thing you also had here, you came into contact with your, as we look on here, with your RSI, which is on the screen in purple. You became oversold, so that was a natural momentum of the market. What I'll say is this: you need to give yourself a touch of space along the line of support or resistance. You have to give yourself a little bit of a cushion, guys. You just have to. It's not fun. It's one of the most difficult parts of hitting support. The thing that helps is when you have a cup of coffee mentality. And guys, don't trade $5. Don't trade $5. All right, don't do that to yourself. You don't spend your time doing that. You don't want to book a trade and then go tell your wife or your honey or your loved one or something else like, I just booked a huge trade. Mr. Gray. Oh, really, honey? It's like it was a $5 trade. You don't want to do that to yourself. So don't embarrass yourself. I won't embarrass myself, but at the same time, be very reasonable. Make it something that while you're mastering this art, while you're trading, and you guys, how much time do you spend with TA? You guys all have New York Institute of Finance books. The answer is right in front of you, literally all the time. So for me to say, to book positive trades, I mean, guys, you can do this, right? You have the tools necessary. Now, the threshold here, I want to measure out from this. Within threshold, I've told you guys multiple times, you know this. You've heard me say on a line of support, you've heard this, right, from me? About 1%. You guys have heard that before? Me say that? It's a lot potentially on leverage, but the understanding that this was broken down from, and the preceding zone broke down as well. 0.82%. Okay, 0.82%, guys. You've heard me say, I know you've heard this. The guys who've been listening, like London said, within, right? Within that, and redrawing the framework within that 1%. Redrawing the framework here to this level of support, right? Now you just pushed a little bit more. So you know you pushed the first time, you pushed the second time. So we've got a variable level of support. Okay, differentiated on time frames, etc. But it's pushing. When I say something pushes, it's pushing, it's digging. Now, who's making the money? These guys, right? These guys are making the money. The guys down into the price, and so it's still a psychological battle. I'm going to tell you guys that little bit, but when you have the ability, the cup of coffee mentality, if it's 100 cups of coffee, 1,000, whatever it's going to be, okay, when you do that, just understand the following, that you're going to get into a little bit more of a peace of mind if it's something that you could allow yourself to lose. And in fact, guys, please pay attention to this. In fact, I'd like you to lose an entire position. I'm not kidding. Now, if you want to do it intentionally, that would be fine. But if you tried to do it intentionally and you booked a positive trade, I wouldn't like that, right? So just, you understand that if you tried to intentionally lose a trade and then you wind up winning it, I don't want that market psychology to hit you, okay? I don't want you to go there. We're not going there. So in terms of, you could also go to your Fibonacci's here. Your Fibonacci's are rolling around. You'll hit the 86, then you hit the 76. Not a real intuitive secondary upside walk back up. The Fibonacci's, they occur, right? But a little bit tricky of a zone for Frankie. Not Frankie. Frankie is on my other control list. For Sean and who else said was Freddie. I think Freddie's in the house in terms of what did you said, Sean? You plugged in. You have a couple of coffee mindset. Okay, yeah. So Freddie has the Freddie. I hope your new job's going well, bro. I'm praying for you, brother. Hope everything's good. Boom. Hope everything is awesome on your new job and you're just killing it. In line with everything. And I do have a message in front of me to let you guys know. I have to just tell you guys, Frankie is a new, and I've got his SMS up right now. He's got a new interest. He's new VIP, and he wants to be in the $1 Million Challenge. I got to tell you guys, that's my message from Frankie. I've got his message up here that I was looking at on my cell phone just now. So we got some guys interested in the $1 Million Challenge. I have to tell you guys that for 2022 is a good thing because I don't know. We're gonna discuss it. We're gonna discuss it. So I wanted to let you guys know there's some interest in the $1 Million Challenge. We have some successful previous participants, multiple millions of dollars. Boom. Let me see what we got. Dun 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 dun. And let me make sure I'm up to speed on my deal here. I'm just excited about 2022, guys. Let's see. London, that's the mindset. VIPs, when you can step away for a day or a week without looking at your phone, then you will trade with the correct mindset. There you go. London, excellent value on stream tonight. Thank you, brother. And, oh, baby, yeah, there we go. For some reason, my system had shut down a bit. So we're talking about leverage. I'm encouraging you guys to literally lose a position. Now, don't do it on purpose. Let a position liquidate. Just to measure a few things. First of all, measure your reaction, okay? In terms of when something does liquidate, measure your reaction. Are you prepared for that? Emotionally, what's it going to do to you? Are you guaranteeing also at some level, measure the component, I'd say the component or the framework within which you are. Are you overexposed? Do you have too much in a trade? Any trade can go against you guys, any one of them. So, no, I don't want you to intentionally go lose a trade, but I do want you to lose one completely. I want you to get wiped out on the liquidation front. I want that to occur to you in a trade. Are you balancing? I'm going to say this up front. It's a requirement. Will you balance the amount that you have in your futures account? I recommend just me. If you want to do it a different way, you do it a different way. You let me know. I like heavy holdings in a spot account. I like to pepper over whatever amount I'd like to really potentially lose into the futures, or that I want to potentially double or triple or whatever I want to do, that I want to go ahead and trade on a 5x. Maybe I want to just 5 times leverage. It'd be really difficult for that to expire. It'd have to go 20% down. We're focused on technicals. Hit on a level of support. Bam. Sell at a level of resistance. Boom. Right? Trade your patterns. The high probability trades. So we're not looking to throw money out the door. But in terms of looking at the opportunity for you to manage and put your cash facility, main primary holdings as well. And this is in addition to your long-term holdings. Like Angel, you got Bitcoin at $7.79. This is something to further refine and develop your trade game. This is for everybody. This is just a new platform we have access to that's legal. Hello. That's not like KuCoin or what. You guys, it's authorized in the United States of America. How cool. So this is a new development for us. This is a good thing. We don't use illegal exchanges. We just don't. That's our group way to be. We try and stay ironed out that way, okay? So the issue is, in terms of the cash position over in the spot, transferring over, that's it. Just transfer over just a touch into the futures. All right, next trade. And when you achieve a liquidation, you need to understand what structurally happens in your account. Okay? It's going to happen one day. Okay? But what's also going to happen is you're going to execute trades, and if you focus on your technical analysis and you apply the fundamentals of technical analysis that we talk about all the time, you guys are going to book some awesome trades, and you're going to be able to stack cash. That's the goal, for you to be able to stack cash back into your spot or another account to grow up that second. It's kind of a secondary account framework that you're going to be able to grow. That's the idea. Okay? And I just know that some of you are going to be very successful at this. Okay? I know your capacities. I've been around you guys for a while. I know you can trade. Some of you guys are going to do extremely well at this. Period. I know this. It's exciting for me. Okay? Let me see what Angel says. Personally speaking, if you can stomach your position dropping down 98% without wavering, then that's a positive. And Angel knows this because he has got iron hands. I'm telling you guys. He's held a Bitcoin position since $7.79, guys. You know how many times it's been on the Grand Canyon cliff since then? And everybody's running from it? Can you imagine all the panic and despair he's been through the last 10 years of everybody telling him to sell? It's going down. It's Grand Canyon. It's come on. So it's a component of it in futures when we talk about something expiring. Guys, we say futures, it sounds all out there. It's just the ability to press a button and get 10 times your return, or 10 times to the upside, or 10 times the loss to the downside. That's it. It's a different button on a mobile application that lets you put 10 times your amount or not. That's it. Some other little small details. You can literally figure out all the other details. It's no big deal. Hedge. We'll talk about that maybe next week. All right? The concept is this on hedge. I want to let you guys know. On hedge, just what's a hedge? What would that be? Because there is an option. There's an option on hedge. And to the extent that this is overly simplistic, I will reframe it with more complete diagnostics. But listen, hedge. What is hedge? Well, hedge would be, I want to go long and short at the same time. Long and short at the same time. That's an option on LBank. That's an option on LBank. So let's say, for the record, well, okay, this is too risky. I don't want to be washed out of my position. So I want a long. I want to go long 50. Oh, you want to go long 50x? I'm going to do 50x here. Yeah, I just decided I want to do long 50x up top. That's impressive. That's impressive, right? That's a lot of leverage. It's reasonable, maybe. Let's do. You want to do long 50x and you want to do short 50x? Wow. Okay, so that would be, if you held both of these positions at the top, that would be at least the hedge structure that you would put together. You would use the hedge option. You can't enter and hold a long and a short. You can't, essentially that's buying, right? Let me put buy. right? You want it to go up, buy, okay? Or the short. Just think, short starts with an S, sell, right? You go down, right? That's the idea. And we'll go down, sell, okay? You go, if you were to wrap these up at the same time, why would you wrap up last night and say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a 50x long and a 50x short. Figure the math out real quickly. If it moves more than 2% against you on one of these positions, because it's going to be 2% times 50 is 100%. That's your whole position. It's gone. If you're betting on it to go up and it goes down, that 50x is gone. But what do you get? You got your short in play, which carries down. So you drop down. Look at this. So you drop down 4%. You drop down 4%. What gets washed out? Your long gets washed out that you had at 50x because it went more than 2%. But you were holding the long and the short. The short, okay, the short carried down for 4%. So 4 times 50, right, is 200%. So you lost 50% of your money, right? And we'll have to do the calculatives on it. You say you put $100 in. Let's say you put $100 in each side here. The $100 disappears from the long, right? The $100 on the 50x that gets 4 times 5. Let me say the 4% times the 5 is the 200%. So if your $100 invested in here, your $100 turns into a return with a possibility of 200% gain. 200% gain on 100 is $200 plus your $100 that you have, right? So you more than cover this. You guys see that? What would be the requirement here? The requirement. I don't want to get too calculative or confusing. It's got to move more than. You have to at least double. You know this. If one expires, the other has to at least double, and you have to cover your fees. Okay? Real simple. If one expires on hedge, boom, it's off the map. It's gone. The other one has to at least double. And the idea is for more than double, right? Because you want to make some money. Otherwise, But it's an interesting option to look at, guys. It's an interesting way to approach the market. It is advanced. I'll say it's advanced. But it's simply put forward. It may be something you guys want or choose to if you're looking at the possibility. As I say, don't intentionally get washed out on one. But I wouldn't mind. It's going to happen at some point in life, right? The bad trade is gone in futures. It'll happen. To the extent that you want to set that up in an interesting framework, what's 50x and a long 50x and a short 50x going to do to you? Well, one of them is going to disappear. All right, so you need the other one to accomplish at least a double. Okay, including fees paid out, etc. So it has to move. It really has to move in that direction. Maybe a bit simplistic for right now, but the hedge option on your mobile in the top right will let you go to hedge option. You hold the long and the short. Yeah, you need it to move, and then it really needs to get going. So these are some considerations for you to have as we look at 2022 and VIP, how we're going to up our trade game. Start with the basic. Start with a 10x. See what it does. Get your screen to turn green. Buy its support. Sell at resistance. Trade your patterns. Hit your targets. See your screen turn green. You guys are good enough traders. I know this. You're VIP. Right? Now you may get chopped up on this one or that one. Go lightly enough. You don't mind if the pattern. This is the thing. Or you don't mind if the position goes completely nil, gone, boom, dead. Right? Completely gone. just for a few trades. Feel how it is when you lose a small position. It's gone. See technically what happens on your mobile application, on your screen, everything. See what happens. I mean, your position disappears. How? What is it? What does it look like? What does it tell me? What are the considerations I need to have? Do you have questions about the application? Get those addressed with L Bank or with me or whatever happens. Let's get into it. But I want you to see that aspect of it. And I'll tell you, before you have a position of $250,000 expire, right? And this is what a beautiful thing, because you're not jumping into anything with 100, a 200, a 300, a million, something like that. We ain't talking about that expiring, guys. That ain't on the map, okay? It ain't on the map. That's not going to turn into the invested amount that you invest in either. And if you guys know this terminology, as we would look at the 500x to the 50x, if you put like $500 in, just ballpark, think of this right now. You put $500 into this on the long, okay? I'm going to put $500 in this. 500 on the long, 500 on the short. Boom. All right. On hedge, it's going to show you 500 is in margin, okay? It's just work with me on this right now. We're not going to stay complicated on this at all. But you'll see margin. What's your margin? Boop, right there. I put that in each one. Boom. Okay? You'll see these terms roughly indicated on your deal. You don't have to hedge up front. You can be much more simplistic, but that would have allowed you to cover both sides of the equation. But it's got to move. You don't want to stay in chop like this. And now you start seeing that's an interesting framework to put together. That kind of explains some of this, doesn't it? Kind of explains wave formation. Hedge. Hedge. So we'll discuss more of this, but I want you guys to get, I just want your screens to turn green. The more that you buy at support, sell at resistance, trade your patterns, and hit your targets, the better traders you're going to be. I know that some of you in 2022 are going to get to the point where you can sit down at your computer for an hour or two, guys, maybe two, and book trades. Make 20%, no problem. It's going to be fun, guys. I'm so excited about it. Really excited about it. And what you got, Steve-O in the house. Personally speaking, let me see. If you love numbers, and Angel saying, love trading, then it will make sense. Previous statement. Yeah. Big time. And let's see what we got here. 2012, $7.79. 2015, $187. I love going through those old charts on Bitcoin. Man, I like Gate too for that reason. Huh? It's just nice, those old charts. Man, down to like a penny. Just awesome, huh? Just awesome. It makes me wonder sometimes, there may be some right now in the market, some coins here and there. You don't want to go penny happy, huh? But you start seeing some of this stuff that's gone down so low. It's like, if it's the next Bitcoin, we'll get to say we missed that one, because there's a lot of those, huh? It's one step away from being delisted. It's like, boy, that's exciting. I don't know if that must have been interesting when Bitcoin was down to a penny. It's like, delisting, huh? It's like, not really. It's maybe not going to, it's like they're going to take this thing off the exchange. That's the other thing. It's like, why didn't you invest your money at the lowest spot? It's like, they may not have taken your money if something's really lit. It's at 1 penny or whatever it may have gone to, right? Just funny stuff. Angel in the house, my man. Steve-O in the house. Steve, you crack me up, Steve. You're a good guy. You are awesome. It's good to have you in the house, Steve, VIP Steve. We're talking about L Bank. I put the link on top here. If you don't have that, it would be nice for you guys to use my link. I will kindly request you to use my link. Kindly requested. It will make the group better. I believe it will make your specific trades better, and it will facilitate me bringing you more accurate information. I need to see your emails pop up. When I see your emails pop up, it's a big deal to me, guys. I see your email. On Gate, I didn't see your emails. Here, I see your email pop up when you sign up. It's a personal thing for me. It's a group dynamic. And understand, guys, 2021, we had traders in 20 different countries on Gate. 20, guys. That's a big deal. I had that data to work with. but I didn't have the personal effect of, oh, that's your email. Great, I have that. Now, I don't see your trades exactly. I don't see your specific trades exactly, but the data that I receive is really critical. I've worked with traders in terms of the data traders in 20 different countries, guys. And I'm just going to request that for the guys that have been around. I think you know from a data standpoint, it's a big deal for me. Okay, it will assist me. I'm going to just state this again. It will assist me in bringing accurate information. If you would like additional accurate information, I would kindly request you to use my link. Thank you. Kindly requested. We're cool people, so I think we do that. Now, fan formation, right? Fan formation. Yeah. You guys see Bitcoin last night, support to resistance with a seat. This is the seat of the price action, the seat of the fan right here. Bam. You always have to find your pivotal seat, right? Support here. Two pivots. This pivot, right? Where are the two pivots on this deal here? Right in this area. Just to reframe real quickly. Bam. You see that? You see that level of support? And then do you see it turn into resistance here with this hit? Let's look at this, guys. Do you see this? The level of this pivot turning into resistance right here. Coming down to formulate another pivot here. Now we're talking about this pivot here. From the preceding pivot to this pivot. Support turning into what? Turning into resistance here. That line of from this pivot here. You guys see this? This is some advanced stuff, guys. I want to tell you guys use my link. Let's get into futures. I ain't steering you wrong, guys. Okay? Do it. Support. Okay? You see how we walk that down? Here. You see that? Support. Turn to resistance. Flipped. Next level down. Bam. Support. Boom. Turned into, boom, resistance. Next level down. Bam. Support. This line of support established by these two pivots turned into what? Resistance. Boom. Guys got it? Beautiful, right? BTC does these. You ever seen this? Only one place you see this, right? New York Institute of Finance. Big guys know this stuff. We don't waste time watching Dodo Bird TA channels. We don't need the price is wrong. You guys saw Happy Gilmore? It's just funny stuff. The price is wrong. Ditch, right? But we don't need that TA. We don't focus on that because it doesn't, the popular hype, the 400,000 or 500,000 viewers, or I found the secret one with 3,000 viewers, and the influencer is, he might be, he's right. No, guys, you need to be right. Don't lend your success out to other people that you don't even know like that. Don't follow the masses. Don't do that. Don't cheapen yourself. You're better than that. Period. You're better than that. I know you're better than that. You're VIP. Period. Top shelf membership. If you're not VIP, you need to join us today. Steve, what's up, brother? We're chatting with Angel. And to discuss the framework of the fan, big deal, right? Reversal pattern, bam. Okay? That's pure technical analysis. That is top shelf TA right there. That is, you got to know something about the front of the book, middle of the book, and the back of the book for this, okay? And there is back of the book in this stuff in terms of even beyond that, guys. But it's a nice move. A beautiful move. Beautiful move by Bitcoin. And I'll tell you the truth, if someone shows up and they're not a part of our group, I just tell you this. I waited to show this to VIP in the back, and they know this. I waited to show this till we got back in the back last night. Period. I'm like that, guys. When I talk about accurate information, what's required, this and that, I'm just like that. I'm very particular. Some of you guys are too. Not obstinate, just kind of, people showing up, should I short? They want an easy answer? I'm not an easy guy. I'll work my tail off, right? I just do. I focus on the market. I take it as a privilege to be able to interact with you guys. Period. And I don't know. I esteem you guys because I show you guys this. It's a reversal pattern. If you didn't catch it with a huge short, well, hey, next. Period. And that was early, on in through 5 in the morning, on in through, this was on in through, guys. It's rough. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning. Boom. You had to be up all night long to catch that on the fan. But the principle plays at times within minutes, just like this. So we focus on this like we focus on the micro to apply to the macro, right? Here we see on the macro, more of the macro, still 5 minutes, but it's applying, it's a large-based pattern over a period of hours. We may find that literally on the 15-second, right? So we focus on the pattern framework. And while something's occurring, I want VIP to get dibs on it. It's bottom line, right? It just is a perk. So I'm into I'm kind of into privilege like that. It's a privilege to be able to interact with the VIP. Angel, it's a privilege to know you. It's a privilege to bring you guys opportunities. Like L-Bank, that to me is a privilege to trade on. I enjoy trading on it. So I want you guys to trade with me on it. I want us to be successful. And so the things I say about this or that, need data, it's part of the construction of 2022. Okay? Oh, I still haven't done that. Come on, guys. We're VIP. We're VIP, guys. I know London's been talking about, but I maybe I'll do it next week. I haven't gotten around to it. Maybe I'll do it next week. No, guys, you're VIP. You are VIP. We're going to trade some futures. You get that link. I want your screen to turn green. And when it does, I want you to call me, or I want you to tell me, man, London, these are awesome. These are awesome, London. These are incredible. Thank you. I want you to tell me that. Period. You're going to have fun with it. You're going to make some money. Okay? That you're not going to be overexposed while you're figuring out the ins and outs of it if you're unfamiliar with it. Deal. And you guys know that. You guys know coffee trades, etc., working your ins and outs on your trades. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is London with Bitcoin Spike, by the way, if you're tuning in. Appreciate you guys being here for a bit. We have a trade group, VIP top shelf membership, including in the back. What's up, my man Sean? Newly joined. Shout out to Craig. Shout out to all the guys. Freddie, Tutork, Abdullah maybe in and around. I saw Abdullah, guys. He said he was going to join the other week. What's up, Abdullah? Where are you, dude? He did show up. I think he's maybe he's on a mission or something. Who knows? But these are our back rooms. All of the charts that we send, right? Now, this is a good one. Last night, you guys remember me looking at the USDT.D chart? Me saying, ouch, 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 ouch. That was the ouch. Bam. Right? Anyway. That's funny, huh? You guys saw that? I think it's funny. It's just funny. This is just funny. Because last night I was looking at the USDT.D chart. You guys know that? And we were up in this area in Bitcoin. And I just kept saying, ouch. Right? With USDT.D. Ouch. Ouch. The technical assessment. But anyway, I deal better with feedback. I deal better with I like when the group functions. I like when the team functions. I like when we're hitting on all cylinders. VIPs, please don't be intimidated by what's new. When you're focused, the pieces of puzzles will come together. Hey, my man Angel. Bam. This is the truth, huh? I'm going to put truth. That's encouragement there, huh? Encouragement from Angel. Love seeing that. So we're going to have a blast with the technicals, and we're going to get through this whole issue that you're going to miss something. You're not going to miss anything, guys. You're going to be able to sit down and hit a trade, book a trade on some leverage, on a future with a 20x or a 50x, maybe 100x, or maybe 125x. You're going to get to the point with 125x. If you want to book a Bitcoin trade that's consolidating, etc., you're going to hit one. You guys are some of the best traders I know. You're some of the best traders out there. Granted, the technology has been a constriction, period. The technology has been a huge constriction in the U.S. for a while. Hopefully, I'm going to say hopefully L-Bank solves that problem. Okay? Hopefully it solves that problem. And I'm sure as soon as it starts to really solve that problem, we'll have some other issues. That's just the way regulation has been working. So, we know that as well. It's been an interesting time at it. So, got some interaction on BTC along this rising wedge. Okay. We look for a flat top. We'd like to trade ascending triangles. We just do. We'll take a pattern here. We'll take a pattern. The hourly on Dogecoin. Boy, it's just slow Doge, right? Dogecoin, rising wedge. Breaking out of a bullish falling wedge into a bearish rising wedge. Sorry. We can deal with that. We can trade that. FXS, bull flag, capitulated, failed, noting that. Sheeb, mighty Sheeb, descending triangle, top right. GMT, pushing into the framework of a bull pennant. Move to the upside. Symmetrical consolidation. We have near on support. Period on support. The USDT.D in a bull flag. Potential, guys, along the support. Bull flag indicated within this previous line of resistance. You guys got this on the 4-hourly. And I focused on that 4-hourly specifically last night, which was the one time frame to give you this hit. You guys know this. I focused on this 4-hourly because all the other time frames tell a different story on this. I focused on this 4-hourly to show, boom, this likelihood of the interaction prior resistance to support, bam. Okay? I mean, we could have been on any time frame here. Any time frame. So that 4-hourly, I just say this was the cleanest cut. I mean, just beautiful line of prior resistance to support. Nice. Just about as perfect as you can ask for. Okay? Up and out of, yes. Potential for, let's say, up and out of resistance, yes. Confirming, yes. Potential for move up. USDT.D. OGN. Let's go to OGN real quickly. We can talk later. OGN. Support resistance. Not a bad bull flag. OGN 4-hourly. Noted. Not a bad bull flag. Now, we have some of these extended bull flags. We like bull flags to look a little bit more like this. Something in line with this. Maybe even structured up a little bit. Something along the lines of this. Okay. There we go. Run to the upside. Straight run to the upside. Preferred. Let's have a nice boom. Straight run to the upside. And just classic patterning. That's not bad. We don't want to dig too deeply. Right? The repeat of the flag pole gets us what, guys? The further we dig down in the channel formation, right? If we dig all the way through here, we're just not completing that much more up. So we like this structured up a bit, right? We like this tightened up. Bam, bam. Classical definition of a flag. You guys know. There you go. That looks great, doesn't it? That's nice. This, a little bit narrow. A little bit, but it's still within the classic definition. Move to the upside, downward sloping channel. That's quite a channel for a flag. You guys know that. But we're noticing that in the market right now. So we're going to pay attention to Origin Protocol, GMT, 30x on the year, right? In about 3 weeks, a 30x. We'll talk about it. FXS, another extended bull flag, which is monster bull flag, guys, on the hourly. Just failing that breakout. So we're putting Origin in the context of FXS, to be honest, okay? And what do we got? We got Angel saying, previously stated, I don't trade options, futures per se, but anything I can include to increase my bottom line, then let's go. Bam. Oh, Angel. And Angel, it's odd. For me, the dynamic is I wish you could meet some of the people that I'll honestly say this without a doubt. I wish that some of the people that I've interacted with could meet you, without a doubt. Some of the individuals who have, they weren't front runners in Bitcoin, period. They just weren't. You beat them by a few planets, not just an inch or a mile. You're galactic compared to them, intergalactic compared to them. Period. But in terms of some of the traders that I've known, I wish they could have an opportunity to meet you. So I know that you will be, you will take to, you're gonna like the new framework without a doubt. You're gonna love it. I'm excited. So near almost back on support. Just watching this line. We're talking this evening about, again, how to maximize your level of interaction with the market. Okay, we have, and there's nothing to. We don't have to just have an all-exclusive or what would we just say a completely solely redirected focus in the market in terms of like, well, you guys like to hit your golden pocket on your macro. Beautiful. I mean, come on, that's beautiful. But if you can, like let's say on BTC, if BTC could complete this move to the downside, right? And look at this. If this bear flag could complete to the downside, let's just talk about the position. What I want you guys to get in the framework is the following. You're not on the hunt for the right answer. It's going up, it's going down. You're not on the hunt for that. You are framed around the fact that you can participate in the market at a time of your choosing to trade the price action that is then going on to beat the market. You're of that caliber. You don't have to explain to someone it's gonna be doing this, it's gonna be going down, it's gonna be your position, your validity in the market doesn't rest on that. You're able to beat the market. You can sit down for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours in a day, and you book a trade. That's it. Irrespective of wherever the price is, you're gonna book some trades. You may do it with $5,000, with $500,000, with $5 million, or with $50 million. Okay, 500, or you may start with 50. It may be 500. It may be $500,000. It may be 5 million, or it may be 50 million. The same dynamic is going to apply. The same dynamic of being able to sit down at a desk and execute a trade to beat the market. Period. Bam. Doable. People do that every day in the market. I want you to be able to do that in the market. I know in 2022 that several of you are going to advance to that level. I know that. Period. You're going to be able to sit down in a period of time in 2 hours. Okay? Not I spent 48 hours, last 48 hours, literally sweating over my desk looking at the crypto market to make sure I didn't miss the move. No, guys. No. I want you to be able to sit down like any of the biggest traders on Wall Street and hammer a position on a trade. Now, they still work hard, guys. They still work hard. Okay? But whether or not it's a $5,000 position, $500 position, for whatever reason, guys, or a $500,000 position or a $5 million position, I want you to be able to negotiate it, to trade it, and to book a positive trade, and it to mean something, it to make some cash. That's my goal for 2022. When we're building, that's what I want to build. So it's going to be a good dynamic, guys. It already is. It's here. When I say here, I just point to my heart, point to my head. It's here. You guys, we're going to get several of you there. It's going to be fun. Looking forward to it. Let me see what he got. Angel said, I want to reiterate, before I could or would, I work 7 days a week, 100 hours a week. London is one of the absolute hardest workers I know. We gravitate, man. I know a few other guys, and it's funny. Hey, I got to just say, man, Angel, huh? Powerhouse, huh?
got a ton of heart, man, for you. A ton of respect. Absolutely. You guys have no clue how hard Angel works. I mean, in terms of not works, his level of diligence in the market, you are just not going to beat him, period. I would have this discussion with anybody, anywhere, any time of day. You're not going to beat him. You just aren't. And it's he has a level of respect for the market. He's plugged into the market. Contact him any time of the day. Any time of the day. If he doesn't respond, it's because he's looking at his computer screen, period. And it may be 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning. But he also has family time. And that's a big, respectable thing. He was just sequestered for his birthday, which is cool. But he's just not going to beat Angel. I know that. And us as a team, this is what I'm going to say. Us as a team, VIP, etc. No, you ain't going to beat us. We know this. You're not going to beat us. So it's an exciting dynamic in 2022. We're excited to have all of you. And thank you, Angel, for respecting that. Hard work, huh? And that's a beautiful thing, huh? Hard work, huh? Pays. Yep. And it's just boom, 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 boom. It's VIP, my man. It's a pleasure to know you, Angel, and all of you. He's the Angel is the strongest trader I know. I know a lot of them. I know a lot of traders, guys. I know like former #1 Wall Street, this and that. Like, it's interesting. We got a good group dynamic. Now the futures, we're gonna throw that into the mix. You guys are gonna like it. It's just understand when I say spot account, your cash position, just throw your cup of coffee, the equivalent. Throw your matchbook into the future and keep the spot. Keep that full account. 2-button push, boom, boom on the deal. You'll transfer over an amount into the futures to trade it. Start on a 5x. Do a 5x. Just match, because that sounds like a lot. Start on a 5x. Then go to a 10x. See what a 10x does. Then try a 20x. Then try a 50x. Find a coin with some volatility to it, and you'll see that you can trade near. You can trade dot. You can trade ape. You can trade. You can trade what you want to trade. Trade sheep. It's 1,000 sheep, right? Some coin that's moving. Get your money, your position to move. Support, resistance, your patterns, right? Your targets. Everything's the same. You still have a buy button and a sell button. It just says when it says sell, it says short. Buy, it says long. That's it. It's the same thing. You're going to love it. I'm excited for you guys. A few details we'll go over. We'll continue to go over and refine things. I want to see how you guys like futures. It's going to change 2022. So, looking at the market, where are we at? It's about midnight. It's no big deal. Looking at last night I spent probably 6 hours going through all the price action. And I just did. I wanted people to know how to get their screen to turn green. And I mean make some cash. It was one of those nights. I'm like, I want you guys, I want your screen to turn green. I meant that. Going through BTC or going through any coin, right? Let me find a coin that's moving right now. Right? What would you do? API. XRP. XRP been looking nice. You guys been looking at that chart on XRP? I haven't put it down here. XRP been looking nice. Let's throw XRP. I just want to see what XRP has. You had to pop up there, XRP. Yeah. What XRP has going for it is the following. And this is what's kicking in. It's nice to see it kick in. We may put it on the map now. I haven't brought it to you because I wanted to see this kick up. But it's been on the map. Period. You'll see immediately like, okay, yeah, it's on the map. Boom. Boom. Right? Now, on the micro, this is what we look for on the macro. On the micro as well. Big time. Ascending triangle. Anytime you see a flat top, you know it's on my radar. If it's in the market, guys, I'm going to tell you, if it's in the top ETF coins, if it has a flat top, I know about it. I'm going to tell you,
If it has a flat top, I know about it, period. If it's any one of the top 200 plus coins, I'm going to know about it. I'm going to make sure I know about it. So XRP, zero surprise that it's popped up. Okay? And within the framework here of it being beyond its expected level of support, digging down a touch to a lower level of the Fibonacci, it's a little bit into that near componentry. You see that, huh? But we still have this push here, right? We still have the ability to stretch this out. So I wanted to see it pick up, and over the last few days I've thought it may want to pick up a little bit at a little bit of an elevated level here, right? Just not within the full, I'd say the full exact express line of support. It's okay. It's still fine. It's still an ascending line of support. There's no swing failure, right? There's no lower low. So when we look at an ascending triangle, these are the moves on the micro that we want. These are the moves on the micro that we get excited about. Okay? So looking at the potential for XRP to the upside, we want to trade a breakout on this. I want to trade a breakout on this. 51% to the upside from the current price, but I want to trade a breakout through this area. See if she can get up and really produce some momentum. On the lower time frames, if we look at what I'm looking for is the opportunity to book a trade. Right? I want to get in, I want to get out of my position. Boom, boom. I want something with some volatility. So we begin to, if something is moving on the evening, if you guys may have your own coin you'd love to trade already. Maybe you'd love to trade one coin, that's just it. Maybe you're having good luck with that coin. But as you would look at something like XRP, it's like, okay, let's jump in, let's trade this, right? Let's start to look at the patterns. Let's see what it wants to do. And we start to work the price action, right? Start to dig into the price action. A little bit of an ascending wedge. Probably a different time frame, had nearly a flat top on this. Let's see what we had on here. Let's just dig in. Ascending wedge, ascending wedge. Both these lines are ascending here. So I'm noting that. But we got some hot price action. So we start to dig into and frame the technicals, right? Start to attack the price action. Start to dig in and see what we have in terms of preceding. Let's just go through this. Let's just work how we would work to get into a trade, right? And it looks like it's a little bit, it may have a little bit lower threshold on this Fibonacci down through this zone. Okay? That's about how I would fashion the fibs unless they wanted to do something like this. And now I'm assessing exactly how the buyers in the market would be, attacking their Fibonacci's. What levels would they be at, right? Where would they have established the preceding zone of breakout? Are they playing from the preceding breakout move, or are they playing from ground zero down to here, right? As we would look at this, definitely from the preceding breakout. I'm making these assessments. Last night I went through this for probably 6 hours with people to show you the type of mindset that I get into and how I attack things in a absolutely just rigorous fashion to get into it, to hammer through the price action, get into the technicals. Literally just attack the technicals. Find that next pattern move up. Find that next target, the next move up. Bam, bam. Just hitting the market to try and give you guys a sense. It wasn't as quick as when I'm actually trading, but to go through the diagnostics, to get it in your mind, the level of operation, the considerations, as I also spend time to explain things to you, right? But what goes on in terms of formulating the opportunity for a trade at a level? Bam, right? If we have a level of variability on our Fibonacci's, what does that mean? How do we fix it? So when we go through these issues and we're constantly talking about the technicals, you guys have the tools. You got it in terms of New York Institute of Finance. And that's who we focus on, guys, if you're new, if you're just plugging in for a minute. That's where Wall Street goes to school. We got to trade against those guys. I want to know what's in there. I want to know the right answers to their tests. Founded by the New York Stock Exchange, 1922. New York Institute of Finance. It's where the big boys pick up the right answers. Huh? You think? Where the big boys pick up the right answers? This? Boom. Bitcoin last night? What you guys think? Does that look like a party trick? Probably. If you've been watching the wrong channels, that probably looks like a party trick. That ain't no party trick. Bam. It's a nice move, huh? Big time. Big time nice move. You spend time with the solid TA framework, you get to know these things. It's just good stuff. Okay? You guys know I don't like to borrow a preceding section for a falling wedge. You guys just know this. I'm not a big fan of that, right? Borrowing a preceding hitch, because is it this one? And this is a great example. Or is it this one? There we go. Or is it this one? You're going to get into this. This is why I don't like to borrow a preceding point here. I'm not into that framework, guys. I don't like to borrow a preceding hitch. Sometimes I will. Preceding hitch, down in price. Pivot, down in price. Is it this one, this one, this one, this one? I like us to hit into resistance and then, boom, establish a level of support, wherever that is. Boom. Support being established here. Okay? It's always a challenge for me and the group to find we want to swing into or slam into resistance, bam, then support. Resistance, bam, support, boom. This being our key focal line. You can choose any one of these you want to. We can make 10 different, literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different wedge formations here, right? Any kind of construction, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just on this time frame of wedges, right? We can, and we can see if it sticks, okay? But we're not going to really know if it's that versus this. That's a problem. Just note that. Put that in your toolbox, okay? And this is not a fan formation as I draw out the different levels. This is just us establishing the requisites for a falling wedge, a continuation pattern, okay? Now, anything underneath that is troublesome to me. Let's look. We beat a rising wedge down here, okay? So we have a prior level of resistance carry through, okay, in this zone. Just noted. How did it get to where it's at, right? And it looks like we had one there. This is the technical assessment that, guys, honestly, I'll do in a very short amount, quick order of time when I'm trading. We take a little bit more time here to walk through things because it will be dizzying, literally a little bit unpalatable if we just operate at 200 miles an hour. So you're seeing the diagnostics, the technical application, accelerating trend, nice accelerating trend, big time. News event or just a level of the macro fib? You guys let me know. I guarantee it's on a level of the macro. On that Fibonacci from that primary original chart that we looked at with the flat top. So I have no problem, me personally, just setting this up right now as nearly a channel to the downside with some indications that it could, and this is fair enough. And Luke, I always talk to you about this issue because I know that you're plugged into this issue. You understand the complications of it, right? But the framework is implied of the descending wedge, right? From the hit into the resistance, support. We just have a variable line here. So that's no problem. It's just you have to understand that the technical componentry and the difficulties that could be caused by a variable level of support. Okay? It affects you on this hit, and it's going to affect you on a potential recoup move. For anybody new to VIP, I want to shout out to Chris, my man, what's up? Frankie, what's up? For the new VIP, after the stream last night, I went back into the back and gave him a huge angel. I let him know about the return to function, right? Return to function on the wedge. I let him know up front. That's VIP. That doesn't leave VIP. I discuss it sometime in stream when I know who's in stream. But that's some gold right there. Return to function, a wedge. Wait till you guys get into futures. You start booking those trades. You see you can hit those trades. Watch, guys, on futures. Watch when you hit those. You're going to like it. Good, Steve-O. Getting exciting. Glad to see that. The quarterback can't throw unless he has running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. When we all contribute, the team is unbeatable. 1:14 a.m. 11. Yeah. Boom. Bam. Boom. Bam. That is it. We are unbeatable. It's awesome, huh? It's the right team. And it's a good thing, huh? You guys know this. It's a good thing we got a good team. We're building in 2022. Who knows what that statement will turn into, but we are building in 2022 with a lot of hard work, starting with. Absolutely. Exciting. Let's carry up this line of support and see where we're at on this. Be an interesting line to interact with, potentially. And we'll go to the 1 minute. We will zoom out to the 1 minute. How about that? Zoom out to the 5 minutes and take a look at, oh, nice hit. Let's see what we got on that 30 minute. So we've established this flat top here. Boom, bam, bam. The good thing about sticking with a coin for a while is that you already know its technicals. You could literally redraw them on the different time frames. Okay? I am always prepared at a level of prior resistance for, what do I say, guys? Show me prior resistance. I'll show you orders at this level. Not that it'll get there, but I am always prepared, me personally, for a move. I mean, it just went up 7%. I mean, come on, man. It's not going to go down 7%. I am always prepared 100% of the time for a move back to prior resistance, period. Bam, bam. Okay? It is a fact of life. That's me. I've seen way too many returns to prior resistance. The framework of an ascending triangle is all over the map, guys. Now that you have set a flat top, many in the market here are literally hoping that we can establish this framework, period. And we don't have to capitulate all the way back down to essentially this level of support. We're working on XRP because XRP is moving. Price action for a minute, right? So it would mean a return to, if we get down to this level, that's going to be some drastic price action to get down to here. There's a lot of levels, target levels in between. Let's look at this real quickly here. Okay, we have a further level of, a higher level of resistance. Okay, on the 4 hourly. Let's go to the hourly. Scoping in, I want some more of the volatility expressed in the lower time frame on that hourly than the 4 hourly. I want to scope in more. Let's go in with 30 minute. There we go. More of the expressed volatility at the lower time frame. Okay. Now, these are just levels of resistance. All right. Preceding zone, carried through multiple pivots. Okay. Possible levels of interaction. Framework into, let's just do somewhat of a macro application. Ground 0 to this interval low to high. You say, well, which one is it? Well, if you're scheduling in your Fibonacci's, I'm going to recommend you do that on 3 different grounds potentially, right? Standard operating procedure for us a long time has been the hourly, period. That's just the truth. If you want to know the truth for us, it's been the hourly. We've started to get a little more aggressive into the 5 minute. Then we started to get a little more aggressively into the candle wicks. Okay, so there's been a progression. Then it's the breakout of preceding on the line to the candle wick. So for someone who's not plugged in, you already know the different options. It's like, well, first it's just the hourly. Then it's, well, the breakout of the previous zone, on the hourly, then to the 5 minute, then the breakout of the preceding zone on the line up to the candle wick top. Now also, I'd say incorporating in the candle wick low to high. Okay, so if people aren't plugged into that, guys, that's just the progression of how we've developed with. I'm going to say how the market's developed a bit. Right now, for those of you who are around in 2021 early, and most of you, I think quite a few of you were, you know that even back in that time, I was excluding the previous channels. Where most of the coins were at is they had taken off from a preceding low. Say this was the entirety of the price action, right? It generated here. Price generated here. You guys know, like if this were the run up here, it may be a bad chart to look at. Let's look at 1 is a good one, right? Look at 1 in terms of like 1, just to reference it, right? I would always exclude the preceding level. right? That's what we did for a long time. Cut out this preceding level. That's a pattern, okay? So in terms of the breakout of the preceding zone, we're still doing the same thing we've always been doing here, right? So there's a level of consistency amongst our saying that we've changed. We've really been doing the same, quite the same thing, okay? Just a little. We just have different patterns in play. So looking at, all right, now we're getting 2 levels. That's nice. 2 levels of support, and we're right on that specified. I want to say 200. Let's see what we got here. That should be 200. Boom, 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 boom. That's the 100, 200. I got a new EMA, multiple EMAs on. So now this is a nice point to break out, right? We have a continuation pattern to the upside. Now I'm diagnosing for me what's the highest probability trade I can come up with. Like London, you're talking about the technicals, but are you buying on support? Are you? For me right now, I'm digging into the price action while I'm speaking to you, looking for the most solid technical play with the highest probability. I may work the technicals on something for 20 minutes. Or you guys may, you may work it for an hour. You may work it for 2 hours. Nothing there. Just relax today. Chill out. Right? Nothing's forcing you to trade. It's just not. So when we work technicals, when we review, when we discuss, we also discuss the past, discuss the group, right? We discuss a lot. Don't ever be in a rush to trade. You don't have to hit the button right now. Right? If you see defects amongst the time frames, let that sink in. Let that don't if you want a perfect pattern, wait for a perfect pattern. I'm serious. If you want a perfect trade, wait for a perfect trade. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. So looking at the breakout here, just a nice move to the upside. Let's look at the 5-minute. So we watch something to develop to see if we can get into a perfect pattern. So we get into a perfect trade. You guys sign up. I'm just going to tell you, for the group, sign up on that LBank, and you guys are going to be sitting there in the next week. I'm going to say, see, your screen just turned green. We'll do this same thing next week. You guys sign up on LBank, and I'll be, did your screen turn green? Did your screen turn green mean making money on that program? Be like, indeed, it just turned green. That's going to be a good thing for the group. It's going to be a good thing for you guys. We did that a few times last night. And last night I just kept saying, did your screen turn green? And if you just did what we just looked at on support, your screen turned green. Boom, money. That's nice. That's a good thing. That link is the pinned tweet. I want you guys to do that. It's going to be fun for the group. It's going to be cool. And let's see, from the low to the high, getting some interaction around that level. I don't dislike that on the candlewick framework. That's not bad. I'd prefer to dig in on pattern, to tell you the truth. Right now, a little bit of variability along this lower level. All right, we have it just is because we have a somewhat of an indicated rising wedge. A touch, huh, in this zone. Differentiated, but yeah. To the extent that a rising wedge is not a standard pattern, is it rising wedge? Hold on. It's close, huh? I mean, it's so right. I mean, it turns into a vertical function here. That's the problem. We have a ascending slightly. It's complicated lower threshold. These are the indications I would draw. We have the ascending triangle indicated. Prior level of resistance here, flat top. Okay, flat top resistance indicated clearly. I'll tell you whether or not they get here. Buyers are lined up at this level here, down at this level, period. Okay? The green on the screen here is because we're looking at a potential flat top. We have a flat top here with the potential. The buyers are excited about an ascending triangle, and that is demonstrated on the 30-minute. You'll see on the 30-minute that flat top, presence of buyers. Buyers stepping in and boom, taking at that level. Taking, boom, equivalent level, okay? That's hugely important as you assess price action or the buyers in the market. Let's look at the 1 minute. Let's see who we are. So you pop the wedge. Nice move. Let's see what we have. Now, this is the other component of this is there is a distinct possibility of losing people, completely losing people, i.e. you, when I get to the 5 second and the 1 second time frame. I will lose droves of people until you download that program, you get a link, and you decide, yes, you're going to hit a button and you're going to watch your screen turn green. Because we could be at the 1 second. As soon as I say the 1 second time frame, I'm going to lose you. Half the thing is like, I'm not going to the 1 second time frame, man. There is no reason for me to go in on the 1 second time frame. If we had been there, listen to me for 2 seconds. If we had been on the 1 second time frame, what would we have caught? We would have caught the ascending triangle. It's the only way we caught. The only place we would have caught it, guys. And I said we were looking for one, right? So where was she hiding? 1 second time frame. 5 seconds? Did she have it? Little bit of ascension. Clearer on the 1 second time frame. So let's look at this. What would this have done? Not bad, guys. 0.81% to the upside. 0.81%. Well, what is that on let's say, what's that on 20? Much like what is this, guys? 15% move? In a 15% move in 2 minutes? That makes the 1 second a little bit more digestible, doesn't it? A 15% trade in 2 minutes. So you see, you would have left the whole 7 points. I missed the 7.65%, the boost, the blast off. Well, get comfortable down at the 1 second for a minute. Find you an ascending triangle. Let's find something else. We did this last night. I'm talking to people like, maybe they're trading, maybe they want to trade or something else, but maybe they don't want to trade. I don't know. But if you want to book a trade for 15%, boom, in a few minutes, watch your screen turn green. I like that. It's important, guys, for you to book trades. And you see just and I'd say we roughly have that indicated on the 5 second. 5 second. A little bit of an ascension as you get into the 15 seconds. So you got to dig in. And I know you don't want to. There's this resistance against wanting to dig into like the 1 second time frame. Come on, man. I mean, the 1 minute, that's enough. Man, you want to book a trade? You want to sit in front of your computer for days? Finding a perfect pattern? You may not find it on the 1 minute or the hourly or the 4 hourly, or you might, but don't you book a trade for 20% on the 1 second? This is a good example. We didn't go to the 1 second. I was there last night for hours. Okay? Hours. And it was a good talk, good chat. We'll just say this. You guys are gonna I'm excited about 2022 for VIP. You guys are gonna start killing it. For those of you who trade a lot, you understand why you might need to be at this level. The 1 second on XRP, currently up 7.89%. It's moving. It's got price action. We pay attention. Okay? Nice ascending triangle. We hunt these down. You hunt these down, you're going to start making some money with the right coins. You guys know this, right? We got Angel. I'm an investor by heart, but trading was a blessing that was a direct result of my investing. I fully intend on maximizing my blessing. Thanks, London. Hey, I have to admit, all the futures talk has my stomach feeling good. Yummy. Hey. London, I'm really looking forward to L Bank and everything that it has to offer. Boom. That is awesome. I am so excited for you, Angel, and for VIP in 2022. And VIP would not be VIP without you, my man. You inspire us every day. It's a pleasure to bring opportunities to you and VIP. I'm going to put and heart. Boom. Because we got a lot of that here, guys. Boom. In good ways, huh? A lot of heart and a lot of good ways. No soft kind of unmany kind of weird stuff. I'm talking about the right kind of heart that matters. you're going to go into battle in in crypto and trading. It's like, I want that guy with me. You're going to win. You ain't going to beat him. And you want people saying that about you too. And we got the group like that. They ain't going to beat him. And it's nice. I mean, I know that about Angel. He knows that about me. We know that about the group. They ain't gonna beat us. We're gonna hit it. Prior level of resistance. Show me a prior level of resistance. I'll show you orders. Will it get hit? That's gonna be the question. Now, if we were trading, bam, here, you're gonna say, well, my screen turned green, right? Boom. On leverage here, bam. Had the indication here. So you're in a position now, if you want to hit the button. That's my goal, is to get you there. Is literally, I want to get you in the position where you can hit the button, and once you start seeing your profit generate more quickly on leverage, you're gonna be like, A-okay, right? A-okay. And you guys will be able to assess it. If it's something that, given your skill set, etc., you don't feel like you can refine, or you can, that it's going to accommodate you in terms of it being realistic, then it's going to be hard for me to believe that. I just know you guys can trade. And that's why people trade, bottom line. And we will remove the foreign componentry to it, in terms of it just won't be foreign at all to you guys anymore. Find your pattern, your time frame, find something that's moving, get you a 1%, 2% move on something. Beautiful. Right? On some leverage. And it just accommodates my style, it accommodates our style and a lot of our backgrounds, etc. very well, in terms of being more aggressive, quickly in, quickly out, etc. Get those returns. We've seen a few of these recently, haven't we? Resistance, support, resistance, framework of a channel to the downside. We've seen 3 or 4 of these recently. The market's repeating. Market's definitely repeating. And so let me go ahead and lighten this up on the green. Let me go ahead on this macro ascending triangle for XRP. It's been on my radar. I got to see it pick up in this level. I got to see buyers step in and indicate. We will set on the 4-hourly. It's on the 4-hourly that we have this flat top. I will indicate here with a level of resistance, and I will let us know on alert when we have something hugely potentially profitable. These will be, after you really get scheduled into futures and stuff, these will be some of your bigger plays here, right? Macro feature. Always look at the preceding levels of resistance in these levels, at these areas, because we could always back off at this level as well and say, well, now it's time to build another ascending triangle at this preceding line of resistance, right? Bam, that pivot, right? And look at this. We have a flat top here too. Well, so before we get too gunned up about heading all the way up on the target, the amplitude, you guys got the amplitude, each preceding resistance hit is an opportunity for the buyers to step back and say, well, this was nice down here, but we're going to formulate another level of flat resistance here or here, right? So all of those are possibilities. They just are. If you trade it right, you have a good entry, you can do one of a few things. Now, you can maximize your leverage. Yeah, you can maximize your return early, and you don't have to sit and worry. Watch. You set your target at the top. If you also choose that with a stop loss, no problem. If it wants to perform, it performs. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You just key in the pricing. Well, get me out if it goes below here. Maybe you let it ride. Just go ahead and put my target, my take profit here. Right? So, good options to have. Glad to see XRP in the mix. And in terms of that ascending triangle we just saw in the 1 second, let that just be a reminder to become comfortable with that 1 second. Because this is some green in your pocket. Believe it or not, it's guys are trading like this all day long, guys. All day long, all across the world. They just are. Some of the best traders in the world are trading like this on the 1 second with boom, 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 boom. They're literally just bam. They're hitting this trade in and out before the rest of the market even really knows what's going on, before they've started up their computer. In 55 seconds, definitely in 55 seconds, if not in 42 seconds, they're potentially out. Boom, that's it. Bam, book the trade. Okay? We'll work on issues like liquidity. We'll work on scheduling in limit orders, getting the best achievable price. How much can be traded? That's the other thing. Like how much can be traded on the right platform? More than you can, than we can, we can put together by tomorrow at 10 a.m. How about that? That's fair enough, huh? More than we could put together as a group by tomorrow at 10 a.m. Not overall, it has a threshold, it has a limit. Okay, at some point. But for trading, you're going to appreciate it very much so. So we're watching the patterning, and the important part is what I want to sink in now that we didn't miss anything. The point here proven. It's a good example. It's really a nice example that on the 1 second we had the ascending triangle. You guys are going to see how these work. L-Bank has market orders and it has limit orders on futures. Deal. Nicely. A market order button. Just hit in, ba-bam, you're in. Hit out, ba-boom, you're out. There's some issues with that. I'm going to talk about it when you get into it. Just be prepared. Book of matches. Cup of coffee trades. Coffee trades. Get into it. They're not $5. Yeah, maybe 10 cups of coffee, 100 cups of coffee. Okay? Get it to where you can see this thing made money. I just booked a trade. I had a $500 trade, or I put in $450 into a trade. I just look at my account's at $900 now. I mean, just your futures account, right? Your spot, you're gonna have your backup in there, in your spot. You're just gonna dish out into your spot, out of your spot into your futures. Just work with whatever parameter works best for you, but don't load up your futures account where 2 pushes of a button. This is the point, guys. You're in your futures. It's just like account A, account B. Your spot account. That's regular trading, right? So put in your spot account. If you put for example's sake, you put in $100,000 into your spot account. All right, great. Only put into your futures account what you're willing to have expire immediately on a position, because really right now you're learning how futures work. So if you put, okay, I'll put it, whatever, I'll put 500. I'm going to put just $500, $1,000 over into the futures. That's it. So put $500, whatever. Yeah, $100,000. I'll put $500 in my futures account. Just transfer over $500. Boom, boom. Now the most you can lose on the future, listen to this, is $500. Very important that I just stated that. Okay, very important. I put $1 million. I put $1.2 million in my spot account. Hey, now you guys are understanding too. Well, out of the $1.2 million, I'm going to put $500 into my futures account. They're laid out. It's account A and account B. Okay, so I'm going to put $500 in my futures account. I still have $1.2 million in my spot account. What's the most you can lose on your futures contract? $500. Hey, you don't have to worry about the $1.2 million going anywhere. All right, you ain't betting the $1.2 million on this next $500 trade. You got it? It's just the 500. That's your margin. Okay? Nice price action. Nice price action. XRP. This is going to be fun. We see a little channel framework to the upside. We have fun 2022. Going to be good times. See what we got building here. Boom, boom. And don't do that necessarily. Back to support. And see where the buyers were? Stacked up at support. You guys saw that? Price action, boom. Buyers sitting right here with those orders. Now we formulated this. Spent a lot of time last night carving into the price action, carving into the channel framework, looking for that next pattern. Where's the next trade? Where's price going? You guys are going to have fun. I'm going to put here, indeed. Bam. You are rocking and rolling, my man. You're a good guy. Good people. VIP. Boom. So, I'll tell you, the guy who took here, boom, up in 42 seconds, he may only want to trade ascending triangles. He may just choose. That's just it. I traded an ascending triangle. I see one I like it. It's no problem. Another guy, you want to come in, you want to splash a little bit along support lines. It's support. It's fine. If it busts support, it's fine. He has prior resistance down here. He's comfortable here. The highest probability trades, right? The ones you really want, you kind of have to be selective. right? A little bit messier with your approach, you're going to get a little bit messier returns. Go to the highest probability trades, you may have fewer trades. Of course, higher probability trades, you're going to have fewer trades. You guys understand that? Higher probability means fewer trades. I'm just going to state that, guys. That's you can, if you want to challenge me on that. Take more trades out of the entirety of the trades there. I mean, you're going to have poor patterning in so many of the trades. You guys can distinguish between, good and poor patterning. Without a doubt. A little bit of a problem here. There we go. A little bit of a problem with the descending triangle. We do have a flat bottom here. Bam, bam. If you're in support here, well, higher probability trade, ascending triangle. Without a doubt, right? We hunt these. We love these. The guys who trade these, ascending triangle, bam. The guy, he's out in, you hit the button here, right? Well, you got to think about it. Boom, 45 seconds. You want to make a percent move in 45 seconds, right? Beautiful. 58 up to 42 seconds. About you clear 15% on your trade. And you want that liquidity. London, a question, if I may. I'm an investor and trader. If an investor slammed in at a very low entry with no intent of selling, can the trader take advantage of that entry? Can the trader take advantage of that entry? Let me ask myself this question. It's a great question. London, a question, if I may, from Angel. If an investor, okay, I'm an investor and trader. If the investor slammed in at a very low entry with no intent of selling, can the trader take advantage of that entry? To the extent that the investor is providing that asset, coin, etc., to the market to facilitate the trader, then yes. In terms of exchange facilitation, I am not going to say the word farming or there's some different opportunities with exchanges to provide liquidity. So yes, would be the answer, i.e. through providing liquidity and you're being provided a return in exchange for providing liquidity. However, right now, I would say that would require a team full of lawyers on your side, my friend. You know this, brother. Who's going to take up any exchange right now on the opportunity to provide liquidity? So that would be the one thing how the trader, and you have to say the other way around this is the trader is sitting there, and the trader somehow is engaging in, if it's a contract, if it's an option, if it's a whatever it may be, some exchange facilitated mechanism, i.e. a future along those lines. And the trader is taking advantage of that, whether it be a liquidity or it be a contract exchange provided product. You are now in a position, though, just overall, the team of lawyers in terms of what in the heck is going to happen with the next exchange. Nobody knows. Now, legally, they're going to have to give you time to get your stuff out, you got to close shop, you got to do whatever. Everybody have to move to Dubai to work, or everyone have to move to Malaysia. Who knows? I don't know. But just in terms of that, providing the liquidity it could get, and you asked from the trader's standpoint, and that's a nice question. I know you probably have plenty of opportunities to do that, without a doubt. Seeing this level of support kick up, see a little bit of expansion here. Still cognizant of this lower level on XRP. Just walking through the details. Prior resistance. And the exchange functions right now, we're just in a very fluid, you got to be fluid. You talk about when you talk about, and you see moment of capitulation could have occurred here, pick back up into, right? Classic buy at support. If you chose to buy at support in terms of that semi-wedge function of channel, Screen turns green. It's not enough. Bam, now you're in. What does the exchange want from you, or what does the market want from you? It wants your time. A lot of times it'll get you out of the trade. You guys know that. Many times it'll get you out of the trade. That's not the issue. Then you want to make a little money on a trade. That's not the issue. The issue is, or you'll have an opportunity to cover yourself on the trade, right? You just enter in a lower price. You cover that position, you'll be fine. It wants your time. I bring that up so frequently. The market wants your time. That's what you're going to feel like when you don't maximize your trade. Let me see here. Knowing that he can use that as a support line and trade with a bigger threshold for risk. Ouch. Wow. Yeah. And that's just Angel. That is 100% Angel in the house. Angel, my man, because I love that, man. I love that because you have no idea. That's just not the standard. Like, there is more at the floor, and I am the floor. There is more money at the floor of this, and I am the floor. Very nice. And you're holding the floor. It was very interesting. You're holding the floor. You're operating. You have to think about this. Angel talking about, like, with any coin, in terms of holding the level of support, you are the support at the lower level. And you get into the dynamic. He's the support, so that is the level of support. So you could operate with a higher level of leverage, right? At that support line. Bigger threshold of risk because the support is there. So you're into the exchange dynamic. The exchange holds. I mean, think about this. If the exchange were to hold, you're almost putting yourself in a position equivalent with an exchange, Angel, because we watch a descending wedge, typically bullish structure here. Okay. Now your screen turned green. If you were in right here, your screen just turned green. Boom, right there. Lined up on support. As we talk about this, though, Angel, what you're looking at, Angel, is the no. As in, the exchange would have a floor price set under which they would not want the market to operate. That's what I say in response. Let's see what you got. I want to read what your next statement is. Because the exchange is going to have a position. They don't want to be undercut by the market in their position. The exchange has their holdings of XYZ facilitated through contracts, liquidity providers, etc., even if it's all on paper. If you played this breakout right here, you are doing well. Boom, boom. Congrats to anybody trading. Nice on XRP. Good price action. Yeah. Investor is not selling, but trader in me is not using anything regarding farming or whatever. It's a mindset only, brother. I know. I know this. Bam. But you have an exchange mindset level of market participation. I'm just going to say that of market participation. In terms of your holdings, like without a doubt, in terms of your holdings, so that framework comes to mind. You're in the top 1% of 1% of investors and traders. And you're on that exchange dynamic level. That's just it's a cool thing. It's exciting. It's awesome. I love to hear. I do, and so Angel, I really enjoy hearing how your mentality on things. because you're like a privatized exchange level participant, nearly. And I say on the exchange level because they're Johnny come lately to you, big time. Maybe they have finance backgrounds, etc. They know they've got the team from Wharton that put their, if they're filing together like that. Okay, the team from Wharton, all right, maybe they know what they're doing, right? But as you look at it, the market dynamics that you've established over the last 10 years in crypto, you know what the floor is, and you also know how they think, and you've had a lot of experience with them. So, and I know you're not talking about yield farming, etc., but to the extent of providing liquidity, it's not that just shows me how much of a trader you are, and that is awesome. That's the bottom line. Your answer shows me how much of a trader you are. That is just awesome because it's the truth, huh? No, because it's just who you are, brother. That is so cool, huh? Bam. That is sweet, dude. That is awesome. Couldn't make that stuff up if you tried, huh? It's either it's in your DNA or it's not. You see Angel's answer like, no. I ain't talking about yield farming. Angel's been around. He's got the liquidity to to help Binance if Binance gets in a bind, like with whatever it might be, like, Mr. Matos, we need to borrow some of your stuff for our liquidity. We're in a fix. I can imagine CZ just calling Angel. Possible, right? Scratch your head on that one. But he's saying that, it's like, no, not that. He's trading. He wants to know the trading dynamics. But he's been around. It's just funny to me, Angel, because he's been around long enough that could, that's feasible, right? So we're seeing the return to what? As we look at that prior resistance, big deal, right? Now, of all of this, what is the most consistent play? I'm going to ask you guys that. In terms of the dynamics involved, the ascending triangle is my favorite right here, okay? Noted. Now, a return to prior resistance, depending upon the coin, can be very consistent. We know this, guys. Money, okay? Money. Return to prior resistance, depending upon the coin. Depending upon the coin. Trade it if you've studied it, if you paid attention to it, if it's in your data set in the market. You're like, I've seen the last 5 of these. They've been going down. Short it. Right? Because they can be good moves. The difficulty we run into a lot of times is with a falling wedge. You guys know this. Without a doubt. Falling wedge, man. They're tough, aren't they? From time to time, they're just maybe less consistent in terms of their target performance. Without a doubt. They're less consistent in terms of their target performance. Is the target really the preceding, say, the initiation of the wedge? Really? In crypto, is that really the target? Is the upside initiation of the wedge? Really? Does it depend if it's a continuation move to the upside or if it's a wedge that's coming from the downside? There's some distinctions like that. And keep those 2 questions in mind if you can, right? Is the target really the initiation of the wedge? Is that the topside target of it? Does it depend upon even reaching that? Does that depend upon whether or not you're in a continuation move to the downside or you're in a continuation move to the upside? Continuation move to the upside, that's not our target. If it's a nice falling wedge, continuation move to the upside, we expect to continue to the upside. So there's a lot of gray area on a wedge, guys, between, in this circumstance, we want an equivalent target hit with the resistance hit in along resistance, guys, right? The pivot hit along resistance. In circumstance X, Y, or Z, it's not black and white. It's conditional. It has variables to it. You guys get this. It's just the truth. Continuation to the upside, move with a clean falling wedge. We expect continuation. Boom. That means continuation. So wedges, pay attention to wedges. Now, an ascending triangle, is smooth work, right? Ascending triangle is nice stuff. Eh? It's nice stuff, guys. We like ascending triangles. They pay. And when they shoot up, they pop, bam. We'd like to see multiple hits. You guys know this, multiple hits on a flat line. Different time frames. Find an ascending triangle on one time frame. Reinforce it. We can have holdings on different exchanges. The investor has holdings on some exchanges, but the trader could be trading on other exchanges. It's a mindset only. Hey, I know this. This I know. You're a trader. You have a trader. An incredible trade mentality. Let's see. You have an incredible trade mentality. You trade. And you say that about, and I this doesn't go without saying, Angel. I know that you say this about the floor, right? Because I know you've been tested. You have had a position low in a coin, and this is where the mindset is an experience, right? Because you have that. I would just imagine you have had that low level large position on a coin and watched people test your level of support, and it doesn't move through you. That's a powerful feeling, huh? That's big time. That's cool. That's nice. Good feeling, huh? And so at some point you expect as well, the flip side of that would be nice to have, well, I have the large position, so I would expect everything to move above me. That's a little bit more grueling sometimes, isn't it? Because the exchange is below you, right? The exchange is kind of below you, and you like to test the exchange, right? So when other people will test you, you're cracking your knuckles out and testing the exchange, right? And so they sit back in there in their French cuffs and dapper, whatever they've got, slim smokes and French cuffs in the corner office on Wall Street. They sit there, and the way that you get tested, and you watch other people come down to you, and you reinforce that floor in the market with your position, your large position, your support. You like to test the exchange. You're at that level too when you get into something. I mean, that has to be the follow through of what you're looking at. It has to be a mindset, and I know that you fit that dynamic. And the French cuff, slim puff, sons of guns, huh? Slim puffs. We Cohiba guys, huh? That's just the slim puff, huh? We call them slim puffs, huh? Whatever they got going on. It's good stuff, huh? So prior resistance, huh? We see it. Now, with XRP, maybe this is the move. Remember, lowest time frame, don't let it offend you, man. It's a 1 second time frame. Leverage, that's a beautiful move. Boom. That's a nice trade, guys. Nice trade. Then you start to say, well, I didn't catch the entirety of the 7% move when it flew up. I'm digging into the price now. How do we dig into it? We attack the price action, right? Once it moves, bam, we start to attack the price action. Miss the entirety of the way up, no problem. Well, XRP's moving. So what do? We enter the lowest time frames, bam. We identify some moves to take advantage of. That's just it. We identify moves to take advantage of. Right? So bullish formation here, lowest time frame, ascending triangle indicated, right? There we go, something like that. We would be able to take advantage of on futures. Boom, a nice move to the upside. Bam, hit 15%, 20% real quickly. Maybe you do more aggressive than that. You might have done a 50x on this. You might have got a 30 or 40% trade right here. Literally over a 30, maybe a 40% trade right here. 40%. Just because we have something that's moving, we have price action. Right? It's nice. Now, you need to understand, with a 50x, or you're going to work. You're going to figure it out. I'm going to tell you, you're going to get a futures trade and you're going to get it liquidated. And the world is going to keep on turning. It is going to keep on turning. And you're not going to be overexposed because you're VIP. Okay? And you're going to say, okay, that's how that works. Okay. And then you're going to get some futures trades that absolutely go through the roof. And you're going to see the green on the screen like, bam, like, whoa. I lost one a couple days ago or something like this. Wow, I've doubled or tripled this position. You're going to see that when you apply the fundamentals of technical analysis and you're not overly greedy on the situation, that's another thing. You got to hit the button when you see the green. Bam. A lot of these are lower time frame moves. Bam, bam. Quick action. Nice action. It's going to speed up your trade game. You're going to like it. You're going to like it a lot. Let's see what we got here. Audio kind of been on the radar. I want to flip through Cody real quickly so you guys get the example with XRP. You got the 4-hourly up to a potential ascending triangle. We got the alarm set. We'll let you know on that. I'm not a big trader on XRP, but I had noticed that, right? Now, XRP, we were looking at this. Let's just, not XRP, Cody. Currency of the internet. I just pay attention to anything that's got a potentially strong pattern in play. Okay? And we'll frame around something like that. Yeah, it's not perfect. A little bit imperfect, but we're going to keep watching it. It reminds me enough of Doge. We just may just stick with Doge. Let's see what we got on. Let me, let's see, into Cody. So we can leave Cody there for a minute. Not a bad framework to look at. But so near back on support. What are we going to look at here? What do we got with Angel? My man. Thank you, London, for clearing that up. No problem. Everyone is different. What's your threshold for pain? Because it is painful. Hey, pain. You want to know my threshold for pain? You're going to like this one. When I go to the dentist, I went through a period of time I did not want any numbing medication, needles, or anything. I didn't want anything. And I literally had people drilling on my teeth. Literally drilling on my teeth with no numbing. I don't know why. When I look back at it, I'm like, I wonder if I was tough. And I'm like, and I tell you, your body will react in a way. You have to get the shots, the numbing or whatever. You have to get those because the nerves in your body literally will react so much. And it's not that like you can't stand the pain, but it's like, and it sounds drastic. But I was just like, no, I don't want the numbing stuff. Just do it. Just do it. And it wasn't the actual pain, but the nerves in your body literally will react so much. Like it's just, okay, it's a functional necessity of the body, how the body reacts to it. So you say that is a good example. That's just how I am. I don't know. Tough guys. What do we got here? London for clearing up. You're welcome. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. So, I ain't the toughest guy in the world, huh? Look at Doge. Nice. Nice move. Up over the resistance. Nice move on Doge. Now what we do? Let's dig into lower time frames, right? Let's dig into it. Let's see what we got. Just like XRP, let's dig in. Doge moving. What's Doge up now? You're going to get used to the hunt here a little bit. The hunt as we look through different patterns, different coins, different things. You try and book trades. All right. We'll see what Doge's been doing. Some of you guys just wanted to trade Doge. That's it. Maybe you focus on Doge all night long. The important thing is something that's going to move. You need something that's going to move, do something. Right? Now, people are trading this pattern here. Dun, 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 dun. They're trading this. Resistance, support, etc. That's a true story on the dentist. I don't know why. I mean, it sounds crazy, but it sounds so rational to me at the time. Like, no, I just choose not to. Now, granted, when they got in with the drill and the nerve, everything else, it's just crazy. Your whole body's like, it's just nuts. You're like, and there are other people in the room like, you're gonna, maybe something's gonna help that. I'm like, I think you have to because it's just like my body won't stand still. It's like, yes, sir, that's the incredible amount of pain that you're in. Like, that must be what that is. Yes, I think that's probably what it is. You can go ahead and do that. I don't see how you're going to be able to do your work otherwise because, just having a normal conversation, someone drilling in your teeth, that's fine. You need to go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. You're on the nerve route. I think, it's a requirement now. Oh, sir, yeah, let me stop the drill. It's a requirement now. Well, I appreciate that. Let me go ahead and give it to you. So, I don't know. It's funny stuff. odd story. Huh? So, what else we got? But when you believe it's going to bounce up at what you believe is bedrock, and it does, almost instantly turning exhaustion into euphoria. Ba-bam. Yo, yo, yo. Yes, sir. Yeah, indeed, my man. That's perfect, huh? That goes on the wall. Doesn't it, huh? Love that. Bam. That is good stuff right there. Perfection. Boom, boom. And what else we got here? Not only reversing to the upside, but getting to the higher high and mooning. Boom. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And it is, huh? And you just talk about the thrill, isn't it, huh? The thrill, the hunt, the kill, everything. It's all in there. Without a doubt. But you got to be able, and you got to be able to. Sometimes it is suffer through that. What's your threshold for pain? What's your tolerance? You talk about stamina? It's not only as you talk, Angel. You guys trade, and this is one of the things I'm excited about. You guys on leverage a bit, guys. It's going to change a little bit because you're going to be of the ability to speed some of this process up. Oh, it's going to be nice. You're going to do good, too. Boom. You guys, best traders I know. Without a doubt. We just need the right technical platform. We need the right, and as long as we can keep the technical platform together, then we're fine. We're going to do great. But you need price to move. We need it to go up or down or both, or we need something to occur. Potential for a bull flag in this zone. Let's see. Doge up at 1.43%. And that's relevant at 1.43% because that's the degree of volatility that we have expressed in the price action. That's the profit percentage that you can calculate and use to calculate in terms of the level of trade that you can book, right? You'll have different costs associated with either spot or futures. You'll have different, right, exchange fees, etc. You'll have different, liquidity implications on large position versus smaller position. You'll have all that. But if some things at 0, some of these are at 0.42, some at 0.6. Gold's at 0.02% moving. 0.02%. You can still make money on gold. Right? But it's a little different. Something's up 1.42%. It's a whole lot different. It's something up 2%. Dot's up 1.5%. No problem. You go. You're funny, huh? You're funny, huh? You're a chicken shit for needles. You're funny, Angel. You're crazy. I'm a chicken shit for needles, but put me under anesthesia. You're funny, huh? That's hilarious, huh? That is just funny, huh? It's just what it is. I don't know. I look back on it. I was just one of these. I don't know. It's just a real particular mood for me. The dentist, everything. I was like, no, just go ahead, just do this. I was young and just absolutely bullet tough and unstoppable. I pull up in my Hummer, and they're glad I didn't bulldoze their building with the biggest, blackest, baddest Hummer in the U.S. One of those deals. Look, man, I don't need painkillers. It's just some just out there, right? It's only the stuff you couldn't make up, right? Oh, there we go. Novocaine. There we go. Needle Novocaine. I know. I guess that stuff works. Steve popping out the Novocaine. Good job, man. I guess that does work, huh? Yeah, very important development. I did learn that. Very important. So potential bull flag here. Looks like we're on this preceding. Hold on, guys. Preceding what? Level of expressed. Is it resistance? We're going to pay attention to this. Let's dig into the hourly. Let's see where we are on this top line. I want to dig into this level of resistance across the top. I want to see where we're at on, okay, within the threshold framework, we should be We want to know if we're on any type of if we're heading this bull flag into a level of resistance. And I'll tell you guys, please let this sink in. I don't like, personally, as you trade, whatever you're trading, if you're trading Matic, you're trading whatever, guys, as you see an ascending triangle like this, I do not want to, personally, just me, I'll forego the trade. No big deal. I'll let it go. But I don't want to hit a resistance support, and then boom, over resistance. And watch this, guys. I do not want to trade this bull flag. I will tell you that. I don't want to trade it. I'm not going to trade one of these. I'm just not. Let it move up to here. That's fine. I may set some orders here for a short within the amplitude of this move. I might do that if it wants to really pop up and surprise, but so many of these have gotten messy. I've counted, I mean, how many have we counted, guys? Maybe 10 of the last 15 have been bad on this level. Capiche? You got it? Just over the top resistance on a rising wedge, they're difficult. If you get involved heavily in one, if you frequently trade this, I'd be interested to know if you trade it heavily, how your trades are going. That's the bottom line. I think that's well stated enough. So when I look at this move here, do we have this occurring in this level? Let's look. Okay? We have this substructure in with the rising wedge framework here. Okay? Now, we also could be contained within this level here. We're going to open this up a bit. Okay? This gives some interesting dynamics to the conversation, without a doubt. This is a good discussion, technically speaking. That's the will with a passion. Boom. Okay. So the dynamic here, I'm going to tell you, the expression, the technicals in the market, the more flat that we are in an ascending triangle, okay, the more flat that we are in an ascending triangle, the easier it is for us to operate up and above it, okay? The more ascending we get, okay, the more that this line starts to march up here, and the more that it really marches up here, you see this? We have different implications, okay? The further that our line of resistance starts to angle up, the more the equation changes for us, okay? It just does. The further that starts to angle up, really, it changes the equation of what we're looking at. We can go from different assumptions in the accompanying patterns. Believe it or not, we're going to make different assumptions. This is kind of an extreme model here, okay? Okay? But as we would look at the wedges, the technical wedge in here at this level, okay, I'm discussing the degree of, we're talking about the degree of measuring this bull flag, okay? We have an ascending line of resistance here. It's a rising wedge, right? I don't like to trade these over a rising wedge. Technically, this is a rising wedge. Capiche? Yeah, we got this. So, yes, it's a rising wedge. However, I'm going to put it in a different category because it's this rising wedge here, okay? And it's not necessarily this rising wedge, let's say up in here, right? Different framework for me as I look at and I assess things differently because we've traded a lot, okay? So to the exclusion of any preceding level of resistance to a support, just bear in mind if you're up against a level of resistance with a bull flag, it may be difficult, period. That's the easiest thing to take from this conversation. This may be a difficult play, period. You may not want to make any exceptions. You may say, no. And see, at the lower time frame, we're back into. Just long story short, before we get into measuring the degrees of possibilities on a relatively flat versus a slightly ascending versus an extremely ascending kind of wedge, just pay attention anytime you have a bull flag on or around a preceding line of resistance, please. Kindly requested. Just note that. I think it will add to your trade game and put more moolah in your pocket. Okay? So, let's see what we got. In the chat, shout out to the VIP, everybody who's doing well tonight. I'm excited that you're here. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. We're discussing things with VIP. Want to shout out to No Torque, recently joined last night. He's been saying he was going to do it from Basecamp for weeks. He gave himself a deadline, and I had to kick somebody out for not having a badge. And No Torque just said, that's it. I'm back in the back. So No Torque is in VIP. And guys, we have a strong group in the back. I want to let you guys know, honestly, it is a nice, strong group. What's up, Sean? My man, what's going on? What's up, Sean? Sean, big man. Freddie, you guys check him out. What's up, Freddie? Cool people. We got, look at Chris, brand new. What's up, Chris? In the house. What's up, brother? Great to have you in the VIP. Beautiful, beautiful lady. Beautiful company you're keeping. We want to say, Frankie, what's up, Frankie? Big time. Big timer. I see Frankie doing incredible things. You guys want to check out Steve-O's in the house. What's up, Steve? One of the best trade station. Look at this, guys. Bam, 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 bam. That'll work, huh? Nice. Steve has been around a while, without a doubt. We got a shout out to Amos in the house. What's up, Amos? Amos going to trade, guys. Amos going to trade. He came to play. He came to trade. I'm going to tell you guys. No fear in Amos. I want you guys to know. These are just our VIPs setting up. Craig in the house. Craig. Bunch of good thoughts, good things going your way, my man. Slim Doge. Boom. Just some guys. Let's profile up. Luke in the house. What's up, Luke? What's up? What's up? Awesome at charts. Knows what he's doing trading, without a doubt. Pathfinder, the Doge, man. Just profile some of you guys. See what's up. Richard Rio in the house. What's up? Richard. Boom. And you know who I got to get? I got to go wrestle down a few guys like Vlad. Vlad, I'm going to have to wrestle you down, my man. I'm going to let somebody else do that. I don't need the Novocaine or anything else, but I'm going to let someone else wrestle Vlad. He cranked up. Also, Anthony. Got to point out Anthony. What are you doing, Anthony? Where are you at, my man? You still chilling, huh? He's out there somewhere. He's chilling. Anthony. Yeah, who else we got? Brad. We got a few other guys down and below. Quite a few other people down and below. Base campers, etc. We look forward to you guys. Guys, it's a cool group. People ready to trade. Let me see what we got here. BTC is king, period. But when trading altcoins that are not in the top 100, you can make a great trade, but can't completely trade out due to liquidation. Absolutely. If entering into a very small market, you're right on that. Cap coin, check their total liquidity, personally speaking. Absolutely. Yeah. Indeed. 100%, huh? 100%. Angel. Boom, 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 boom. Is absolutely, I have to put this, absolutely correct about liquidity. And that's one thing that we don't, like, coming from anywhere else. Yeah, and BTC is liquidity king. It is liquidity king. It's just the truth. And if you've traded equities, if you traded stocks, you don't have this problem. Some of these issues, like you're trading Apple, you're trading something, gold, oil contracts, you don't have these problems. When you get over to crypto, it's like, hold on, no one else is trading this right now. Like I'm trying to float a $200,000 position through this, and no one else wants to buy this right now, right? So, there's whatever the coin is, they got 400 people in their Twitter, and they're all, they all went to summer camp or something. I don't know. It's possible. So it's a different dynamic. So it's a burgeoning market. We will remember these days the frustrations and headaches it's given us, right? No problem. So the indication thus far has been correct in terms of the And I'm going to say this too, in terms of just like watching Doge, right? Slow mover worked into this ideal. We've seen a few of these tonight. Roughly indicated ascending line of support, roughly with a little bit of variation, but the flat top, right? Close to the flat top. Perfection, give it a little bit of variability, but find a time frame where it's close. You want to find a time frame where it's close. A little bit of a variety here. Yeah, a little bit of touch over. You know, give yourself a little bit of leeway, but the more flat that it is on top, the better the expectation. Now, what are we doing on XRP? Where are we going? Right? Back down to prior resistance. It's a level. It's just indicated, right? If we up it just a touch, playing like ascending, that's fine, along with some support in play. But yeah, this may be indicated as well. So we covered this on the bull flag over prior resistance, potential no-fly zone, right? Big time. Line of support indicated here. You guys know your Elliott wave function. Can we expect another move up? It'd be great. We have a flat top on any time frame. That'd be a question, right? The question between the 30-minute, 5-minute, not really. Huh? Still ascending. Let's see what we got. Always looking for a flat top, guys. I'm looking for a trade. I want a flat top. VIP in the house. Yeah, there we go, Steve. Steve's been trading. He's been doing a good job. It's fun, Steve. Steve, get that L Bank deal. Stat, por favor. You're gonna dig it, Steve. It's gonna be good because you can trade. I wouldn't tell this to you guys if you couldn't trade. By the way, I wouldn't tell you something if you couldn't do it. It's exciting. I know you guys are. You're going to do it. Relatively flat top here. So Doge moving just a bit. Return to that prior level of resistance would be fine, or this level of support as well. You guys trading into Doge. It's going to change your life, guys, when you can book a trade in 20 minutes or an hour or something like that. And you don't have to. You're not going to miss anything in the market. Look at Sheeb. Sheeb is slowed down, huh? Slowly she goes. Man. A lot of money in Sheeb. A lot of people have a lot of money in Sheeb. They're just sitting watching it. That's fine. Some of them know through this period. That's fine. Just go ahead. Hit the runway. Hit the runway. No problem. Nice technical coin. It's behaving well. Sheeb. Mighty Sheeb. Look at that USDT.D, that dominance chart for Tether. Right? Now, last night I looked at it and I said, ouch, ouch. Yeah, this is before the drop. A little bit, I don't know. Went in the back, we talked about the fan. So that was nice. But, yeah, USDT.D is looking healthy. Don't you guys think? It's a healthy looking chart. What's wrong with half the chart? Make a comment last night. Tonight, half my chart disappears. Well, all right. All right, so we have the indication. What is the complication here? What's the next hit for what is the next hit for USDT.D? Looking at this, what's the next hit for USDT.D? Support, right? Incoming. We went over this a lot last night. You guys know this, huh? Didn't we, huh? In terms of the expectations of the lines. Now, what was explained was the functioning of the patterning between any type of a channel, right? And this is going to need to be, let me go to the 30 minutes, see if we can clean this up just a touch. This key level of support here, just to simplify this. Yeah, no, Schwab, they're, you don't even consider liquidity when you're dealing with primary markets. It's a unique concern to crypto and took me and a lot of other people by surprise. I learned a lot from you on liquidity. Hey. That's one of the key go-to areas, liquidity. And I saw it mentioned, etc., but I just thought there was more of an exchange fill-in function. I mean, it's just, and what I learned, unfortunately, from the exchanges is that they're not very kind in terms of their offering the liquidity. And they can be aggressively minded. Yeah. So, looking at this pattern framework here, we have the level of support on the USDT.D. Big chart, guys. Right? Big chart. We got to pay attention to this chart. This moves one way, crypto prices, boom. This BTC dropped 4% right from this that we were looking at last night. Level of support right here. 4%, guys. BTC. It's a big move. Huge move. 50x, that's 4 or 5, that's 200% on your trade. That's a big move. So looking at the framework here, this level of support is in play. It's in play, guys. We discussed these implications yesterday in terms of the level of support. Prior resistance turning into support got the kick. And the next interaction is going to be at this level of support, 30-minute. Okay? And we're going to have standardized Fibonacci interplay. Standardized Fibonacci interplay. Got some EMAs on the board. EMAs on the board within the framework of, looks like a golden pocket indicated. Look like a, let's see what we have. Golden pocket, 50%, 38.2, 23.6. So we have the EMAs lining up with our Fibonacci's for the most part. Now, it would be nice for us to avoid this additional move. It would be nice for us to avoid that, guys. It just would for the market, unless you're looking at lower acquisition targets, because we're up and out. We are up and out of this specific. We have broken out. So, level of resistance, breakout, possibility for a push. Descending triangles are difficult to trade. This is not a trade. This is an analysis, right, of the USDT.D. And I don't know, you guys like this bull flag? What do you think about it? On the level of resistance to support, what do you think? What word comes to mind for you guys? Last night for me is ouch. Market got hit by that level of prior resistance to support, right? We covered the fan in the back, potential reversal for BTC. I'm not sure anybody stayed up and traded it that late, all through the night through 6 a.m., but let's see what we got. A little bit of an expansion here. And I suppose we have this as well. You guys agree? Yeah, I guess we have to agree on this. That we do have, it's going to be a constriction or a flatline channel depending upon which time frame we're on. The candle wick does clean that up pretty nicely. So, alarm bells in crypto should at least be explored to the extent that we look at this, guys. Yes, we have this top level of, let's see, top level of resistance identified by the preceding, I'm going to even call it like this, guys. I think we're clear of that. We may have a little frustration up and above. If she wants to take off on the bull flag notion, we're about to get an interaction with that level. Move to the upside, downward sloping channel. Big deal, guys. Big deal. That's in play right now. That's in play right now. Bull flag. We copy. We're here. Everybody here, huh? USDT.D. So not on the lines on the candle wicks. Yesterday was a resistance to support. Now we're looking at a bull flag with some complications, with some defects. We have a top line that's not perfectly conformant. Is what it is tonight, huh? Last night, prior resistance to support function in play. Tonight is a bull flag. Is what it is. And line of support. I'm going to say bull flag along line of support as well. I mean, we can't, technically, we can't change that. Can't change prior resistance to support. Is what it is. Now it's a bull flag within the understanding that an additional completion move up to here would, I'm going to go ahead and say on BTC, let's look at this, guys, and the market overall. Let's put it in context. It would require, well, we're in a bearish pattern right now. BT's up 0.23%. Technically, we're in a bearish pattern. So, USDT making headway to the upside is sensible right now. We all agree with that, right? Bitcoin's in a, we could play a wedge to the upside. You know, for a while we could trade here, trade over the resistance, but you know, that's where you start to really need to go 2 screens on whatever you're trading, potentially even maybe 3 wide, like Steve has, where you're looking at USDT, kind of like the framework that we have here, where you're looking at USDT.D right here. You're looking at that. You're looking at BTC. You don't want to be caught by a drop on BTC. You're looking at, and look at that bull flag over the top of the resistance on dang Dogecoin, man. If anyone's excited about that bull flag, bam, that's a good call. Just note that in terms of that prior resistance on any kind of an ascension there. Okay. And target's picking up. Let's look at boom, boom, boom. Looks like near could be through its level of, let's see this, how strongly correlated we are. In a bearish pattern on, you have to understand, in a bearish pattern on Bitcoin, okay, the dynamics change on your other coins, potentially, like Dogecoin picking up right now. Let me see where Doge is at. Doge, I want Doge. Where's Doge? Everything cooling off, right? Some players still up and above. Just frame the correlatives around appropriately. Just do that. Make sure that you do that. Don't ever be overexposed on a trade. And to the extent that you have, you don't get stopped out all the time either. Let a trade kind of go a little bit. Be surprised by one. Yeah. Keep getting stopped out on my trades. Well, be surprised on one. You know. Let's look at BTC pickup on support. Let's look at USDT. That's on the 1 minute time frame. So USDT.D. Oh, market's watching this, guys. You look at the bottom right here. This BTC here, kind of the white paint here. BTC is in a bearish pattern. It's on support. So this should be at resistance in terms of, we'll look at this, guys. This should be at a level of resistance, essentially. USDT.D should be, huh? It's kind of a micro flag, huh? So that's going to be a question. Is USDT.D going to pop this flag while Bitcoin is at its level of support? Or is it going to be rejected? You see? Now we have competing elements very well put forth. You see this with the USDT chart right here, USDT tether dominance. We have Bitcoin on the line of support. And so this is perfect. Buy at support, right? There you go. Sell at resistance. We got to hold me into a bearish pattern. Okay, buy into a bearish pattern. We have a, trade your pattern in terms of the bull flag. So you have the contradiction in front of you. You have the difficulty of the market. What are the ways to assess this? What are the primary ways to assess this? Let me read here real quickly. I learned that the hard way. If you're a retail trader per se and not a financial institution, flip side of that coin is 97% of financial institutions don't invest in altcoins. Copy that. So they're not concerned with liquidity. The big boys in Wall Street don't want to enter anything they can't completely trade out of, good or bad. Hey, how are they going to explain that to their clients? Yeah, there we go. BTC bull with BTC bear equal ouch. You got that right. This is kind of a rough spot for Bitcoin to be in. It just is. It's not ideal. USDT.D can do a lot of different things, guys, but when it's in a bull flag after breaking out, you have to admit that's in a pretty rough spot for Bitcoin in the market to be in, and Bitcoin's pushing in along its own. I would say it's technically the rough spot's compounded. What's up, Sean? The rough spot is we're kind of in a rough spot here. If you're long Bitcoin, just, we know this, huh? That is one of the most beautiful patterns you will see, right? Trade the breakout like any other cat, right? That's the way to do it. That is the framework to put together. Just trade the breakout or the breakdown, and essentially you're at support. We're technically still at support. This is the inverse chart, right? And we do have a habit of really grinding along in this framework here. So never overexposed at any higher price, right? See, now it starts to look bullish for us. We flip this over and we start to think, oh yeah, this needs to go now. This is ready. Let's dig into the let's say the 5 minute. The 5 minutes is just pushing right now. USDT.D in that bull flag. We're inverted on Bitcoin right now. See the 1 minute? Let's see the 1 minute. Close, huh? But if we're bullish on something that's a regular pattern, we're ready to go. We're ready to break out. This is it, right? It's amazing to see how inverting the chart changes your perspective. It just does. We have a little bit of room left over on the, I will say that, on the lowest time frame. I say that, but let me get into the candle wick. Let's go candle wick. And let's go BTC here. And we'll watch. It's odd how inverting the chart changes your perspective, doesn't it? You're always geared towards things going up. Oh, we want that to go up, right? This is nice bull, almost a bull pennant looking. Yeah, that wants to go up. It's really down. I inverted the BTC chart. But yes, the tether is breaking out. It is in the process of attempting the breakout. So your coins are being threatened in terms of their price action to the upside. Your targets are getting filled on the low side. When you get liquidated on a trade, I want you to remember one thing that I tell you as a group, and I mean it from all the coolness in the world. Just remember one thing: be a man. All right, when you get liquidated on a trade, okay, I want you to remember one thing: be a man. That's it. And if you feel like you just can't be a man about it, then you're way overexposed. If your whole life is crumbling, you just can't even be a man, come on. But you be a man about it, okay? That's the bottom line. I want you guys to be tough, all right? Forget about it. Next. Let's go. Next. It's a trade. You can't control everything in the market. Things are supposed to move against you, period. At some point, they're supposed to. You maximize your probabilities, but at some point, supposed to. So, 5-minute time frame for USDT.D. It's not a perfect flag here, right? Let's look at this. That's why I don't like to borrow that preceding level. Based on that, I can see some higher USDT.D. That's why I don't like to borrow that. We have this level of support. OGN looking interesting. That could fly, huh? OGN could fly. Bottom right, really nice. See what we have here. Doge pumping down with. This is the line of support for BTC. Doge acting as a front runner right now in terms of price. BTC could lose this level. Do you see this on USDT.D? The flag rising, price is dropping, right? It's on the 5-minute. Yeah, that's up and out. Let's look at this. Let's just look at it. USDT.D is up and out. Yeah, that's clean and clearly up and out. That's out of that flag type formation. Will we get a confirmation? Buy, support, seller resistance, trade your patterns, and hit your targets. Is BTC at a target, or is it at a? It's at a target, I guarantee. But is it at a line of support? Indeed. Buy it, support, sell it, resistance, trade your patterns, hit your targets. BTC is at a level of support. What do we do at a level of support? We buy it support. We just do. As unfriendly as that may sound or otherwise. Now we're seeing a confirmation play on USDT.D. Okay. If we get a confirmation play and bounce off prior resistance on USDT.D to the upside, we will see Bitcoin return to support. You guys catch this? As we see the flip here on the potential for USDT.D to confirm on prior resistance as support, boom, to move up. As we see that potential bounce up from that prior resistance, we will see Bitcoin drop back down. So if you slammed in heavy with a heavy leverage trade, if you're 125x on BTC here, and you're expecting a confirmation here, you're expecting it, then you may book a trade. Boom, boom. You just may choose to do so. Or you can hold through. Your time may make that decision for you. Your time consideration. You guys know this. The amount of time you choose to sit and trade. Maybe you want to trade for the next 3, 4, or 5 hours. Maybe you don't. Can you break that right there? It's a threshold right now. Be a nice take or break moment. And it's up to you. You want to spend the next potential 3 hours? You happy with the position you have? You know, that's the bottom line. Because if you were to return your risk assessment, if you were to return here, you bought on support, if you were to return here, it could take 2 or 3 hours to get up and over. It could take a long time for Bitcoin. So it's giving you the opportunity to go through that decision-making process. If you bought at support, as USDT.D does retrace to prior resistance, it could break through, it could shoot up, that's fine. But the possibility that you could break back down upon a confirmation here could take up the next 2 to 3 hours of your time. So you decide what your time's worth. You book your trade. That was a pretty quick, move along your establish. This is whatever I'd say whichever coin you're working on right now, right? To the extent we're seeing USDT.D drop before we see BTC rise, that's fine. If the resistance to support fails, no worry. If you booked your trade already here on BTC and you're seeing this, you're like, man, you could have spent the next 2 to 3 hours with BTC back at support, or 3 or 4 or 5 hours with BTC going back to support with the confirmation here. It's your decision to make. If you don't mind spending the time the next 3 to 4 hours, you guys know who trade. You know this. You know, okay. If you trade, you know it could take the next 3, 4, or 5 hours. Like, I know, but I'd really like to make the next at least return to resistance. That's fine. I don't knock you for that. But this can be a slow climb, be a quick climb too. Mostly when I talk about them being slow, they'll speed up. I'm trying to create some good mojo here. If I talk about it taking too much of your time, sometimes they'll just speed up, believe it or not. Prove me. I'd love to be proven wrong on that. That'd be great. 1 hour, 49 minutes. Maybe take an hour and a half here. Right? An hour and almost 2 hours in this zone. So you have the opportunity to book. Now USDT.D coming about into some contact with some exponential moving averages. So let's see. Be interesting to see a sub resistance level confirmation to operate back over. That would be new. Some traders in the market decided to take on BTC, as evidenced by the fact that we did receive a drop. We received one. So within threshold, that assessment was made. That trade was booked by traders. Boom. Bam. That's it. Just it reached threshold. Their screen turned green. Boom. Let's see what we got in the chat. In the chat, what do we got? London, with your experience and expertise, is there a favorite time of day you like to trade? Is there an advantage to other world time frames, i.e. Europe, Far East, and America? That's a good question. It used to be the morning. I would just wake up in the morning and book, got to where I just book 4 trades in the morning. Just go and book with coffee or breakfast. Just bring my laptop and just sit on the side and just book some trades. That was nice. I think I've developed some stamina since then, just mental ability to focus and a little bit more tolerance for the market. But I was an early riser kind of guy, get up in the framework of making sure that I'm suited and booted and ready to, shaving up or whatever it is, a cup of coffee and a nice diner environment. But early with a good night rest was always a good way for me to start booking trades. But yeah, now I really, and as I look at, I really want you to know this, as I look at the dynamics of being able to trade on futures, I'm a lot more flexible, man. It's nice when the house or the office or everything, even the city, is a little quieter, a little bit more quiet, when everything else is tuned out, like at nighttime. In terms of Asia versus Europe versus U.S., man, you know, the open, right? NASDAQ's gotten interesting, hasn't it? The open is important. The U.S. Open. I always talk about the Asia Open, London Open, this and that. And you're going to shake a stick at old NASDAQ till NASDAQ going to beat you with it. Like, literally, you know that, right? You're going to shake that stick at NASDAQ until the NASDAQ's going to beat you with it. You're going to wait for the Asia Open, huh? You're going to wait for the Europe, for the London Open. It's like, at some point, like, we feel like we've gotten beaten with a NASDAQ stick. It's like, okay, fine. We're, that we get it. We understand. Thank you very much. But, yeah, you just let your schedule guide you in terms of price action. You can almost find price action. You'll find price action on something you should at any point in time of the day. Like, the market's open, right? Better be open. I want to reread this again. But yeah, Angel, it's interesting. Bitcoin Cash gets thrown around a lot, doesn't it? On the institutional level, I'm rereading your comments, and I appreciate them. Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin get thrown around a lot, don't they? I'm not sure we've really explored fully why. Well, we might need to. 2022, figure out the answer as to why some of these institutional frameworks are plugged into and trading Bitcoin Cash and trading Litecoin. Type of thing we would run across and not want to pay any attention because we're not really into that, right? But it's what it is. You know this too, huh? It is Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin. Maybe we got some other names in the sure, Steve. Make it work with your schedule. Make the market work with you. And it will. That's a good thing about the market. It definitely will. It'll work with you. But the Nasdaq's one of the strongest moving components right now of anything, isn't it? It's nice. And I want to discuss. Let me get into this. Interactive Brokers crypto offering. Let's see. It just messed up. Sorry. I was dictating this, and then it curtailed what I was saying into my phone. Then I misspoke. Let's see. Interactive Brokers, discover opportunities. I want to look at like Interactive Brokers. Now, that's institutional. Okay. They have Litecoin, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Some of these other big, you want to talk about ability to move on margin, big guy, low trading, the exchange fees. Hello, Interactive Brokers. I'd like to move $500 billion for $4, please. It gets ridiculous. It's really low fees, like so low people don't even really believe they exist on Interactive Brokers. It's noted, which allows you to book trades with just leverage, relatively small margin is small percentage gains on the target. Low fees. Fees on Interactive Brokers comparative to the standard traditional fees are low, so low. The founder of Interactive Brokers is in videos complaining about the fact that people don't even believe him. And Interactive Brokers, they use Interactive Brokers to, like, bond desks will use Interactive Brokers institutionally to buy their bonds. Literally, entire desk outfit, like New York, like stout level operations will use Interactive Brokers to buy all their bonds on them. It's that level of an outfit. It's not like a retail. It's not like Joe Blow retail. E-Trade and my whatever. It ain't like that. It ain't like I have a Robinhood and E-Trade, and then you meet the guy with the more elevated kind of. Well, I meet with J.P. Morgan or Schwab. Whatever that may be. Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley. Guys at Goldman Sachs, they know. Bull flag here on BTC. Guys at Goldman Sachs know Interactive Brokers. Bull flag BTC. See what we got going on with it appears like we have a confirmation to the downside on Tether dominance. Litecoin. I guess long term they think it may go down enough that they're going to be forced to trade it. Possible, huh? With Litecoin. Looks like we've confirmed back into the channel for, look at this. What are you doing here? A little bit of complication. Let's dig into USDT.de real quickly. Small complication. Let me go into the 15-second. You're going to clear that up on the top level of resistance. Not exactly, huh? Close. One to power back down to prior resistance. And then work on an upward feature. Okay? Prior resistance, ascending triangle. Have a framework together, inversely correlated with crypto prices. So prior resistance at some point returned to indicated. Let's see what she's doing. Look at this tug along prior resistance. Very interesting. There we go. On EMAs, just picking up on exponential moving averages. Let's see what we got here. We're not far from this. We're right on that level of prior resistance on the 5 second. That's really detailed. Let's see what we got. It's a battle right now of it's a bull flag. It's going to play or it's not. That line of support has not been broken, okay? Affirmatively speaking, the line of support on USDT.D has not been broken. It has not been compromised, okay? Thus far in this trading element here, okay? Didn't really bring it up last night. This level of prior resistance here was the focus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reasonable expectation for Elliott Wave. It just is. I don't see any other patterns in play except we do have somewhat of a notion of this. Let's see what we have. If we were to do this in line with this. Let's clean this up like this. This will give us the impression we want in terms of the rising wedge feature, right? Let's incorporate that rising wedge feature, which explains, interestingly enough, the preceding pennant on top of the, now we're at an interesting point here, pennant on top of, let this sink in, on top of the prior resistance of the ascending wedge, pennant, symmetrical triangulation, boom, boom. Then failure back down to not just level of support of rising wedge, but the prior resistance of the descending triangle. This is working on interconnected features and behavioral relationships between patterns. Okay, this is getting to that next level of complication to where the trading diagnostics and technical analytics become pretty powerful if you can master them, right? This is some serious stuff. So within that framework, we're at a level of, and Angel, I just see you wrote something. Let me get to that in 2 seconds. Let's go to the hourly. Prior resistance, yes. Okay. Bullish feature over rising wedge, we don't like it, right? Bullish feature over preceding resistance, we don't like it. Catch back into support, okay. Potential. Catch back to prior resistance for sure. We like that. So still technically haven't compromised much, okay? But this level of support from, this is an interesting dynamic, level of support from the wedge formation. And possible now is the framework of the channel to the upside, parallel channel. And we're going to be a little bit off in that. Still a little bit of a constriction. I wanted to measure that out exactly to see how that were to match up. It's close. We have a slight constriction. Indication of a, let's see here. What do we got?
Bull flag, baby bull. Pushing breakout now. Would you guys buy this? Would you buy USDT.D right now with this formulation? Some guys would, some guys wouldn't. Let's see what we got. Okay. Back to the minute, 5 minute. And for a lot of guys, this is not a big deal. Well, it's a bull flag. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe it won't. That's fine. I'll give it a shot. I'll buy something. I'll put some cash in. I'll see what it does. No big deal. Just I'm gonna put some. There's a bull flag on the screen. I'm just gonna put some cash in and see what happens. You know, see if it wants to move up for me. That'd be good. Chilling. Had a nice day. You know, went to the country club, played a little golf, and I'm gonna throw some money in a bull flag, right? Maybe, huh? Maybe not. That's funny. But as we look at it, yeah, it's it's a stressful extent. Stressful to the extent you want to book every trade positively. You do. You don't want one to move against you. I know this. Doge, nice recovery. BTC. Wow, BTC. That's okay. Now, you see the power of having taken that trade, because she's still kind of in the money for you, but she's still kind of working sideways too. And it amazes me as we get into these conversations that we're like, yeah, that's been 20 minutes, right? So how much of your time could she take? But I wasn't the only one thinking it. If you had entered as support up here, you have the decision right now. If you want to spend more time, right? You want to spend more time because she can drag along the support here. I just know that there are orders waiting there. It's a level of support, right? We know this. Amidst the complications with breakout USDT.D, etc. Let's see what we got. Let's see. What do we got? I think that I need to refresh my screen. You know what happens? Angel, I see you pop up on one screen. I don't see all of what's written. But then on my phone gets lagged. I don't know why. So, let's see. Ask yourself if you are going to wait for confirmation, or do you see it conforming and get in? London had put it clearly. How much do you want to make? Yep. There you go. And again, the market is not about if you can make money. That's an easy question. You can make money in the market, guys. You can make money in the market. The question is, how much money can you make? And that's what drives people into bad spaces sometimes, guys. Trying to make too much money. You can make money in the market. So, be reasonable. That's a good approach. Be reasonable. Enjoy yourself. Let's see. Know your limitations technically. Like, just technically speaking. Don't make it personal. Just if it's technical limitation now, you pay attention to or not, right? The TA, or you decide it's not worth it, right? Technically, you may have some deficits. That's okay. You may choose not to. The good guys that are performing well, they're choosing to. Promise. I see it all the time. In our group, I see it. Angel showed me a picture. I love those pictures, brother. I love them. Where you're show me a picture of you got your book open, you got the shades on. What's up? It's good stuff. Those are the best pictures I get. Love those. Yeah, the real picture. I mean, you're real, brother. I know that. Bull pennant feature here on breakout of that channel formation. Okay. USDT.D. About 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
bull flag USDT.D. She's doing it to us again, huh? For those who missed it last night, she pushed into what, huh? She pushed into, what was that? 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, then 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Boom, 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 right? It's just, she is what she is. And at some point, what we're doing, Steve, and Angel knows this, we're working towards and that's probably the most interesting framework to put this in here, is this top line resistance on the 30-minute. Man, that 30-minute can be your friend or can be your foe. Without a doubt, can be a problem any day of the week, that 30-minute. You're going to watch that top line resistance. Let's see. But you're working into, as you stay up at night, you're working into the open on the NASDAQ. And you're working up as you watch BTC down a bit, holding support, USDT.D. Let's see what we got. But you're working into also New York waking up. New York wakes up early. And New York getting in the driver's seat on some of their purchases. You have to admit, some of this stuff happens, like 5, 6 in the morning, 7, 8 on into, yeah. New York getting busy. It's a cool city. I love New York. Shout out to NYC. So this is the issue if you didn't take on BTC, if you got in. Just use this as an example here. You see the framework on that big screen TV. You guys are watching this on big screen. If you're not, guys, put it on a big screen TV. Don't sit it on a computer. Put it on a big screen. Just do it. I promise you'll like the fact you've done it. It will change your technical approach to everything. Early morning stogie time, London Live, the 8 screen images, fire, boom. Man, you had to say stogie, huh? Cohiba sounded good. Cohiba sounds real good. I have the lighters for the VIP. They're Cohiba lighters. And I need to get them to you all. They will have VIP engraved. Cohiba VIP lighters incoming. And those will be cool for you guys to keep. Just cool for you to have. They're some of the best lighters that I've used. Period. And I've used quite a few. I've had 1 or 2 Cohibas, or 2,000 or 3,000 of them, right? As you guys have too. As I guess we've had, we should be shareholders in Cohiba, private shareholders in Cohiba. So USDT.D getting pushed. And for people on Bitcoin, it doesn't have to be an emotional decision. Well, we're at support. Well, throw some money into it. It's at support, right? So I'll go ahead and I'll put some money in at support. We're supposed to buy at support. Yeah. Well, if it breaks down, I suppose the trade won't be an effective trade, right? It's just, it can be simple stuff, guys. Doesn't have to be all. We're pretty intense guys. We just are. Looking at a variable level of support, potentially. Now, this is the crux of the matter. You guys catching this? The frequency here in terms of a move to the upside and a complicated. You guys get this, right? Now, this is not exactly a bull flag. It's not too dissimilar from what this is the 1 minute on BTC 1 minute. Okay, this here is the USDT.D, this movie right now, USDT.D. Not too dissimilar, is it? 5 minute. See the 30 minute. What do we got? So we're on the line of support on the 30. Let's go 1-to-1. Let's see if we go to 1-to-1 and see what we can learn real quickly. We have an attempted break out of this specific bull pennant on the USDT.D, and it's trying to move up on the 1 minute. We have a flat, essentially we have indicated ascending triangle below, return to prior resistance of the ascending triangle is a strong phenomenon. We know this. Returning to that lower level of a prior resistance on the ascending triangle is a strong phenomenon in the market. It can operate up well and above before it goes down there, but it is a strong phenomenon. For he who just decided, well, Bitcoin is at the level of support, it's not a big deal. It's at support, right? He just sees things, starting to make sense on his book. He decided he'd go ahead and book his trade. Small trade, bam, bam. That's what he wanted to do. That's why he trades, right? Not a big deal. It's on support here. I go ahead and buy. Bam, that worked out. Well, it's on support again. Bam, I guess I go ahead and buy. Bam. He maybe book his trades. There are guys trading Bitcoin at that level with heavy cash positions doing very well. Okay? They may be using different technology than you. They're on leverage. They're not buying Bitcoin. To the extent that the leverage options, bull or bear, are involved in this conversation and liquidity issues have not been fully discussed between you and the exchanges, just be careful of watching Dogecoin pop. That's nice. Good job, Doge. You guys trading Doge, congratulations. Let's back up. That's a nice move. From down into the level of support on Doge, where'd that go? Now that took 36 minutes and it went 1%. You can make 50% in 30 minutes. And it's not like you're just, throwing it into the, it's just not like it's not a random feat that you're involved in here, guys. Well, you could have made 50%. Well, you could fly to the moon tomorrow. You're also dealing with levels of support and resistance. Granted, now we have some contraindications. We have some complications with USDT.D. Right, we do. We have some expectation return to triangulation at some point. I'm going to say that at some point. We just do. You got a lot of bullish looking features all over the map to include USDT.D on certain time frames. So BTC is going to hold its level of support for probably as long as we stream. And then when we stop streaming, it's going to decide to break down, right? It just is what it is. You're not going to change a level of support on a bearish structure. It is what it is. It is what it is. It needs people to charge into it to make it continue to be a line of support. We need that demand function. I know one thing. There are orders waiting at these lower levels, period. Without a doubt, there are orders waiting right here at this 50% from low to high. Just keeping it simple. On the 1 minute, bam, there are orders right there. I guarantee you. You're on a Fibonacci level right now in this level of support. So the other answer is, okay, maybe guy, he get in some here, and yeah, I got to cover position here, 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 and here. Bam. And if the whole thing got wiped off the map and it fell through and hit a stop loss or whatnot, he's still fine. He's trading. He's using technical indicators. That's what we use, right? We use our TA. We use our approach, our strategy. Never overexposed in any one trade, period. But we're at support. This is the first real support line we've had an opportunity to buy. Could have booked this here. Bam. We discussed that. We did. Without a doubt. We discussed, you want to spend the next hours or whatnot as it grinds along. So you've had opportunity to book a trade. Without a doubt, huh? It is what it is. We're still on support. We're still at a level of the Fibonacci. Buy its support. Sell the resistance. I'm wondering if people just want the right answer all the time. They might only want one answer. You ever think about that? It's like, I want you to tell me what I need to do. This is interesting because people want to know, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? This is a real component of the market. Okay? They want to know, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? And what we know is what? They really may just want it simply put to them so they only have to do one thing. People might just be lazy. You think about that? I just want to know if I need to buy or sell. That's fine. No. What if people are just that lazy? No, we just want to know if it's going to go up or go down. Because all the time in the world we sit here and explain a strategy for if it does go down, and it's just going through that conditional statement to explain it to somebody as to what, well, I need you to do this and then do that. Have your position and then put in your targets below. That's too much for people. They just want the simple answer. They need to conquer the market with one deft sweep of their hand. No. Come on, guy. I want to beat the market, but I'm only going to do one thing to beat it. It's literally just they want the yes or no answer because I'm only going to do one thing. That's me. If you give them 2 or 3 things to do, no, you don't know if it's going up or down. That's the person being lazy. Now, you've met a lazy person. They want the answer as to whether or not it's going up or going down. So lazy that they'll shop for the right answer. They will shop for an answer that accommodates their laziness in the market. You guys catching this, huh? You guys know this, huh? They will shop for an answer, and they'll spend time wasting time so they don't have to do any real work or strategize anything seriously. They'll go find an opinion of someone who gives them the one opinion that even accommodates the one thing they want to do. And then this is the way I want to beat the market. I've decided it's going to go up. I'm hearing it's going to go up, and now I'm going to do that. Don't catch them on a bad day after it's gone down. So that same person, they're lazy. They don't want to hear what else needs to be done. They do not want to hear it. They don't want to do 2 things in the market. They don't want to set orders below at targets. They don't want to. That's too much. They want to beat the market in one fell swoop. They raise their mighty hand and the market bows to them. And that's it. That's not a market. That's not a trader. Traders don't just do one thing and just bam beat the market. I mean, that's good. That's king of the world mentality. With a bunch of market participants who aren't king of the world, they're not. Yeah, you know this, guys. It takes the obstinance a little bit in terms of, well, I want to do this, I want to do this way, that way. It takes that gut. You got to be tough to be a good trader. You guys know this. You do. Like this position here, it's emotional when you're watching it. When you have money in it, it's gonna do. It's on support. It's still on your target. If target falls through the next level, what's the big deal? Now, what makes your gut sink? The fact that you have to do 2 things in the market? The fact that it's complicated now? That's all it is. It's a further level of complication, right? But it's a solution to the nature of the market. So, really, it's the solution. The solution is complicated. That's the solution. That's what clarifies the problem. If the problem is the price goes up and down, but people don't, somehow people don't want the real answer. They just don't want it. I haven't figured out what it is completely, but I'm around some of those people frequently, guys, and they're relatively large investors, and I use that word cautiously, but some of them are. But they don't want to know. They don't want to not due diligence, guys. I don't talk about doing due diligence because people think watching YouTube videos is due diligence. Hey, do what? That's not due diligence, man. Crack open the finance books in the back and put me together an annual report for this company, right? Fly around the planet and go dig through all the financials in all their 45 offices, right? That's due diligence. So listening to YouTube or whatever we can find to tell us what we want to hear already, that ain't due diligence. That's no homework. That's a reinforcement of somebody's laziness that just wants to be king of the world, right? King of the world, king of the markets. I've decided to do this because it happens. They decide they're going to be a trader. They're going to invest in their world becomes the rest of the world shrinks down. They are the king. Everything's going to happen their way. It's a fanaticism. There's something weird about it, right? So yes, we know that there are more than one thing to be done to beat the market. Bearish pattern. Could there be a trader that decides I'm not gonna buy into a bearish pattern at all? Of course there is. Without a doubt there is. There's a trader that we discussed earlier today. He only wants an ascending triangle. That's it. Period. That's it. All right? That's all he wants. There's another trader that doesn't care too much about the patterns. That's fine. He's just stacked his Fibonacci's. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. That's it. We're along that macro support. He's fine here. And he's peaceful with that. The other guy's peaceful watching everybody else trade a line of support on a bearish pattern. Yeah. And maybe the Fibonacci guy that loves the Fibonacci's, he's plugged in here. He realizes a little bit more aggressively here, maybe we're on the golden pocket right now, which is a push just below this level of support, right? See, for one guy, and this is the interesting thing to consider here. For the one guy that doesn't want to do anything else other than one thing to beat the market, you tell me if it's going up or going down. You're either right or wrong. No. The guy who's saying that is lazy, right? He's lazy. So for that guy, the notion of him doing something to beat the market in terms of like laying out Fibonacci's, excuse me, he's never going to connect with that. He's never. See, the other side of the spectrum, once as opposed to the lazy guy, earlier talking about Angel talking about hard work, and I appreciate that compliment from you. I take that very seriously. Thank you. I'm the hardest working guy that they'll meet. I appreciate that very much. They know me. They know you, man. That's the way to go, my brother. But the other end of the spectrum is this, guys. One guy wants the simple, lazy answer. It has to accommodate him. That's it. Or everyone else is wrong. And they'll scoff and laugh and this and that because someone else is wrong. No, the other, and they're lazy. It has to be an up or down solution. That's it. The other group that appreciates the complexity of the market, that loves trading, can't get enough of it, they want as many solutions as they can find, right? As opposed to the guy who only wants one answer, up or down. The other group, our group, sophisticated traders, they want as many solutions that work as possible. If it's a support to resistance, if it's a pattern framework, if it is a target, then if those are all solutions to the problem, are there any other solutions? Keep them coming. What else do you have? What else do I need to consider? That's the difference with VIP. Bravo. You guys catch that? The other people, and you'll find them. You'll see people we couldn't twist their arm to get into or give them a celebratory party and a check. Or we couldn't do anything to maybe get them in VIP. They not for now. Whatever it may be. I don't know. Some people resent it. That's fine. But for us, give us all the solutions. There's a solution. Okay, bring it. I mean, you guys have all. You're all on board with, no, I want the New York Institute of Finance book. That's got the answers in it. Bring it. You get the book and you're excited. It's 600 pages and you're excited. You read through the pattern framework. You read through this different stuff. You're like, no, this is right. As opposed to the lazy guy. So continue to discipline yourselves as you structure your mindset in the market. Filter what comes in. Use your time wisely. Look at you, huh? I love this. That's the man right there. Angel saying, I love buying, but my family eats and lives because I've sold. Hit that button. Bam. I love that, huh? Yeah, hit that button. You got to hit that button. That is the best. That is Angel. Full force. Bam. And we'll put that Bitcoin bull there. Boom. Very cool stuff. Interesting mentality, huh? Market participants. It's all about the psyche. And the more you get into it, it becomes interesting, even impulse waves, to describe the behavior amongst the buyers. Impulse, like impulsive, impulse waves. Yes, it has a trajectory, a different definition, but you start to get through a lot of the psychology, even the Elliott wave. A lot of it is it's beyond, it's describing the market behavior of the participants, right? It's a big deal. So people slowly going to tether within the framework of now we have the complication. Let me see here. Hold on. There we go. Looking at, okay. Now we have a challenge for, the first real challenge is nice for USDT.D. Look at Doge powering into consolidation along that level of support, huh? People are trading, guys. They're trading. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Buy at support. Bam, 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 bam. Right? It's good stuff, man. Pick those trades up. Let that screen go green. Find yourself a nice line of support. Just do it. Find a nice line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the 6th trade on this line of support. That's okay, guys. Doge moving pretty well. That's good stuff. A lot of people trading Doge. You see that? It's price action. Screens are turning green. Cash. Futures. Man, Sheeb, what are you doing over there, Sheeb? Just hanging out. Hanging out. So, again, when we don't complicate, it's really a simplification overall. The simplification is in the additional answers that are provided, believe it or not. Things are simplified when you understand the entirety of the puzzle, isn't it? And it's not a bad analogy, you know. To some extent, it doesn't have to be a huge jigsaw puzzle. But what you would look at is you would say, we need to get this picture together, right? We need to understand what this picture is. Well, sorry, here you go. It's a piece of the puzzle here. Well, that's complicated. I'm not going to do that. It's like, well, you need the piece of the puzzle to put the puzzle together. Yeah, I got you. It makes it at least possible. So I congratulate you guys because you're of the mindset that you don't need I want it to go up or down. Yeah, we'll do that sometimes. Go ahead and just buy it, sell it. Just, it's fine. Sometimes it is clearer than clear. This is nice to see. What? Prior resistance USDT? There you go. Good job, huh? So what happens when that occurs? What happens, guys? We get some price action, right? Get a little bit of price action. Look, Doge from support. Nice moves. Boom, boom. Look at, hey, there you go. Look at our Bitcoin. Hey, how you doing? That's a good move, huh? Good move. Let's measure the time that it took, just for the record. How much time did it take from here to there? About 45 minutes. Okay. Let that register, okay? Because you could have booked 2 trades there. If you didn't book but 1 trade, this is the question now. If you only booked 1 trade, are you still as happy? I personally, am not. Boom, 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 right? Just think about it. Talk about opportunity to trade here. Opportunity to take cash. Can take your time. So wham, into 45 minutes additional of your time. Say 30 minutes to an hour of your time additional into the next trade. That's what I'm talking about. As you scope out your skill set this year, and I know who's here. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Y'all doing good, huh? As you scope out your skill set, you want the bam, 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 right? You're going to sit down for a couple hours. You're going to book a couple trades, right? You sit down for 1 hour, you're going to book like, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 hours, you're going to book one trade. Okay. Maybe, maybe you decide to march this up here. That's 3 hours and 45 minutes. Maybe you're booking multiple trades in here. And maybe you decide, because the way things look, you take a look at it in the morning, look at it in the afternoon, look at it at night. And no, it's okay. I don't see the pattern framework I want to work with. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to buy. I choose not to buy on a level of support. One guy, he don't care. I tell you, this one guy, his support is no problem. I see I book a trade. I want to see I book a trade, no problem. Easy stuff for him. No problem. It's on support, Not emotional. Start to get down. What's past support? It's also at a level of the Fibonacci. It's okay. If it breaks down, I'll deal with that. Simple stuff. Just stay flexible. I want you guys to get on L-Bank. And I keep saying that because watch when you get on it and you get on futures, you're going to see how you make some money on that move that just happened. 2 moves that just happened, okay? You're going to see how your screen turns green. You're going to see how you can make some money on that. Easy stuff. Buying at support. You say, well, I got my own exchange. Oh, you that guy that wants one answer, huh? You that lazy guy that wants one answer. I'm going to tell you that right now. You that lazy guy that wants that answer that you want. Well, I got my own exchange. I'm doing my own deal. I'm on my own plan, man. Somebody else give you an answer, you don't want it, huh? Somebody else give you a better option than what you got and you don't want it, huh? Hey. Sorry for complicating your life with a solution, man. Hey, you go. You go get him. King of the world, huh? And I know who's here. What's going on, guys? I put that link there for a reason, to better your life. Capiche? I don't need a Ferrari. I've got a pickup and a boat, dude. Really, yeah? I need to wash off my jet skis, and when I do that, I will be literally in a position to maybe listen to your stream a little bit more. I mean, just like, my, girlfriend is, I might go with this. Either your girlfriend or your wife was former Miss America, and she is hell on wheels, dude. I will get to that as soon as I possibly effing can, right? Dude, my ex-wife is a former college cheerleader and former Miss America, okay? So she's hell on effing wheels, dude. I'm going to get to this as soon as I effing can, right? That would be interesting for me. That would be something I would understand, right? I've dated some of those. I just talk about some of the women. I won't do that too much, but I just have some, former Miss that, former whatever else, college cheerleader, all that stuff. So I understand that pain that they can cause you, because they have everything else, right? When they have the full package, they'll make you suffer somehow. No worries, yeah, that's fine. Pain threshold, just like, honey, can you wait? Then you want to talk about Angel? You talk about the pain threshold in life. Dennis can drill on me with no Novocaine, and wife gotta wait. Wife gotta make me wait another hour. It's been 5 minutes. I know it's been 5 minutes. Seemed like about 2 hours. We gotta go. It's like I'm all there with you guys on that stuff. So we have a good time. VIP. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. Hope you guys doing well, and I mean it like that. Don't be lazy. Get on that link, set that up. I want to see you guys do that. I got 12, we got 20, 50 people in this room. Hit that link and set that up, and let's have some fun. Let's make your screen turn green. Let's make some cash. Okay? I know you have your own solutions. So do we, huh? Try me. Well put, London. When you understand the complexity and how one lends to another, says Angel, or one explains the other. Yes, when you have an understanding of how the puzzle is put together. There we go. London, BIPs, this is value. Bam. Truth. And we're having a good time. Really a good way to look at the market, isn't it? For people that want, because you don't think about people being lazy. I just see it on them now, guys. I see it on the traders. They don't want to. It's too complicated. They kind of think about wanting the right answer. They don't want it, guys. They're lazy. And you can explore the following question and let it guide you, okay? The question is going to be this. To the extent that you chose to put in, and I'm just going to say this, guys, to the extent that you chose to put in what other people might call as even like, well, you know, I'm not excusing like any radical personal behavior on your or other anyone else's behalf for the record, okay? But to the extent that you become, well, such and such really kind of obsessed with the market, such and such spending way too many hours on the market, such and such. If you had to dive in head first, okay, into the market for a year, I'm talking a year solid, and you felt that you could thereafter sit down and any day, any time of the day, on any chart, anywhere, literally hammer through and book 20% in a few hours on a decent or large amount of cash. Do you want to dive into that? Now, you don't have to dive in for, I mean, you don't have to, let's say this, you don't have to get to that level. You don't have to get there. Some people will. Maybe that's not your goal. Some of you guys are just going to win, period, in whatever you do. That's just how you are. That's how we are. We want to beat the market, period. So I encourage you guys a year and surprise yourself. Surprise everybody else. Surprise me. And I know a lot of you have been in the market already. And you bring all of that. It's like, no, I've been in crypto. I've been in the market. I've done this. Sometimes that's the biggest. Unfortunately, guys, just see, listen, sometimes, and it's just the people I meet, sometimes that experience is the biggest handicap somebody has. It's weird. It's just weird. Because and I'll say with me too, previous experience can be a handicap. We get set in our way. We have our own way of doing something. We have our own schedule, our own time, our own preference, etc. It is what it is. So I just encourage you guys with anything that new that you have, even something to add to the group, add to me, etc. in the back. Let me know. What's up? We're building in 2022. You know, we are building. Man, we started off with a bang. You guys know, we had 118 to 130 VIPs the first month. You want to talk about chaos? That's a lot of traders, right? Ton of money was made. Different style than what I'm discussing right now. So we're really at a point of evolution in terms of focusing on futures. This has been a fine-tuned instrument and machine here in terms of what we're focusing on. We had more early success, I think, than any YouTube channel, maybe in history of YouTube. We just did. So we're thankful for that. And we got the right group dynamic here. We're excited that all of you are here, period. That all of you are here. Note the return to function on the triangulation. If you didn't like the discussion surrounding it beforehand, adapt the conversation the way that you saw it perform this time, okay? If you didn't like the return to prior resistance of the ascending triangle on USDT.D and you saw the prices go up and you felt you should have gotten a little more notice, or you wanted to describe it a different way, you saw it occur but you would have described it differently, great. Adjust it yourself next time you see it, okay? Adjust it yourself. Keep your commentary and your thought process in mind when you see the next one. And that's just me being real with you. That's a good thing. Incorporate your own preference there, okay? But we try and, for the guys who've seen it in the back for long enough, we don't have much more to say about it. Literally, it's there. I'll describe it the way I want to. We've seen it happen so dang frequently. I'll say, or infrequently on the wrong coin, period. But we've seen it happen with such consistency. You want to talk about the 75% going to Vegas and they won't let it in Vegas? They won't let that in Vegas, guys. No, sir. Or returning wedge fall to, right? Fall back with return to falling wedge. They won't let that in Vegas, will they? Not at all. Depending upon the, let's see what we look at the nice USDT.D. And USDT.D going to challenge level of support. This has been good. We had the ascending triangle as a clue on the bottom here. Right? The return to. Now we're going to get into this line of support. Now for the guy who traded and is still up, still trading, that's a good move for Bitcoin. Let's look at this. 0.54 on, let's just say on 50X. That's a 25% trade in 12 minutes. It took a while to get there. It's a nice move. So 25% trade in 12 minutes, that's good. Remember, for some people it's complicated. Other people it's part of the solution. That's real simple. I'm going to buy it support. Push a little bit. That's fine. I covered. No problem. No stress. It's fine. It's that support. I buy it. USDT kind of in a bad spot here, so I did go ahead and take this. Maybe I go to bed. Maybe I'll book this, go to bed. Who cares? Right? Possible. Maybe I hit this on 125X. Possible, huh? Which would be greater than this at a 50. Interesting, huh? I did quick math, but yes, it's 0.25. So at 100X, it'd be equivalent to a 25% trade, right? So that would be equivalent 100X, 50X. About twice the move here. You see this amplitude here? 1, 2, 1. Yeah. So he could have hit this at 125. Bam. That's fine. You got to cover some costs, fees, etc. So you keep that in mind. And that will become increasingly clear as you guys continue to operate in space. Get those fees down with smaller trades and begin to master up with your conquer the unknowns on the exchanges. Doge moving well. Sheeb dollar. We're really zoomed out on Sheeb. That's 4 hourly. Let's go 5 minute on Sheeb. So, the coins that are moving, that's fine. We're doing good. What do we got? Excellent question. /statement London. Always stay open-minded and accept learning. Yeah. We learn something new every day. All we have to do is stay open to accept. That's the truth, huh? And I just like the solution-minded individuals. I just do. It just makes a big difference. Because it's, guys, a lot of this is coming from, I'm just going to tell you, I've just had a New York Institute of Finance book in my hand since high school. I don't know why. I do, because I wanted to beat the market. All right? So I've got that backpack mentally, period, along with all the other stuff I've done. Angel's got more market experience than you guys could ever. If you had bought Bitcoin at $7.79, would you think that anyone should listen to you? That's my question to you. If you had bought Bitcoin at $7.79, would you personally think that anyone else should listen to you? I'm just curious. I'm not speaking to Angel right now. I'm speaking to everyone else except Angel. Every one of you, if I had bought Bitcoin at $7.79, yes, I would think that people would want to listen to. They would need to listen to, right? Well, what is Angel doing? He's sitting here talking to you guys. He's talking to me. I listen to him. He listens to me. We got a good team here. So we're excited to have you guys. It's funny the framework how we personalize things. Like, well, yes, we. So this is a great move, and we do know for the record, don't we, that you guys begin to pay more and more attention. What is this? Rising constriction push almost into a channel. But what is this? Rising wedge does what sometimes, guys? VIP know this. Boy, they know this. What does it do? It likes to, you guys know, likes to operate above the line of resistance. True? If you book trade, good job. If your screen turned green, good job. Your screen did turn green if you guys don't have L-Bank. You have no idea what I'm talking about. You're literally sitting there making less money. Or not having as much fun while you're making it, I guarantee you. That's not cool. Uncool. That's a huge move by Bitcoin, right? Just for support, past resistance, and we expect it. I'll tell you we expect it. That's a percentage move. That's a 50% trade on 50X. That's a 50% trade you just saw unfold in 23 minutes. Okay? That's what we're getting into. Angel, my man, that's what we're getting into. It's going to be good. Futures. It's nice, huh? And on support. It pushed a little bit, you know. It's going to do that. We even talked about that earlier on with Near. Look at this, huh? The guy, he go 50X, 100X here. What are you doing, huh? He got the guy who go 100X here. No big deal. I bam it in. That's fine. I'm going to try that out. You make a what? You make 100% already on your trade, 100X. 50X, you up 50, well over 50%. That's nice. Just on Bitcoin, no big deal. Support, bam, right? We are very lucky to have the team that we have. And I just mean that. You guys know that. Without a doubt, it's a pleasure to have you guys. I appreciate you guys being willing to open yourselves up to some of these new dynamics. It's a good deal for me. And it makes the team stronger when I know what those dynamics are. When you're plugged in, we will get there. I'll just tell you that. You guys have to understand, too, some of my background is I want to put in enterprise level, DoD level equipment or White House quality, like Cisco servers all in my business. Completely unrelated to anything, right? But governmental. But that's what I want. I want Cisco, Department of Defense, Pentagon. I want that for my personal business. I want to that's what I want in my office. I want a whole room full of that stuff to run my business. I want, when I build a business, guys, it's just I want all the data. I want it run around the planet 15 times right into my desk. That's how I was trained. That's how I build business. That's what I do. So looking at data analytics, look at the market, synthesizing information. Like I've worked with the top consulting firm on the planet directly for the partners, directly for the top partners in that consulting firm. I've worked with CEOs. I've worked, this and that, had billion-dollar deals in terms of like literal being the lead analyst on that, generating the entire portfolio for Harvard. I've done this stuff. So for me, when I see a solution that helps the group, etc., when I talk about, well, this will help me get your data, okay? This or that, there's just a good combination in terms of the strategy and a solution that I see to fitting together to make us all more profitable, to make this group work better. And that's is A-okay as I can get that through to you guys. When I talk about having fun, talk about your book of trades, and I want us all on the same page doing that, it's just the truth. And I know, and the good thing is this, I do know that, drawing a variable line here, just for the record, I know that there are people here in VIP that are going to do phenomenally well and develop phenomenal skills. And it's not one of these things like I really hope that. I really hope that happens this year. No. Leave that for the other guys who are less confident about the abilities of themselves, because I know what I can do and I know what I know what you guys can do because I've dealt with enough traders. So there's gonna be some guys here do really well. Period. And it's just the truth. You're gonna do well this year. I want to get you to the point where you can walk in on your own time frame and book trades. Just book trades in the first, let's say in a 2, 3, 4 hour period. Boom, book a trade. And yes, you're going to have a day that goes against you. You may have 2 days that go against you, right? You'll learn to manage your risk. That means what? You'll probably go beyond your risk threshold. So anything that seems like a problem is the next thing to be solved, right? The next challenge to be conquered. Well, London, I got into a leverage trade. It wiped me out. Okay, good. What's the problem? Well, did it take too much risk, right? Did it throw that up on your screen before you went into that degree of leverage? Well, yeah, I read that, but I decided not to pay attention to the risk warning. Okay, so that's something you need to work on. Everything has a solution, guys. Everything has a solution. Easy stuff. You want to book more trades, you want to make more money, you want to do it in less time. What's going to be required for all that to occur, right? Easy stuff, not complicated. Now, you guys paying attention to Dogecoin? Not uninteresting. Let's see here. Relatively flat top, complicated with this level of resistance here. Okay, this is a tough level for Doge. It could just power the heck through it. I would watch this relative flat line here. Be prepared to operate at support. You guys got that? You see what Doge is doing, right? Nice pattern. Similar to, what was it, XRP we looked at earlier? XRP on the 4 hourly, flat top 4 hour. Not on every time frame. Remember that, right? You want a flat top on any time frame. Work with any time frame. Primary 4 hour is cool. 1 hour is cool. 5 minutes cool. Dig down into the lower time frames. They are all cool. Micro moves, max leverage, kick it with maximum probability, rock it. You'll figure it out. There's nothing in the market you can't figure out, I promise you. I promise you there's nothing in the market that's beyond your ability to grasp, period. It's because someone hasn't sat down and explained it to you. That's it, man. You have all of that ability and potential, everything in the market, and you just haven't had someone explain it to you. It's like that. It's like the good old boys club almost. You know, I went to Duke, they went to Duke, so we all went to Duke. So that's what we, there are groups like that. One of the guys at my Priv Hedge Fund, non-SEC, but he went to Duke Business School. We know the same books, we know the same this, the same that, and literally I've presented something to someone else like, well, what kind of group of guys or people actually use this information, like, well, I explained to my other friend, they're like, where did he go to school? I'm like, well, he went to Duke Business School. Like, where did you go? I went to Duke undergrad. And like, it's not that kind of deal, but it could be interpreted as such. What's a Harvard Business School? It's such as it could be, but it's just a finance institute of finance. It's just who's going to read that crud? No one else anyway. So it ain't like some cool boys homeboy club or something. It's just it's boring. It's just like no one's going to tote around a finance institution of finance book, dude. Like it's not cool. So let's see what we got for the VIPs. Angel bought at $7.79, sold 80% at $899. Then bought again 3 years later. Angel Matos, listen, bought at $7.79. He sold 80% at $899. Great trade. Then he bought again 3 years later for $187. But crypto is a totally different space now. We all evolve one. You got it right. We all evolve 100% Scouts honor. Hey. Big guy, huh? I'll put a rock in. Angel, I'm put number one crypto. Number one crypto. And VIP. Bam, bam. So much, man. It's just honor to have you, brother. I want you to know that. Absolute honor to know you and have you as a friend, Angel. That's from the heart. You know that. So, you don't need me to say after we get over the line of resistance that sometime you've heard that enough. You know that. We'd like to interact over this line of, we said that 20 times in the last week, right? We'll operate up and above here. Sometimes it'll get extreme, et cetera, right? But typically we're going to capitulate back down in 2. I think you guys know what you're doing. That's what streams do help, but we have a lot of streams, and there's nothing wrong with that. Watching old streams helps. Last night we went through a lot of price action. What's Cody doing? Cody's just sitting there. Cody, make me sorry I put you on my screen. Now we are pushing on an EMA on the USDT.D, having hit back on prior resistance line here. Okay. Now, this is the good thing. For anybody who's up for the challenge of really learning how to trade, what's the good thing? Is you book a trade, you go to bed, you chill out, you relax. You wake up, you go to the gym, you have a good day. When you decide to trade, you decide to trade. You don't have to be plugged in 100% of the time to your trade. You don't have to gut through necessarily. Now, let's say a 4 or 5 day trade. You can. You really start maximizing your position. Possible, right? So we'll talk about some other issues like that. Let me see what Angel says. I learn as much as anyone every day. I invested in crypto over 10 years ago, and I will continue to learn every day. Well, you are awesome and a champion, my man. And it's nice for people to learn about you. And every day you're teaching. I want you to know that every day you're teaching. So, this behavior on Bitcoin has lasted how long? Let's put this in perspective. I'm as big on this, guys, 14, 16 hours. I'm as big on this in terms of explaining how crypto fits in with your lifestyle and dynamic and how you take advantage of the market instead of it taking advantage of you, because it can take advantage of you. And slow price action can take advantage of you. I want to crack that nut in terms of find that solution in 2022 to where we can start taking advantage of it. We got to have some parties. We got to have some good things in 2022. We got to have some free time. We got to have some good family events. We got to let the market go to work for us. Before we do that, we're really going to have to hone our skills on booking trades so it doesn't get to be an expensive endeavor or habit, okay? The more you focus on TA, the stronger off you're going to be. Don't worry about missing a move. Don't worry about it, guys. Worry about booking your next positive trade. When you get to the point where you can book positive trades consistently, and you can do that, when you get to that point, okay, then period, guys. You don't need to be a slave to the condition of slow price action, to be a slave to the condition of, like, we're Bitcoin spike. We find the spike, guys. If we need to, we'll find when it's about to take off. It's through nights like this. I'm gonna be there when it under $30,000 last time, bam, we'll find it. I'll just naturally wake up. I don't know. I think that happened last time. I don't know. I just pop out of bed. It's about to go up. Just here, guys. What's going on? Is whatever it may be. But nobody's perfect in regard or aspect to that. What I'll say is that the more we focus on the market, the better we get. The more we apply the fundamentals of technical analysis, It's just a process. Understand, it's a process. You need to put that put the elements for success in front of you and continue to engage in discipline and consistency. Will get you there, I promise. It will get you there, I promise. If you have the discipline and the consistency, it will get you there. All right? So, what I'm going to do, and Angel, you have got me just hunting my Cohiba mentally. So I've got to go get my Cohiba. I have to. I just have to. And I don't know. We'll figure out what do we got here. Always rerun past streams. It will help you understand what you have problems understanding. Amen. Amen, brother. I'm going to put that. Bam. And that's Angel saying that, guys. Always rerun past streams. It will help you understand what you're having problems understanding. Beautiful. If I tried to pay Angel Matos for an endorsement, I would have zero luck for the rest of my life. You guys understand that? Angel's cracking up right now. Everyone else may be like, oh, really? No, if I tried to pay him for an endorsement, he would refuse to do it. Just so you know, we met like this online, working our tail off, going over the details of technical analysis. He has been around for 10 years, and we gravitate because we're bull-minded, focused, and we like to win, and there's no question as to hard work, current or past, and integration of the highest level of intellect that could be applied to the market. On his behalf, mine, there's no question. And for the guys that join the group in the back, I see that level, those same characteristics, I say that same characteristics in terms of the skill set that's applied and that's available to all of you in the back. So that's what I would recommend, that you guys step up your game. And like I woke up this morning, or yesterday morning, I woke up and guys were already sharing charts in the back, in the chat, the VIP, etc. If you don't know what's going on, ask a simple question. Ask the most simple question you can get to that will advance you technically the most, right? In terms of watching past streams, kick into it. In terms of, like, what are the top indicators you guys are using on TradingView? How do I get my TradingView in the mode where I'm in 8 screens wide? How do I, pull up the object tree in TradingView to hide an indicator or add RSI onto my screen? Is that an indicator? What's the purple on the screen? Ask a question. Get into the framework of interaction with the VIP, because it's there. It's an awesome group. When I see Sean and Pathfinder and all these guys, Slim in the back, chit-chatting, and Luke, everything else, staying plugged in there at daytime. Slim was out working today, new job, and he's still plugged in, laughing about it. He's having to be out there. What is it, wherever he's doing? I'm like, hey, Freddie's out there too. Freddie's got a hard hat on too during the daytime. Just plug into that. Enjoy it. Know that we are your friends, okay? That's why we're all doing this. We really get along with each other. We're a good group. And, yeah. Let me see what we got here. London, for years I worked, and that was my life. I sacrificed so much. Was it worth it? That's my question you will have. That's the question you will have to ask yourself. Hey. And I'm going to say this. It is worth it when I meet lifelong friends like you. Amen. And that's what I'm going to say. Guys, I mean that for all of you. I appreciate that. And Angel, that's right from my heart directly to you. And I hope all of you guys are having a good night. Thank you for being part of the stream. Never be overexposed at a higher price. What's the easy part in the world? Just buy it, support. Sell at resistance. We know this pattern. Trade your patterns, right? And hit your targets. On the flip side down here. This is easy stuff, guys. Use that link, sign up, LBank. Let's get into that. I have a list of people who signed up and who haven't. I just want you guys, I want to be able to coach and work with you guys. I want you to book some trades. If you have your own style down, cool. Let me try and make it better. Compare your style to my style. Let's see if I can help you beat your ways. If your ways are just that much better, we'll talk about it. We'll see if we can if maybe you're already maxed out. But I have a feeling that I just always have a feeling that no one in the market is, even up to and including some of the best traders, if not the best trader on Wall Street. So we'll get it done, guys. Appreciate you being here. I'm gonna go have a smoke, guys. I'd also like at some point I'll need to get an address, even if PO box or something else like that, at some point, because I need to send you guys Cohiba lighters. Okay, and that's gonna go with VIP on it. It's gonna be shipped out to the most senior VIP okay, first, and then we'll work on how many. I think I've got like 10 ladders right now. So once you achieve kind of a little milestone of being here, it's going to be a cool, it's a nice ladder, guys. You're going to like it. That's about it. You guys take care of yourself. Remember, eat well, sleep well, and invest in those relationships that were important, right? That you knew were important before you started investing. Now that you're investing, invest in these relationships, guys, right here. We'll talk to you soon. This is London with Bitcoin Spike. Thanks so much. Angel, thanks for plugging in, brother.